Oh, yeah.
See the guy in the t-shirt? Do that. If you come over in the second section on the right, on the left of the second section, the guy in the white t-shirt, the guy in yellow. No, he's got a hat. Yeah, the guy in the white t-shirt. He's the guy behind.
For those who may have missed the earlier announcement, the Worcestershire Rapids run the toss and will bowl first. That's the word which is in just a moment. Quick reminder that cricket is a game for everyone, and at Sussex Cricket we are dedicated to providing a safe, positive and fun environment for everyone, and we stand firmly against all forms of discrimination. So please refrain from any disruptive behaviour that we have found Steve Alley. Wearing number 12, Tom Taylor, and wearing number 65, Ben Allison. And once again, Worcestershire won the toss and will bowl first. Please remember to stay hydrated, apply sun protection to suit personal comfort, and to seek shade wherever possible. If you're seated for long periods, we also recommend standing and stretching between overs if you don't mind, to support blood circulation and help prevent issues such as DVT and blood pressure and discomfort. Your well-being matters to us, so please stay safe, stay comfortable, and enjoy the match. For those who've got refillable water canisters, water fountains are located around the ground by the indoor school at the northwest part of the stage, next door to the outdoor nets. At the northeast bar, behind the main scoreboard opposite the pavilion, and behind the shark stand in the southwest corner of the ground. It's great to have you with us, and have a great day. A reminder too that Sussex Cricket operates a zero tolerance policy towards the use of staff members. Anyone using abusive, offensive or threatening language towards any staff member will be asked to leave and could face further sanctions such as the stadium ban. Thank you for your cooperation.
Good to see you. What's the trajectory? Oh, yeah.
So we're just about ready to get underway. Please welcome onto the field our match umpires Ben Debenham and Sam Hollingshead.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome to the County Ground Hove. Live pictures from the County Ground Hove for today's Metrobank One Day Cup match between the Sussex Sharks and the Worcestershire Rapids. My name is Sam Keir. We have a very special guest alongside us today because called up at the last minute, doing us a huge favour and player of the match status already in my eyes is Dan Jazovic, who is next to me. Dan, welcome to the Sussex live stream. Great to have you here, especially at such short notice. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for having me as well. It was I saw the shark signal pop up in the sky and I reacted to it straight away. Copped in the car, quick hour's drive down from just outside Arundel.
Well, as far as last minute call-ups go, I couldn't have done much better. So thank you for having you with us today, Dan. Our best wishes to Andrew, who would have been with us today but has a family emergency. So our best wishes to Andrew and his family. So back to the cricket, or onto the cricket. Worcestershire winning the toss and deciding to bowl here, and of course Sussex batting. They are out of the running for the knockouts, but Worcestershire are very much in the hunt. They do need to win today though. Lovely day here at the county ground. Expecting a decent crowd once people make their way through the gates, and hopefully a few more after work. Floodlit match, of course. And couldn't be better conditions for it. And Dan, the ground looking an absolute picture.
It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? It helps the fact there's no cloud in the sky. Not that we've had any for the last 3 months. It doesn't feel as though we've had anything. But the outfield looks immaculate. The wicket looks beautiful. The players are out in the middle. They're ready to get underway. It's an interesting one. It's fascinating that Worcestershire have won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. I guess it's a must-win game. It's an attempt to control their own destiny in that aspect. But it looks like we're about ready to go, Sam.
Yeah, Ben Allison is going to open the bowling from the CN with number 65 on the back of his shirt, the tall seamer, and he is bowling to Charlie Tier. Charlie Tier and Tom Haynes, the Sussex openers. Tom Haynes, one of 4 changes for Sussex. 3 seasons debutants for the home side in the One Day Cup, namely Haynes, and then Ollie Carter and John Simpson. So a bit of reinforcement for that top order from those 3. 3 missing out. Joe Johnson, I'm just trying to remember the others. Can do that very quickly. Joe Johnson, Toby Munt, and one other.
Yeah, it looks a strong 11 today for the Sussex Sharks, doesn't it? That experienced add-in of Tom Haynes, and then that middle order, Jack Leaning, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, captained, of course, by Jack Carson. And then you look at the bowling attack and you think Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, Henry Crocombe, Finn Hudson-Prentice again. Very, very experienced 11 today. And the Rapids, whilst, as you say, they're in the hunt, they're going to be up against a pretty strong Sussex team today.
Yeah, Sussex would have loved to have all these names available. I do now have the other changes. Good start from Allison on the money. Yes, so no Troy Henry, who had a bit of a tough game against Derbyshire up there, but I thought bowled really well at Arundel, so I'm sure he'll be back for more. And then the other is Dan Ibrahim, who misses out as well. So 4 changes for the Sharks. For the Rapids, Brett D'Oliveira returns, having missed their game against Essex, their defeat. And then we also have a debut for George O'Connor. Been playing plenty of second team cricket for Worcestershire Rapids. He comes in today, replacing Bayer Swanepoel, the overseas player, missing out. Those are the... There's one other change. Sorry, I'm a bit behind the curve here. Gareth Roderick is out, and he has been replaced with the gloves by Henry Cullen, who was playing. So I'll just try and work this out quickly. Yes, 2 changes. D'Oliveira and O'Connor. O'Connor in for Swanepoel and D'Oliveira in for Roderick, with Henry Cullen taking the gloves. Sorry, Dan, that took me a little while to get my head round.
Nailed it. We've got 99.1 overs to go through here. You take as much time as you need, Sam.
A maiden to begin with for the Worcestershire Rapids. A good start from the tall Ben Allison.
Yeah, on the money to start, wasn't he? Up the hill here at Hove. Made Charlie Tier play at near everything from that opening over. And a watchful start for the young Sussex opener. Looks like we're going to get Tom Taylor to open the bowling with this second new Kookaburra from down the hill here at Hove. Very, very experienced Tom Taylor now. Very underrated cricketer, I think.
He's sort of become the default man to say, when you're naming county cricketers who fly under the radar but who are pure class, he's right up there, isn't he?
Certainly is. Was he leading wicket taker in the county championship of Division 1 last summer? Hasn't quite matched those heights in Division 2 this year, but still very, very talented. Not just with ball in hand, which we're going to see first, but potentially with bat in hand later on this evening as well. Tom Haynes then to face up here for the first time on this glorious Friday afternoon. 2 slips in place for the Rapids. Tom Taylor on the money, as you would expect.
Yeah, 5 wickets for Tom Taylor in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. Perhaps his biggest contribution, though, that economy rate of 5.04, by far and away the tightest of the Worcestershire regular bowlers. He has played all 5 matches so far.
Genuine swing bowler, isn't he, Tom Taylor? Big in-swinger with the white ball is the one to look out for. That one drifts down the leg side. Just brush the thigh pads on the way past Tom Haynes. So his namesake, Taylor, gets away with that one. Just over straight.
Yeah, Worcestershire starting with an attacking field, 2 slips, seeing if they're getting any movement through the air or off the pitch. Pitch-wise, tinge of green, but usually pretty good wickets here for one-day cricket at Hove.
Short and wide, and Bit of a top edge from Tom Haynes. Flies down to Isaac Mohammed on the deep third boundary. He's away. He gets one, as are the Sussex Sharks.
Yeah, with Haynes coming back in, slight rejig to the Sharks' top three. Haynes obviously coming in to open, and George Thomas, who has been filling that role so far, carded now at 3. Much more experienced look to that top 6 now, with Haynes, Carter and Simpson all making their first appearances of the competition.
Left alone once again by Charlie Tier. Not interested yet. Giving himself an opportunity to get the pace of this surface. She said it looks a belter from here, doesn't it? Good players will want to see a little bit of green on there. They'll want that bit of extra carry, that bit of extra pace about it. Yes, it's going to move. The ball's going to have a little bit of assistance, but you're going to get pace on the ball. You'll get value for your shots out here. Charlie Tier with a watchful start. 0 off 7 so far. A little shuffle forward and gets away. Thick inside edge into the leg side. Should just be a couple of runs. And both Sharks openers open their account here in Charlie Tier with the brace into the leg side.
It's a really good point about that green tinge on wickets. Sort of historically, you think, green wicket, seamer's paradise, but I don't know why, but it feels like the colour of a pitch is a much less decent indicator of how it's going to favour bat or ball these days. You sort of look at wickets at places like the Oval now, which look the same colour as the rest of the square or the outfield, and they're still absolute belters. And I think the point you make.
Beautiful. Beats the dive at extra cover. 4 runs for Charlie Tier. First boundary of the afternoon. The Sharks having a very productive end to the over.
Yeah, they're almost... That little bit of grass just means the ball comes on a bit quicker. Doesn't necessarily mean a huge amount of seam movement these days. I think probably because of how that... Not going to really pretend I know what I'm talking about here. How that grass is attached to the soil within. You know, it's much less of a kind of... they're much more solid and underneath. I think the techniques of ground staff mean that you get a much more firm base for that grass. So the impact of that grass is to bring the ball on, but not necessarily mean that the ball is seaming sideways, is my bluffers take.
I like that. Bit of horticultural conversation early doors. And it's one of those classics. Good players want it. Good bowlers want it. They want that assistance. They want the movement. And good batters want it because they don't want to be batting on a slow pitch.
Yeah, timing your shots, getting value for your shots, the ball coming on. I think that's a good point. So Allison, without a run scored off him so far from his first over, and starts with a dot to Haynes. A left-hand, right-hand combo for Sussex at the top of the order with Tier and Haynes. I had a brief chat with the Sussex head groundsperson, Ben Gibson. Must stress it wasn't him that was telling me about that theory about grass on the wicket. That is my own pseudoscience, but always nice to speak to Ben, and my word doesn't Hove look a picture. There we go, runs off Allison, 4 of them. Lovely cut shot from Tom Haynes. Sussex just starting to find their feet.
Yeah, he wasn't in absolute control, was he? That first shot, the one that he got off the mark with in that last over. That one, though, was picture perfect from Tom Haynes. Just hit it down into the square, and that bounce took it over that diving fielder. I think it's Brett D'Oliveira, isn't it, at backward point.
Shows you how hard that square is, doesn't it? It was sort of as if someone had played a smash onto a hard court tennis court rather than a cricket square. Allison very much on the money by and large so far. Brother, of course, of Charlie down at Essex. Essex, the side that beat Worcestershire in their last one-day cup game. A heavy defeat. Putting a bit of pressure on this match. Not sure whether it's mathematically accurate to say, but certainly there or thereabouts in terms of a must-win match for Worcestershire to keep their progression hopes alive. Lovely shot from Tom Haynes, and you heard that appreciative murmur from the crowd here who really liked that, and that was a lovely square drive from Tom Haynes. Just let the ball come to him. Beautiful timing, and there's that example, Dan, of the ball coming on nicely here.
Yeah, I mean, on first impressions, Sam, I think we've got ourselves all the ingredients for a very, very high-scoring and very entertaining game of one-day cup cricket today. Pitch looks good. Not a lot of lateral movement for the ball, and the outfield is lightning fast.
Oh, and that has fallen just short of the man at first slip, I think. Certainly a moment of alarm for Tom Haynes. Let's have a look at the replay. Well, I don't know. I think you could say that's carried, Dan.
I think so. I think Kashif Ali at second slip has just started to go across.
I think you're right.
The fielder there at first, and you can see that glare from the fielder at first slip back to Kashif Ali, thinking, oh, I thought you were going for it.
I think that's exactly right. And there was a milliseconds hesitation from first slip for that exact reason. So whilst it goes down as a drop for first slip, I think perhaps you're right that Kashif Ali has to take a bit of responsibility for that. Another outside edge from Haynes, much thicker this time, and it squirts down to the man at third, I think is Fateh Singh.
Yeah, Kashif Ali at second slip is an interesting one. And certainly I've seen a lot of the Rapids in the blast over the recent years. He's not spent much time there in the slip cordon, as you'd expect in the T20. A lot of time patrolling the boundary. And I think the other thing that's quite interesting here is that first slip fielder, I think is Ben Gibbon, just tried to encourage Kashif Ali to get a little bit tighter at the end of the over. Next over, Tom Taylor back in. It's Ben Allison in at second slip. Won't get away with it. Wide signalled.
Taylor coming round the wicket to left-handed Haynes. And from that angle he's bowling, where he's just getting it wrong down the leg side, suggests he's sort of trying to square him up, right, and maybe get it to leave the left-hander with that angle. So bowling it into him and then hoping the ball does a bit away.
Just like that, Sam.
Just like that.
Top of the bails, back foot defence from Tom Haynes.
Yeah, it's a tactic that makes sense, isn't it? Because if you do get any sort of lateral movement away, then the left-hander feels sort of obliged to follow it with the hands, and that's when you bring those slips and the keeper into play.
Yeah, and they want to make sure if and when the next one comes around that they're able to take it. Big drive from Haynes. I think you can stand and watch that one. Tom Haynes, another 4 for the Sharks opener. That one about as convincing of all of them.
Yeah, he looks in good touch for a man playing his first List A game of the summer.
Raced on to 18 of just the 11 deliveries. He's just had a little glance over towards the leg side just to assess where those fielders are. Just 2 inside the 30-yard circle and 1 fielder down at fine leg. I don't think he's going to do anything too outlandish. As Taylor goes extra straight and fuller as well. Nice crowd in today, Sam.
Yeah,
Bumper crowds for the One Day Cup.
and filling up as well all the time. Yeah, the deck chairs are not many of them left unoccupied. Members pavilion. Certainly the bottom deck is, I'd say, 90% full.
I would say so.
Top deck in the shade where it's a bit less populated. Some sun-loving people amongst the membership.
Well bowled again, Tom Taylor. Well played, Tom Haynes. Another single added.
And then the cow corner stand, formerly known as the Sharks stand, a bit less full, but I reckon that might fill up a bit as the temperatures drop at some point in the afternoon and into the evening. Fun to have some floodlit cricket, 50 over. It always reminds me of my sort of first experiences of going to watch county cricket, summer holidays, a bit of Pro 40 or even C&G Trophy. Do I sound old saying that?
No, I'm quite getting quite tearful with the reminiscence of such a golden era of List A cricket in England, and particularly for Sussex as well. They were excellent, weren't they, during that period of, as you say, the C&G Trophy. Clydesdale Bank, I think, was another sponsor of the List A competition.
Yorkshire Bank as well, the YB40.
Yeah, that sounded more like a, I know it's UB40, wasn't it, the bat?
Or WD40.
Or WD40, yeah. 26 for no loss. Taylor getting to the end of his second over. Charlie Tier just tried to create the angle to run it down to deep third for a single. Can't do so. End of the fourth over, 26 for no loss.
Yeah, good comeback from Taylor after being hit for that boundary.
I'll tell you what, man in the pink shirt looks like he's having a delicious pint of Thatcher's there, Sam.
Big thank you to Thatcher's, not only for hydrating that gentleman, I probably shouldn't say hydrating, refreshing that gentleman, but also for being today's match sponsor. And as Dan said, I'm sure that comes with a couple of cold Thatchers for the commentary team. Allison into his third over from the C end, on the money. Still the two slips, as you'd imagine, after that chance went begging in the previous over. Tom Haynes dropped on 13. In the last home game for Sussex at Arundel, Noah Thane was dropped for Essex on 3, went on to score 100. Worcestershire will be hoping this is not as expensive, as costly. Sussex, of course, going on to win that game. Another great game in this year's One Day Cup. Does seem to produce some close games, doesn't it?
It's been a really good competition so far this summer. Really, really enjoyed it. And the I think the supporters of English domestic cricket have really kind of warmed to it as well this summer. Probably fair to say over the last couple of years, maybe crowds have been down slightly for the One Day Cup. This year, certainly bouncing back.
Oh, what a good stop that is. Brett D'Oliveira there in the cover area, point area with a great stop. Definitely saved 4 runs. And gets the obligatory hand high fives and slaps on the back from his teammates. Well deserved.
He is electric in the field, isn't he, Brett D'Oliveira? The only surprise there is that they just didn't go into the hand clean and save 4 completely rather than saving 3. Sussex did come through for 1. Very, very lively in there at backward point. Very good set of hands. Terrific arm as well if he finds himself on the rope.
It's clever cricket from Tier, just guiding that down to the man at third, coming through for a single. She's something that's really impressed me about Tier so far in this year's One Day Cup is his ability to rotate the strike, pick up 1s and 2s, as well as dispatch the bad ball. Real strength on the onside, played some lovely shots off his legs. Definitely his strength. Lovely shot from Tom Haynes, who seemed to have all the time in the world there as the ball sat up, and he obliged with that back foot punch. A little short from Allison.
Yeah, touch. It wasn't a bad line, was it? And if he got himself a little bit of lateral movement you've got those two slips waiting, but I hope there was a photographer just down in front of us here, because that would have been a photo to have put on the Tom Haynes mantelpiece, wouldn't it, at the end of the year? That was a picture-perfect back foot cover drive.
I'm just going to say how well organised and compact that shot looked. Very good at playing it late under his eyes, Tom Haynes. In fact, I'd say his biggest weakness is when there's a bit of extra width and his eyes light up and he tends to slash at one, but pretty good on or around off stump.
Yeah, I think when you've got the amount of shots that a cricketer like Tom Haynes has got, it just takes that extra bit of responsibility, doesn't it, to make sure that you're not quite as expansive early on as what you might think you are able to be. So he'll be able to play all round the ground. And
whilst Sussex are out of this competition in terms of qualification, actually it's a really important few games. For people like Haynes and Simpson, with a huge month for the club, 6 weeks for the club coming up after this competition in the Championship, very much in the hunt for a Championship title. I think if they didn't have that points deduction, they would be top of the pile in Division 1. Be an incredible story for a club that over the winter was in all sorts of trouble. Still is, really, financially.
big inside edge for Charlie Tier. Tom Taylor continues down the hill. Yeah, I think we just hope that that fortune gets turned around. I'm sure it is being turned around at the moment.
Well, the narrative has been very much that, we're already seeing it with Finn Hudson-Prentice off to Hampshire, Tom Alsop off to Gloucestershire, and I think the feeling is there'll be some more departures before the end of the summer, that if not this summer.
Glorious. Charlie Tier at his very best takes a little step forward up against Tom Taylor and just punches him back past the bowler for 4 up the hill here at Hove. Glorious. As straight of a straight drive as you'll see today.
Stunning. And he really is good with that use of the feet and that straight and on drive. We saw a lot of it at Arundel in his innings there. Very aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, just to finish that point, you feel Sussex in that Championship. You never know what's going to happen, but if they could do something miraculous this summer, then it would certainly give those supporters who were so shocked and disappointed at the news about the points deductions and the financial restrictions, give them something to be extremely happy about. Absolutely
right. And an opportunity, isn't there, to finish on a positive here for the One Day Cup, take that momentum forward, as you said. There's cricketers here involved that have a big part to play in those final few Championship games when we roll around to that part of the summer. Tom Haynes spends some time in the middle, John Simpson as well. Finn Hudson-Prentice is in great form, isn't he, with ball in hand in particular. Ollie Robinson, obviously he's been drafted into that 16-player test squad for those first 2 test matches against Pakistan. Again, down the ground, beats the fielder at mid-off. Wasn't a huge effort, I have to say, but Charlie Tier gets his second boundary in the over. That one's slightly squarer. Again, happy to take a shuffle forward to Tom Taylor.
Looks a belting pitch. You can't err with your lengths at all as a bowler, as Sussex are demonstrating. And Charlie Tier confident enough in the surface that he's happy to use his feet early and not worry about a ball moving.
Yeah, and a big win here for Sussex and Charlie Tier is that the Rapids have just weakened their slip cordon as well. They're down to 1. They've moved that catcher in at a short extra cover as well. 40 for no loss, the Sharks.
Great to have lots of you tuning in on the YouTube stream as ever. And of course, don't forget, we always very, very much encourage your contributions on the chat. Let us know where you are tuning in from, whether the weather is as glorious as it is here at Hove, whether your lawn looks as good as the outfield here at the county ground. Love to hear from you.
Bit of width on offer. Tier tries to pick up his third boundary of the over. Can't do so. 40 for no loss after 6 overs. An excellent start here for the Sharks. Is location is that the first question of the day for the live stream viewers?
It's sort of the softball opener, isn't it?
Yeah.
Before we get on to the real nitty gritty.
The loosener.
Exactly. The like a political interview where you set the Prime Minister up with a nice easy one, and then the hard hitting stuff comes later. Things like we had at Arundel the aquatic 11 and the bird of prey 11. I'm sure we'll have some more cricketer punning later. But yeah, for now, let us know where you're tuning in from. Dr. SodaStream first in with his lawn update, looking more like a beach. Haynes looking again to force that through the point region, but this time straight to the man. At exiting 6715 is in Austria.
Oh, hello.
Hot, humid, overcast. Like I never left the UK. The hottest I have ever been was in Vienna.
I can't say it's not a place I've been to yet.
Long run up for Allison as he comes round the wicket to the left-handed Haynes, and that's just pushed back. Allison started nicely here.
Yeah, it looks like a good battle, doesn't it? Allison and Haynes. Haynes looks like he's seeing it really nicely, 24 off 20. Allison did pick up that outside edge, which went down at first slip earlier on this afternoon.
Yeah, his first over, of course, a maiden, and then 19 runs off his second and third over, but a good start to his fourth with only dots populating it. The scoreboard here is so quick, Dan, that I look up and I think, have they already done that? And they had. 3 balls gone, 3 dots. But the ball hit the bat. I looked up and there were already 3 dots up. And I thought there were only 3, but surely he hasn't updated the scoreboard already. So credit to the scoreboard operator here at Hove. Wider on the crease that time from Allison, which was interesting. Angling it into Haynes, just stopping him from playing those check shots through the offside. Like you say, an interesting little battle from these two.
Yeah, he pushed that fuller as well, didn't he? I don't think it was quite Yorker length from Allison, but Haynes, who's been quite happy to be on the back foot so far in this innings, wasn't able to capitalise on that fuller delivery from Allison. It's good over so far, 4 dot balls.
And another very good from Allison. Yeah, my hottest ever night in my life was in a youth hostel in Vienna on a friend's stag do. And it wasn't just the heat, it was the humidity.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else.
The hottest night of my life, yeah. And no, sadly, it was just me. I don't think I slept much. Again, nothing to do with anything other than the heat. And it's kind of put me off Vienna because I had such a bad night's sleep. Maybe that's a bit unfair. Really good from Allison. Top of off. So you're a bowling coach. That is 6 balls you would happily show to your students. No runs from the over. Second maiden for Ben Allison. 40 without loss for Sussex after 7 overs.
Yeah, very good over. Just starting or attempting to slow the Sharks down. The Rapids will be aware here that they're 7 overs in and haven't managed to break this opening partnership. Maybe too concerned of it just yet, but if they can get through this 10 over power play, see off the shine, that very, very short period here with these white balls, Sussex will be feeling as though they are in the box seat in this first innings here to set the Rapids a target that they're going to struggle, or at least have to bat very, very well to chase it down. Particularly when you look at the depth in this batting lineup as well. Robinson at 9, Crocombe and Price just to round out the 11. I mean, there is batting and run scorers and ball hitters, ball strikers to come all the way down this 11.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson with Test 50s to his name and a first-class century, or 2 first-class centuries now, having scored another one this summer up at the Oval.
Bit of bottom hand for Charlie Tier. I don't think it's going to matter. Has it got the legs on it? No, it hasn't. That's got to be one of the longest sides of the ground here. I thought that was going to be 4 for all money. There's a little bit of just upset amongst some of the Rapids fielders at the moment. Tom Taylor showed a little bit of disgruntledness when he didn't get the dive in at mid-off in his previous over. Charlie Allison there just showed a little bit of disgruntledness with the fielding effort down on the boundary, which allowed Sussex to come back for 3.
I thought it was a pretty good chase.
I thought it was a long chase. Don't know whether it was a bit of after you clause type fielding between Kashif Ali and Isaac Mohammed. But certainly the body language from Allison was less than impressed. 43 for no loss.
Dr. SodaStream, who has a lawn that looks like a beach. He's in Pet Village. Describes the conditions there as a cool 24 degrees, just along the coast from us here at Hove. Sounds very nice.
Straighter from Taylor. Haynes looks like he's got enough time to get the newspaper out, have a read through, do the Sudoku, and then play the shot off Tom Taylor there. Certainly doesn't look like he's missed much cricket, does he? 24 off 26.
No, he missed the first 5 games in this competition with a side strain. I think there's probably an element, certainly I know John Simpson was being given a little bit of a rest of, given how important the championship is to Sussex, letting some of these guys have a bit of time midsummer, which some might say, you know, well, got to take all competitions seriously, but I think given the context of where Sussex are, and I think Paul Farbrace has said it himself, the championship is the priority. One-day cricket has not gone particularly well this summer, not a great blast campaign, and obviously out of the reckoning in the one-day cup. But I think if you ask the majority, and I don't claim to speak for all Sussex members, but if you ask the majority, then a strong finish in the championship would be their priority.
It's the jewel in the crown, isn't it? The championship of the 3 domestic trophies available in English cricket. The Blast obviously is fun, and the length of time that it's been in circulation now carries a lot of weight, but that Division 1 of the championship, that's the jewel in the crown. It's the holy grail.
Yeah, I think certainly amongst those coming to county cricket grounds, obviously a huge amount of people following remotely. But I think for those populating the stands, I think you're absolutely right. Something for everyone, though. Allison into his 5th over. Shot from Tom Haynes, who again drives that hard into that rock hard square, and it bounces over Mohammed at short cover. 4 more runs, takes him to 29 from 28 balls. That maiden from Allison last over narrowed that gap, or in fact made balls overtake runs for Haynes before he was streaking ahead in terms of strike rate, but Allison dragged him back in, although Haynes seizing the initiative early in this over. Very tight in, aren't they, those that cover fielder and that man at point, just making sure that Haynes can't drop and run. seen the replay of that Haynes cover drive. It really was a glorious shot.
It was splendid, wasn't it? Yeah, there's that side of it too, and I think the other element here for the Rapids is to the offside for Tom Haynes is down the hill. It's the short side of the ground. If they're not going to stop it immediately, it's probably not going to get stopped at all.
Good point. Yeah, much shorter side. Good comeback from Allison, who has been, seems sort of strange to say for a man going at around a run of ball, but I've been impressed with him. Just shows you, I think, how little room for error there is on this wicket for a bowler, but also B, how good Sussex, and in particular Tom Haynes, has been at cashing in on even the slightest miscalculation from the bowler in terms of length. A correct looking shot, but no run as Tom Taylor fields at mid-off. Tom Taylor, someone obviously you watched a lot of when he was at Northants, your day job, as it were. Well, one of your day jobs, commentating up at Northants.
Yep.
And I think, as we've already said, always someone who impresses. Someone who wears his heart on his sleeve as well. He doesn't hide his emotions. And Haynes can't quite get on top of that one, and it is Taylor who has a shy at the stumps. I think Tom Haynes always knew that he was going to beat the arm of Taylor, who had to just move a few yards to his right to do the fielding there. That's the end of the over. 5 from it. Sussex 49 without loss. Not the end of the over, sorry. One to come. That scoreboard throwing me again. You assume there's another ball to be put up, and there's no outfoxing the scoreboard here. 1 to come. 5 off the over so far. Sussex 49 without loss. Uppish from Tier, but I think in control, knowing that he's only got the 2 men out of the ring, and so that most of the acreage around the county ground is his to exploit, and that's exactly what he does. 50 partnership comes from 54 balls, as the 50 comes up for Sussex as well. That's a good graphic to have, isn't it? You can't see it on the stream, but when there's a partnership here, they put a headshot of both players and all the details. Full of praise for the scoreboard here, aren't I?
Yeah, hey, you've enjoyed it this summer, haven't you? Very, very good. Very good. One of the many unsung heroes that go into various cricket clubs around the country, aren't they? The scorers. 1 over to go in the power play then. 53 for no loss. Haynes on 30. Tier on 22. In and around 100 for the strike rates as Taylor continues, and that's going to beat the dive at extra cover. Another boundary for Haynes, and another very unhappy looking Tom Taylor.
I was just going to say that he had a look of despondency at that dive from Kashif Ali. I mean, he's in at cover, so they must rate him as a fielder. And he was in at slip. But that did look a little bit creaky, that effort.
Yeah, it's didn't look the most natural, did it, for Kashif Ali to cut that one off. Tom Taylor, not a happy camper at the moment. 34 for Haynes. Make that 35. I think they'll settle on just one. Short side, very well hauled back in at mid-wicket. Been a good power play, hasn't it, for Sussex so far. 58 for no loss. And I think the Rapids, having won the toss and elected to have a bowl first, will be not fearing the worst, but will certainly be thinking they could be chasing down a big number here at Hove.
gone quiet, Dan, because I'm just trying to see where this ranks in power play ones for Sussex so far this summer. I think it must be right up there. Goodness knows how I'll find out.
I think it might take you some time, and going back through the scorecards for the various games over the tournament. But it's been a good one up to now. 3 balls to go in this power play. Little shimmy forward, punched by Tia. They put that catcher in there at extra cover. It's Ben Allison diving away, and Charlie Tier for a moment I think would have had his heart in his mouth. Fortunately just got it wide. If the tall fast bowler gets another boundary. 62 for no loss. Tier 26 off 24. Been a lot of boundaries so far in this innings. 11 fours in this score of 62 for the Sharks. Charlie Tier, 12 boundaries, 12 fours. Charlie Tier, or a big appeal for OEW. I think Taylor's taken a bit of pace off it. Umpire with a quick shake of the head.
Bit of swing.
A bit of swing going down the leg side. So it looked like Taylor just ran his fingers down the side of that, trying to catch Tier off guard, which he did. Just didn't quite get that line right. Last delivery of this opening 10 overs then. Power play 1 here at the county ground at Hove. Flicked off the knee roll. That's going to be a long chase again for Kashi Valley in hot pursuit. Can he cheer Tom Taylor up? No, he can't. That's beaten Kashi Valley. It's a boundary to start the over, a boundary in the middle, and a boundary to bookmark the final over of the power play. The Sharks, having been put in by the Rapids, 66 for no loss.
Yeah, Sussex will be delighted with that start.
A boundary percentage out of that score of 66 here for the Sharks as well. Plenty of value if you can get it through that 30-yard circle.
Yeah, and of course, 20% of the overs so far maidens. So, feast or famine. So coming into the attack at the C end, replacing Ben Allison is Ben Gibbon. From one Ben to another. Haynes 35 from 34 balls. And just before he bowls his first ball, second best power play 1 for Sussex so far this tournament. Another lovely time drive from Haynes, but man out there on the cover boundary. Of course, 4 fielders permitted now between overs 11 and 40.
Yep, that'll allow Rapids, won't it, just to try and slow things down a fraction. But Sussex will be thinking they've got a few more opportunities just to knock the ball around and keep this score ticking over at this rate of 6.5.
Yeah, 66 for naught was the power play 1, only beaten by Sussex by their 71 without loss in the defeat against Durham. Gets away with it, little straight from Gibbon, and that's where Tier likes him, but he drives it straight to Mohammed at shortish mid-wicket. Good from Gibbon, and played with the respect it deserved from Charlie Tier.
Burst onto the scene this summer, hasn't he? Charlie Tier started the campaign with that incredible 100. And that's what I do really enjoy this about the Metro Bank One Day Cup is opportunity. Those that may not be guaranteed starters each week, getting that run in the first 11, getting tested. The only way you're going to find out whether these youngsters, second 11 cricketers, academy graduates are good enough at first team cricket is getting them out there and getting them playing. And Charlie Tier, of course, Scotland international. Was he 22 years old? Charlie Tier, I think. Sounds about right. Certainly up to task. It's a very, very good young prospect.
Yeah, I think someone who is currently in discussion about his future here at Sussex. Oh, and that has not carried. I know they are saying it has carried. The reaction of everyone was very low key. They're going to have a chat here because Tier is saying, well, I'm not convinced that did carry, but now the finger goes up. The umpire's finger has gone up. Sam Hollingshead confirming that in his opinion it carried. The replay here suggesting that it's probably done exactly that. I think that was a clean catch by Isaac Mohammed. His reaction was so low key that you thought, oh, he hasn't quite got it, but he had. And Charlie Tier, who Dan was very much singing the praises of, departs for a runnable 30. So a decent knock from Charlie Tier. Be frustrated he couldn't go on. Would say that out of the two openers, although he was outscoring Haynes for much of it, he wasn't perhaps timing it as nicely as Haynes was. Played a couple of shots in the air, and ultimately that was his downfall. Still a 67-run partnership in good time for the opening wicket for Sussex.
Yeah, good start for the Sharks, isn't it? And a bit of a respite and a bit of a breakthrough for the Rapids as well. Good low catch for Isaac Mohammed, just to get the fingers underneath it. It would have been dying on him. He would have been in two minds whether he could or should have dived forward for it, but judged it perfectly. Didn't need to get underneath it. Charlie Tier, well within his right to ask the question and get that confirmation from the standing umpire. I think as well, when you've not got the technology, the third umpires, the slow motion replays to provide those images to the umpires, you've got to go with a bit of an honesty policy, and it was a good low catch. And we've got George Thomas in the middle at 3.
Yeah, absolutely right, Dan. And looking at that replay, although of course we don't get HD close-ups, it looked out, didn't it? So first ball for George Thomas is left alone, and that completes a very good opening over from Ben Gibbon. 1 run from it, and of course the wicket of Charlie Tier. Sussex Sharks 67 for 1 after 11. George Thomas with 117 runs from his 5 innings so far, top score of 48. That came against Durham.
George O'Connor into the attack for the first time for the Rapids today on debut. Had a couple of games for Sussex second 11 whilst he's been trialling around early on in his career. He'll be bowling up against Tom Haynes here. He's 36 off 35. Field obviously has been able to spread a fraction now. Those fielders outside the 30-yard circle are behind square. There's a deep point, a deep square leg, a long leg, and a deep third as well. Those 2 fielders just off the 30-yard circle, off the ring, at short mid-wicket and short cover. On the money. Big appeal from Cullen. No interest from George O'Connor, but an excellent start for the man on debut. I'm sure he'll be a little bit nervous, and rightfully so. First opportunity. Played for the Worcester second 11 back in July against Glamorgan. 5 for 67 in that game. Bit of width on offer. Good take by Cullen, but wide signalled.
He had a good game against Herefordshire in that now annual National County Showcase game that the counties play as a bit of a warm-up for this competition.
With on offer again, Haynes is going to feel like he's missed out. But he'll get another go. Back-to-back wides for O'Connor. Just outside that painted blue line, which is the measure and the mark for the umpire.
Certainly tempted Tom Haynes, who does like to try and take advantage of any wide bowling. Sort of a bit like Ben Duckett in that respect, isn't he? Not many left alone by Tom Haynes outside the off stump.
No, and he's in now. He's faced 36 deliveries. He's got 36 runs to his name. Yes, he's just lost his opening partner, Charlie Tier, but he's in and he'll be thinking about a big day as he gets a bit of a wafty drive up against O'Connor. Certainly wants to impose himself.
Just thinking the same thing. Tom Haynes thinking you're on debut. A few nerves flying around. Radar not quite there yet. See if I can hit you out of the attack. Of course, doesn't come without its risks, though.
Yeah, and it'd be that to try and ask a question of Jake Libby as well, wouldn't it? What do you want to do with your bowlers if one of them gets under pressure? Width on offer that time. Catch, no! D'Oliveira at backward point. That absolutely flew. And it kind of surprised him with the way that he reacted. And of all the cricketers you wouldn't want to pick out, it'd be Brett D'Oliveira, and Tom Haynes gets a life on 36.
I did go quickly, but straight to him. And of all the men you'd want with the ball screaming towards at backward point, Brett D'Oliveira right up there, and I think he'll be pretty unhappy with himself.
So O'Connor on debut. Would have thought he would have had Tom Haynes in the locker in his first over. Has to reset, go again. That has flown, but say by the reaction of D'Oliveira, it's kind of hit him rather than he's tried to catch that.
Yeah, and just that discussion we were having a few balls ago about Haynes looking to impose himself and how that does, of course, bring the flip side of taking more risks.
Toe end of the bat for Haynes. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a look at a fresh cricket bat there. Gets the single. Back over to George Thomas.
Just watching that D'Oliveira drop again, it went so hard at him. It almost knocked it. Well, it did knock him off his feet. He takes a kind of a step back from the impact to try and cushion the impact, as we see again, and it sets him off balance. It just shows you how hard it was hit.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't be lining up to take catches off the Tom Haynes cut shot like that. That's for sure. Final ball then of George O'Connor's debut over for the Rapids. Oh, just dribbles down the leg side. Going to allow the Sharks pair to come through for a leg bite. End of the over. 71 for 1, the Sharks. Just one run from it with those 3 extras.
When he got into the over, it was good stuff from O'Connor. It looks like a slippery seamer, bit of pace, bit of height as well. So, well, I can say he can be encouraged from his first over, although nothing more disheartening than having a catch dropped off your bowling, especially in your first over in professional cricket. Still, hopefully he will take that as a positive as much as he can. Gibbon into his second over. Very wide. In fact, I know the umpire, Hollingshead, looked like he was about to outstretch his arms, but Gibbon gets away with it. tight.
Just inside, wasn't it? As it went past that front foot line and then broke it as it got to the stumps. Good line for Gibbon. Good 7 deliveries here for the first change bowler for the Rapids.
Thomas off the mark with a drive that squirts out to deep point, where Kashif Ali does the fielding.
He's been everywhere, isn't he, Kashif Ali? Second slip, short cover.
The old ball magnet.
Yeah, and if it's not going in clean, it's not what you want, as it just follows you around the outfield. Have we had any more locations in? Any more states of gardens?
Whipped off the pads from Thomas. He'll pick up another single. Goes to 3. We haven't. We've had people speculating whether George O'Connor is the son of Des O'Connor. But yeah, do let us know where you're tuning in from.
A big day of club cricket tomorrow, won't it? As the leagues in Sussex and Worcestershire get towards the back end of that side of it. Promotions and relegations, must-win games for clubs over the 2 counties, I'm sure, for plenty of club cricketers.
Yeah, and captains scrambling for 11s that time of year where family holidays deplete your available squad. Not quite timed from Haynes, but he'll pick up another single. You've been playing much this summer, Dan?
Not as much as I'd like to, but I've got myself a game tomorrow up against Serendip. So heading up to 3 Bridges.
I was about to say it should be a glorious day for it, but it's kind of one of those rare summers where every day has been a glorious day for it. Tight to the stumps, Gibbon. Nice line to the right-handed Thomas.
Yeah, the old weather apps have probably been the most underused by club cricketers in the summer of 2026 and what they ever have.
Yeah, advertising revenue on AccuWeather must be right down.
Be a good link up there, though, wouldn't there? Like a cricket retailer putting targeted adverts down onto AccuWeather or other.
Yeah, good point. Just pushing it across the right hander, the left-handed Gibbon. Nice tight line. Haynes unable to... Sorry, Thomas unable to really free his arms. Another good set from, I nearly called him Des O'Connor, thanks to the chat from Ben Gibbon. And this is George O'Connor, who is down at the Cromwell Road end. So yeah, let us know if you're playing cricket tomorrow on the chat, or if you're scoring, or making the tee, or rolling the strip. Imagine there'll be a few club cricketers looking enviously at the outfield here at Hove. Not many club outfields looking like this as we enter. Can't remember the last time it rained.
No, I couldn't tell you. I don't even know what it looks like anymore. It's been such a long time.
Funnily enough, I was working at the Oval a couple of days ago, and we did lose 1 over a side due to a 12-minute rain delay at the start, which was a bit of a novelty.
Nicely played by Haynes. Off the back foot, punched into the offside.
Jake on the live stream, tuning in from his desk, 10 minutes away. That's, as he says, tantalisingly and agonising, being so near. What time do you clock off, Jake? Day-nighter here, so hopefully you
Just
can...
bring the desk.
Bring the desk,
Bring
exactly.
the desk.
I actually did walk past a sign behind the Focus Group Executive Lounge saying Focus Group work from Hove. So I don't know if that's just for Focus Group employees. But it works as a pun, doesn't it? That's
Yeah,
the
I like that a lot.
work from Hove, yeah. Because you had all that coverage about work from Oval.
Yeah, it doesn't have the same ring,
It's
does
an
it?
open goal here.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you've still got a bit of work to do, why not come and do it here at the county ground. Come on, work from Hove.
Couple of hours left. Wiggle the mouse around for a bit. Sit in the sunshine and enjoy what's going to be a thrilling game of one-day cup cricket here between the Rapids and the Sharks, as it's two straight from O'Connor, whipped into the leg side. Thomas looking for two. Haynes, a bit of extra experience, quickly saying no thank you, we'll take one.
Craig on the live stream, our regular contributor and supervisor, pointing out, of course, that we did have a bit of rain in the Yorkshire game here. Again, one of those very brief downpours that soon cleared off, but no extra time in the group stages of these one-day cup games. If you do lose more than about 4-5 minutes, then you are losing overs.
Should just be another one. I don't think we're going to be getting Duckworth-Lewis out today, though. I think we're going to be all right as we go through this George Connor over. Had an hour of cricket now. Got Wasp predicting 318 for Sussex as a first innings score. If you were in a Worcestershire shirt, Sam, and you'd won the toss as Jake Libby and you accepted and you said, I'll have a bowl first today, would you be happy at the end of 50 overs walking off with 318 on the board?
Do you know what? I think I would. Or I certainly wouldn't feel like, oh, the game's gone.
Nice shot by Thomas. Straighter this time. Should allow him to come back for at least 2, if not 4. Kashi Valley gives up the ghost on that one. Thomas gets the boundary to end the over. His first in the innings. Just leans on it through mid-wicket. Glorious. So yeah, 318, you'd...
Sounds about par, which I guess is what Wasp is telling us. Short boundary down towards the main scoreboard. The offside for the left-handed batter, Tom Haynes. So should be plenty of boundaries down there, and equally plenty of 2s and 3s on the onside as you look at Haynes taking stance now. So yeah, 318 to me sounds about par on what so far has been a very decent wicket with the ball coming on. What about you, Dan? What do you think?
I think at 318, I think Jake Libby would think that might be slightly more than what he thought when he won the toss. But I think at this stage, I think he'd be close to biting your hand off for it. With the platform that the Sharks are building here, and then with the power that they've got in the middle order to add. It's all about the platform, isn't it? Can they get through these opening 30 overs? What can they set themselves up for that final 20? And then when you look at it and you go, Ollie Carter, Jack Leaning, John Simpson, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, there is so much power to add.
Yeah, Jack Carson batting at 8. I think he's the second highest run scorer for Sussex in this year's one-day cup. Played a great knock at Arundel to win the game for... Well, to help win the game for Sussex. That was 53 off 40 balls, with Jack Leaning playing the foil with a watchful innings at the other end. And then, of course, he made 81 off 72 balls in the tight defeat up at Neath against Glamorgan. 215 runs at an average of 43 with a strike rate of 111. Not bad for your man carded at number 8. Ooh, and gone. A loose shot from Tom Haynes. He'll be furious with himself. I think he'll be very disappointed. Hand came off the bat. I think the feet didn't really move. Looking, yeah, to drive that through the offside, and he walks off dejected because I think he knew he had set himself a fine platform and not the way he would have wanted to get out. Maybe a slight lapse of concentration, just looked a little bit like the organisation and the foot movements and the hands with the head that we'd seen so far just eluded him that time. So he goes for 40 off 48 balls, which for a man playing his first 50 over game of the competition.
For the Sussex Sharks.
It's a pretty decent return, but Sussex will definitely want someone to go on and make a big score that gets them up towards that 320 score. The two men who have got the start so far are back in the pavilion.
Yeah, that will frustrate Shark supporters, won't it? But it will cheer up those supporting the Rapids. How good has Ben Gibbon been here in these 3 overs that he's bowled? He's just conceded 5 runs. And I wonder whether it was a shot from Tom Haynes of, we just feel a little bit under pressure here from Gibbon. Not able to get him away. Runs coming from the other end, but you would begin to expect O'Connor just to settle into his work.
Yeah, I think Tom Haynes should have been thinking that, inevitably with the field, the extra 2 men outside the ring, it becomes less easy to pierce that infield and pick up boundaries. So you've got the right to just knock it around. As Carter is off the mark straight away with a toe end out into the offside. And actually that is the real skill as a opening batter in 50 over cricket, is that your ability to go not only up through the gears but come back down them almost, because in that power play the adrenaline's rushing and you're finding that boundary, and then you've got to be able to sort of talk to yourself and say, okay, it's fine for me just to play the kind of Joe Root role of running hard, picking up 1s and 2s, making sure you're there to accelerate again towards the end. Lovely shot from Thomas, a hand from Tom Taylor, but it was hit so firmly that all it does is tip it round the bar and towards the boundary down in front of us here at the sea end. Lovely on drive. Decent effort.
Yeah, that was glorious, wasn't it? I think it's the skipper there.
Jake Libby, you're right. Yeah, it was Taylor who came and
just tried
fetched the ball.
Just tried to take a bit of pace off of it, but Thomas hit it so well. The point you're making about Tom Haynes, we're obviously sat here and kind of guessing about what this first innings score might be, and Haynes is going to be in a similar position. There might be much more educated guesses than I'm sure certainly I'll be able to put together. But he'll be out there, or was out there, trying to figure out the rate at which he needed to score, what that kind of total number might have been.
It looked to me like a momentary lap in concentration, which can happen with someone who hasn't played much cricket. Interestingly, they've brought a slip in now.
Yeah, maybe just this match up against Ollie Carter that they like the look of. Change of angle for George O'Connor as well. And they're on the attack. 87 for 2. Bit of a cliche, isn't it? Add a couple of wickets to the score and just see how it looks. And what was 82 for 1, 87 for 2 starts to look like a very different score, doesn't it, for the Sharks? And I think Wasp has just reduced to 298 to reflect that as well. Rapids on the hunt as O'Connor gets a bit of extra lift and wraps Carter in the thigh pad and a leg bye.
Yeah, 67 without loss becomes 87 for 2, 88 for 2. Does change perspective a bit. George O'Connor getting a few look-alike suggestions on the stream.
Oh, here we go.
Quite baby-faced. A bit of a Sonny Baker look, I thought, about his face.
There is a fraction. He looks like he's settling into this as well. What are the lookalikes? I might have to Google them. My kind of knowledge of celebrities is poor at the best of times. Hopefully they're all polite.
Erling Haaland, someone suggested.
Yeah, I'll pay that. I can see that. Thomas off the hip. Should just be one and is. Worst athletes to be compared to at the moment, isn't there? Stocks in Erling Haaland are quite high. Stocks in George O'Connor making his professional debut for Worcestershire rising.
Do you think commentators on Man City games this year. But I'll tell you who Erling Haaland reminds me of. Is Worcestershire's George O'Connor.
Nicely bowled once again. So you could have been forgiven, couldn't you, for that energy and enthusiasm to have been sucked out of George O'Connor when D'Oliveira put Tom Haynes down. But he's bounced back really well. Wicketless here as he gets towards the end of his third over, but looks like he's settling into his work nicely. Yeah, maybe if there's a long VAR goal decision, then they can start talking about those kind of things. Premier League commentary. Shorter ball pulled away by Carter. They should look for 2. Long pocket of the grounds. And Carter gets a brace. Moves to 3. Nice round of applause from those Sussex supporters in the ground this afternoon. 91 for 2.
Old habits die hard, don't they? Where Ollie Carter wearing long sleeves on a day like today. Must be roasting. Wicket keepers, though. You're a wicket keeper, aren't you, Dan?
Yeah, I used to be. Not done it this year.
You would always wear long sleeves keeping?
Yeah, I think you'd have to. You start to feel slightly underdressed if you're...
Especially when you're diving around.
Yeah.
What about batting?
Batting, if I had biceps, which I don't, I'd go for short sleeve because I think it looks more imposing.
Lovely shot from Thomas, who uses his feet, gets out to the line of the ball. Just a single for it, but suggestion of a man who knows his game.
I do have another lookalike suggestion.
Yeah.
George O'Connor, and this has come from a teammate of George, from Chuck, who's got us on the live stream up at Sunbury Cricket Club. He's affectionately known as Greta Thunberg.
Affectionately doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. So she's Swedish, isn't she?
Yes.
So there's a sort of Scandinavian vibe with Haaland, and Thunberg had been plucked out. A teammate. So he plays at Sunbury, does he?
Absolutely, yeah. Nice to have you tuned in, Chuck, and enjoying and supporting George O'Connor on this debut.
So that's George's club, is Sunbury. Yeah. So he's obviously been doing the rounds in the county trial circuit. Always have a huge amount of respect for people who are desperate to make the most of, or try everything possibly can to try and get these opportunities with a county, and that hard work paying off for George O'Connor with that list A debut today, professional debut today. So I'm sure lots of people at Sunbury tuning in. Is Sunbury Surrey or Middlesex?
That's a question. I think it might be Surrey.
Just lent on that time by Thomas, who talked about that necessity to be content to just pick the gaps and run your ones and twos. Seems like Thomas is, especially with those 2 wickets down, decided that for now that's the role he's going to play, which I think is a very sensible one. Cricketing lookalikes, that can be our first
Yes, have you ever
chat
been
on-
compared to any yourself?
Well, when I was sort of in my teens, I think this is probably more to do with my body shape than my cricketing skills. Used to get Freddie Flintoff a little bit just because I was a bit of a ruddy-faced all-rounder. I remember being on the Northamptonshire live stream with you, where Ricardo Vasconcelos was a guest and said I was a James Corden lookalike, which
Yes.
scarred me for a little while.
Yeah, he famously got the wicket of James Anderson, didn't he?
Is that right?
Yeah.
Tucked off the legs by Carter. Well stopped down there by Fateh Singh. Keeps it just to a single. 97 for 2. So just the good running from Thomas and Carter in that over brings 6 from it. Just shows you run a ball can be achieved without taking too many risks. Sussex will be very happy if they can just tick along at 5, 6 and over in that respect. Pick off the occasional boundary. That's your platform, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And Thomas just taking that classic role of a number 3 in one-day cricket. Knock it around, and you look up and all of a sudden they're on 30. That's exactly what you can do when you walk out there outside of the power play. You can find those gaps, manipulate the field. George O'Connor starts his 4th over. That slip that was in has gone. And Carter, 7 off 9, just starting to get his account open and his innings underway. Saw a few people sat in the deck chairs enjoying the sunshine here on Friday afternoon. I couldn't think of many better ways to start your weekend. Friday afternoon, sat in the sunshine by the seaside, watching Sussex Sharks take on the Rapids in this Metrobank One Day Cup. Top of the bounce, bit of a pushy drive. Gets 1. I've enjoyed this from George O'Connor. Say with those couple of wides and the one that drifted down the leg side in that opening over, he really has settled into this nicely. Conceded just 14 from his 3.2 overs. And crucially as well, that run rate for the Sharks. Those 2 wickets will help. End of the power play, they were going at 6.6. It's now 5.7. So the Rapids wrestling this back.
Bob on the live chat confirming that Sunbury is in Surrey. So well done, Dan.
He gave me a 50-50 shout, didn't he? Nicely bowled once again. Thomas reading the script and the role that's necessary here. Sussex don't want to lose any more really before they get through to drinks. That'll be the next goal, next target for the Sharks. Get through to drinks 2 down. Have a little bit of a reassess and see what the plan is from there. They'll be gutted, won't they, to have lost Tom Haynes on 40. Looked $1 million this afternoon. 99 for 2. Short and wide, pulled away by Carter. Stands and admires it over mid-wicket. Brings up the 100 in style. Sharks 103 for 2. Bit of a loose one from O'Connor. Wasn't really short enough, and Carter said thanks very much.
Yeah, not a great delivery. And Ollie Carter, his eyes were lit up at that. Fetched it from outside off stump. And that big expanse of vacant territory behind Mohammed at short mid-wicket.
Goes again. Doesn't get all of it. Splices him up a fraction. Should be cut off this time. Carter will settle on 2. So an expansive and an aggressive way to end the over. 8 runs from it in the end, so a good one for Sussex. 105 for 2.
So your friend Chuck, Dan, who
Yes.
says that at Sunbury, George O'Connor is affectionately known as Greta Thunberg. Does he have green credentials, or is that a visual?
As you said, I think he summed it up nicely when you said affectionately he's doing a bit of heavy lifting.
Let us know, Chuck. So Ben Gibbon, who has been very good from his 4 overs so far, figures of 2 for 16, getting rid of both Sharks openers. Charlie Tier for a runnable 30 and Tom Haynes for 40 of 48. Starts his 5th over. Again, nice footwork from Thomas, just pushing it out to the man on the cover boundary. Keep that strike ticking over. Lovely murmur around the county ground. People having a very nice time on this sunny Friday. Uppish, but straight. And 4.
George Thomas did well to get out of the way of that, didn't he? That was absolutely lasered off the middle of the bat from Carter.
Yeah, made sure that he was putting it wide enough of the bowler to avoid any potential caught and bowled danger. In the end, a nice looking shot just to get the run rate up a nudge, back up to 6 and over. First boundary in over 3 overs. Good comeback though from Gibbon. Hugo on the live chat. Oh, Steve here, going back to the lookalikes. Growing up, we used to call him MVG after the Dutch arrowsman. Who are you referring to there, Steve?
I can see a bit of George O'Connor in that as well.
A bit more hair than
Maybe, yeah,
Michael
maybe.
Van Gerwen. Let us know, Steve. Good comeback from Gibbon after that. Boundary conceded off the second ball of this over. 3 dots since then.
Ollie Carter showing that he's quite happy to be the aggressor in this partnership between himself and Thomas.
Yeah, intelligent batting from these two. Not getting carried away. 6 runs off the over. Sussex 111 for 2 from 19.
Look at that. Iconic, isn't it? The folks on the deck chairs at the county ground at Hove.
A man in a Union Jack blazer at the front.
Yes. Can't see any Thatchers out there though. Proud sponsors of today's live stream. Fateh Singh, first look of spin in this one-day cup fixture between the Sharks and the Rapids. It's going to be Fateh Singh.
He's had a great campaign so far. Worcestershire's leading wicket taker. Joint 3rd leading wicket taker in the competition overall, with 13 at an average of 21.6. So a very good campaign for the left arm spinner.
Yeah, let's see if there's any assistance out there for the finger spinner. He's got Ollie Carter in his sights. First up here. I think we're just about ready to go. So there's a long on, deep square. Carter on the sweep will get 1 to one of those boundary fielders situated at long legs. There's a deep mid wicket, a long on, and 1 fielder patrolling the offside boundary.
Steve confirms that it's Michael Van Gerwen that George O'Connor gets compared to. I think he might be a Sunbury man as well. Just like Van Gerwen, but with the Greta Thunberg haircut.
Combo. Cricket clubs just create great friends, great mates, don't they? Powerful shot by Thomas. Picks out Kashif Ali down there at long leg for one. Thank you to all of you joining us this afternoon. It's great to have your company, getting involved with the various Q&As that we're throwing your way. Good start to the over this. Fateh Singh just conceded the 3 of these opening 4 deliveries. Down the ground, Thomas creates the room and the angle and takes Fateh Singh for 6 back over his head, bumps into the sight screens. First 6 of the day.
Glorious shot, lovely use of the feet. Just not letting the spinner settle. Beautifully executed from George Thomas, who I, without putting the kiss of death on him, have been very impressed with so far. Rotating the strike, using his feet.
Pressure back on Fateh Singh. Thomas, having picked up the boundary of the ball before, very happy to just drop that into the offside for a dot ball. 120 for 2 after 20 overs, so 30 overs remain. What can the Sharks get up to? What are they aiming for? What are they going to be happy with?
Great game management, I think, from Thomas there. Conscious that Singh's in good form, be full of confidence. And whilst you don't want to do anything silly, if you can just take a couple of early boundaries off the spinner, then just doesn't let them settle in for a long stint. You know, you don't want to suddenly see 10 overs from one end disappear. Very impressive. Gibbon, who has also been very impressive, into his 6th over. 2 for 22 for him from his 5 so far.
He's backed up Ben Allison really well, isn't he? 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 28 for Allison, who took the new ball. Gibbon, before this, 5 overs, no maidens, 2 for 22. Been a very productive bowling partnership for the Rapids.
Drifting down the leg side, and Thomas was desperate to come through for a single. Holly Carter sent him back. And if Thomas had made it any further down towards his partner's end, I think he'd have been in trouble, but he actually turned pretty quickly and scampered back.
Yeah, and then got the Kookaburra hurled into his hamstrings for good measure as well.
Not that there was anything wrong with that effort from the Worcestershire fielder there, but umpires are so strict now. If you throw the ball in the direction of a batter, aren't they? I saw 5 penalty runs given at the Oval in a women's match for a wayward throw towards the keeper's end, which forced the batter to take evasive action. So it's got to really be a necessary shy at the stumps if you're going to throw it anywhere near the batter. I can see the logic to it, although I just can't ever remember anyone getting seriously hurt from a fielder's throw. But I suppose it takes that unnecessary aggression out of proceedings, intimidatory stuff. Another good quick single from Thomas and a good throw from Tom Taylor, but Thomas was well short. Always nice whether the batter's in or out for a fielder to knock the stumps over with a direct hit.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's a bit of a bubbling over from Taylor's energy from his opening 5 overs. He's gone for 7.5 and over. He wasn't very happy with others' fielding standards, was he?
Yeah, a couple of boundaries where I think he would have thought they shouldn't have been. That's as soft as they come, I'm afraid. Just a toe end from Carter. Caught by the captain, Jake Libby, and a gift of the wicket. A 3rd wicket for Ben Gibbon, who certainly deserves his success so far, although he'll feel like that was a bit of a gift.
Yeah, it's curious that, isn't it? This pitch has come on quite nicely through the course of the game so far. That one, or at least the shot played by Ollie Carter, would indicate that that's just held in the middle of the surface. He's got nowhere near it, really, and just spooned it back up to Jake Libby for about as simple of a catch at mid-on as you could possibly wish for.
I think Carter was trying to engineer something there with a bit of sort of flick through the onside. You saw the wrists doing a lot of work, and it was almost actually off the bottom of the bat, wasn't it? Right at the toe end. Sussex lose their third, another decent partnership that comes to an end. 40-run partnership between Thomas and Ollie Carter.
Wearing number 34, please welcome Jack Leaning.
So Jack Leaning, as you'll have heard from the PA announcer here, the new man for Sussex. Played a vital role in their only win of the competition so far down at, or across at Arundel. Can't really go down from Hove, can you? Yeah, he played a very watchful innings. At the time, we were a little concerned that maybe he was going to leave too much to do in the last 10 overs, but played it beautifully and allowed those around him to play their shots. Made sure, though, that there was someone anchoring the second half of that innings. Got them over the line, and say that a similar sort of paced innings might be the order of the day here, certainly to begin with. So Gibbon with very impressive figures of 3 for 24 from his 5.5. Now 6 overs. So just 2 runs and that wicket for Ben Gibbon in that over. Sussex 122 for 3 after 21.
Yeah, they need a partnership again, don't they? They need to rebuild for a period here with Thomas and Leaning in the middle. They don't want to lose too many more before they get to that 20 over stage. And that blast at the end, Ben Gibbon getting a round of applause as he makes his way down to the Cow Corner stands. It's been good cricket. I'm sure there's some Sussex supporters down there offering a hand. 3 for 24. He's bowled 6. The question's going to be, does he get 7? Does Jake Libby use another one of the tokens early on here as Fateh Singh goes again? Thomas just paddle sweeps him for 1. $123 for 3 now. Leaning then. Just faced 1 delivery so far. Unable to create the angle to get himself off the mark. And is away. Push drive down to the sweeper on the offside for Leaning. Gets the single. 124 for 3. One of my favourite cricket grounds in the world, this, Sam. I love the fact all of these county grounds that we have in England are all so unique in their own way. Bump ball, almost a crowd catch.
A few intakes of breath, weren't there, around the ground?
Gets it wider past Singh. So a good over for the left arm finger spinner. 3 runs from it. End of the 22nd, 125 for 3.
I think that over a good example of the impact that a wicket has where George Thomas will be thinking, having hit Singh for 6 in the previous over, probably just need to rein it in a bit here to rebuild. I think it was a very timely wicket from Ben Gibbon. Paul Farbrace throughout the tournament has been talking about Sussex's batters' decision-making and game management. I think he described them being prone to some poor decisions. They don't decide to get out, but we've seen a little bit of that here today, where the timing of wickets, the shot selection on certainly a couple of the dismissals won't have pleased Paul Farbrace in that context. Don't know what you think, Dan?
Yeah, cricket's such an outcomes-based game, isn't it? I think Ollie Carter got himself into a tangle which will be frustrating for himself. And of course, the Sussex supporters. Haynes, he was in at that point, 40 off 40, going along quite nicely.
Yeah, that looked like a lapse in concentration to me. It was an uncharacteristic shot compared to the rest of the innings, with the feet static and the hands away from the head. You have to remember that those are two guys who haven't played cricket for a while.
Yeah. But I also don't think we can take any credit away from how well Ben Gibbons bowled. That 6-over spell, going at 4 and over with 3 wickets to his name. Probably the pressure starting to tell on some of those Sussex batters as well.
So Gibbon obviously now out of the attack after bowling 6 on the bounce, saving a few from him, and a switch of ends for George O'Connor. It looked pretty good for a man on debut. A couple of loose deliveries, but otherwise pretty accurate with line and length. Tall man, flowing locks. Just clipped off his pads, Jack Leading, for his first boundary. Bat involved in that. So 4 runs to the former Kent batter. He'll be reunited with Matt Walker when he takes over as head coach here at Sussex at the end of the season.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie, wasn't it, from O'Connor? A little bit of sideways movement on it through the air, but started it off way too straight.
Better from O'Connor, refines his line. I suppose what he would have been thinking was, to the new batter, if I can just get him to fall over towards the offside with a straight one angled in, and the LBW comes into the discussion. But if you do get it wrong, then it'll tickle down off your legs. Guaranteed 4 runs, so a game of fine margins. Lovely shot, really, really nice shot from Jack Leaning. Again, just a touch too straight from O'Connor, who you can see is trying to target those pads, but that was a beautiful shot from Jack Leaning.
So well balanced, wasn't he? You have to be to play an on drive like that. He got a freebie earlier in the over. That one may be slightly over pitch from O'Connor, but he'd probably rather miss full than short, going for those wickets, and just gets punched down the ground.
9 runs off the over so far. They'll look for 2, and they will get it. So a very fruitful over for Sussex. No risks taken, but 11 runs from it. And George O'Connor just slightly erring, mainly on line, in that over to the right-handed Leaning, just a bit too leg-sidey. 136 for 3 after 23, so as we approach the halfway mark, I think Sussex will look at that score and think, yeah, reasonably happy with that. We'll probably be a little disappointed that one of the batters that got in earlier in innings isn't still there. But George Thomas is 28 off 27. looking to take on the role of someone who bats deep.
That's the excitement here, I think, for the Sharks, is they've got that insurance policy with that extended batting lineup today. They're able to go maybe a little bit harder than what they would do if their batting lineup stopped at, say, 7 or 8. Thomas continues just to rotate the strike, knock it around, hands it back over to Jack Leaning. But I think at this stage, I think both teams will be relatively happy with where they are. I think the Rapids will be happy they've got 3 wickets in the hutch already, and Sussex will be happy they've got 137 on the board. Nicely played, Leaning. Beats the dive at short mid-wicket. A long chase up towards the steps to the dressing rooms. Is hauled back in. I think Kashi Valley, which I'm sure will impress Tom Taylor that time around. But a nice shot. Leaning keeps the strike, adds another couple of runs to the tally. 13 off 12. Comfortable, leans on it into the offside. 140 now for the Sharks. So we get closer and closer towards drinks.
That buzz around the ground is getting more audible all the time, isn't it? As more people relax into their Friday afternoon.
Yeah, no better way to spend it, no better place to spend it.
There's something about a late Friday afternoon where you know you've got the whole weekend ahead of you. After a hard week at work, it's got to be up there with the best feelings of the week, hasn't it?
As you say, if you're enjoying some refreshments as well, sat in the sunshine.
Talking of refreshment, Thatcher's our sponsor today. Very appetising pint there on the screen. The official cider partner of Sussex cricket.
Would you like an official cider partner?
I've been trying for years. Lovely shot from George Thomas, who looks in great form. George O'Connor just starting to look a little expensive here as he asked over Erd with line and then over pitches with this first delivery of this, his 6th over.
Yeah, he's been asked a bit of a tough question here from Jake Libby, hasn't he? He's bowled 4 overs down the hill here at Hove. And then he's been asked to have a change of ends and steaming up the hill as well. And that will take a moment, won't it, for him to adjust and get his lengths right.
Yeah, Hove, of course, people talk about the Lord slope from left to right, but in terms of from one end to the other, very big slope here at Hove from the Cromwell Road end down to the sea end. And it does take bowlers a bit of time to work it out. I think Imran Khan famously said that he found it very difficult to begin with bowling here. As Tom Taylor energetically comes round and stops Jack Leaning from adding to his total. And then Julie collapses to the floor in exhaustion.
Yeah, the experienced, the leader of this bowling attack, just showing the standard and backing up his young debutant, which is nice to see, isn't it?
Yeah. As a bowler, sense that you're being backed up by your field, so important for your confidence in your and how you feel about what you're bowling. If you're bowling to your field and that field are doing their job, then always happy. So 2 balls left in the 25th over. And I'm pleased to say it's at the halfway point when I expect the players and umpires will be taking their drinks. We're going to have a special guest on the Sussex live stream here for 30 minutes or so. Introduce that guest in a moment. Short from O'Connor, but just one for Leaning, who pushes out into the offside, where then Gibbon does the fielding. 1 ball to come in this first half. So Dan, you're going to make way in a ball's time for our special guest. Your take on the first quarter of the game before you disappear for 15 minutes or so?
Pretty even so far. I think both sides will be happy with where they find themselves. Worcestershire will look to continue just to pick up wickets here and there, won't they, and slow the Sharks down.
Uppish, but safe from Thomas. Well fielded down there on the square leg boundary. So a single off the final ball, 7 runs from the over. Sussex 148 for 3 at the halfway point as the players and umpires take drinks. Dan's going to make way. Thank you, Dan, for those first 25 overs. Always great to be in your company. A late call up for Dan Jadzovic this morning. But brilliant to have you on the live stream. And we welcome into Dan's seat with his headset put on the wrong way. Good start. The wonderful Paul Weaver, of course, legend of Fleet Street, and now a soldier on the front line of the new media landscape. Paul, welcome. Great to have you here with us.
Thank you, Sam. Good to be here.
Of course, Paul, for many years, a writer at The Guardian, other newspapers as well?
Well, I'm told I'm the only cricket writer to have worked at a staff position on the News of the World and The Guardian. I mean, many people have worked for different papers as a freelance, but I was a staff writer, the cricket correspondent on the News of the World before trying to work my way up market via the Daily Mirror and Today newspaper to work at The Guardian, which was the paper I wanted to work for always. Yeah. And I had 25 years there and retired from The Guardian 10 years ago.
Well, it's good to have different registers, knowing different audiences, and of course retired from Fleet Street, but now a second life, as it were, as a digital journalist. You're, of course, one of the two behind Hove and Away, the dedicated website for all things Sussex cricket. How's that going?
Well, it's going very well with my co-editor Bruce Talbot. We're trying to fill the gap left by the regional press, if you like. We've got a typical example here in Brighton. We've got the Evening Argus, and you probably know Brian Owen, a very fine reporter. But he's the only reporter they've got, and with Brighton and Hove Albion faring very well in the Premier League, cricket doesn't get much of a show in the Argus, so we're trying to fill the gap, not only here but nationally. Counter Press have got they cover 17 of the 18 counties, and we're told by people who monitor them all that we have got the best of all the websites. We refresh it more often than anyone else, and when it comes to people paying into it, it's only £5 a month or £50 a year. We're second only to Surrey, which is a much bigger county, and we're only a handful of readers behind them. So we're doing very well.
No, well, I'm a paid-up subscriber, and you talk about the volume of content. It's very impressive that the two of you are producing that volume, but also of such high quality. So I do recommend people check it out. And it's such a good idea, like you say, where there is still this audience for dedicated coverage, and they haven't been served for, I guess, various reasons in the last few years. So to fill that gap is great, and I really hope it goes well. And it's obviously you're breaking stories, you're doing interviews, but you're also doing some nice retrospective pieces. Some I think you call it Sussex Gold on the website, sepia tinged photos.
Well, we've had a bit of Ranji, a bit of Julep. We're writing I was writing about Gary Sobers, who played a few times here. So we try to balance it between what is happening now and in the future with what has happened. We're talking about the oldest county in the country after all.
So we're back in action here at the county ground as Brett Oliveira is into the attack with a shout for LBW from his first delivery. We are sat behind George Thomas, the batter here, so didn't get a great look live on whether that was a good shout or not. I think that's probably pitched outside or certainly quite high as well, so not the worst shout, but I think the right decision. And down the ground comes Thomas for another single. And the counter press idea it comes from Sam Morset, who I think was the digital editor of the Cricketer.
He was, and I think he did a very good job at the Cricketer. I'm not sure. I think he wanted to take the magazine to a different level, and he couldn't get their agreement, and he left to strike out in his own, and he set up a website covering Swindon, where he lives. He's very much a Swindon Town supporter, and then he thought that he could widen it to include cricket. And as you will know as a reader, it's a very clean website, very easy to navigate. We don't take any credit for that. We are the publishers. We're totally...
Telling me you're not a web designer.
But it's well done. There's no advertising. But we are totally responsible for the content. And Bruce and I, well, we're mates anyway. We've written 3 books between us. So we're drinking buddies apart from anything else, going back many years. So we talk regularly about the content.
150 up for Sussex with the single off the ball before. Yeah, well, of course, not many people out there who you'd want covering Sussex cricket more than the two of you. Bruce, of course, for years the correspondent at the Argus, as you mentioned, during Sussex's golden decade, and like you say, you two writing the definitive account of that era as well, over a couple of books. Bowling change now at the C end, expensive end to George O'Connor's last spell. So the return of Tom Taylor, who has bowled 5 overs so far, gone for 38 runs, yet to take a wicket. And how the club been? Obviously, it's quite an interesting relationship where it's a dedicated outlet. It's great to have. You want the oxygen of publicity, but equally the integrity of being able to challenge and ask tough questions. How's that relationship with the club?
Well, we're very lucky to have had the full support of the club, not only from the top, from the chairman down, all the support staff, all the players have been right behind it. And I think everyone knows we have an independent voice, so we can be critical at times. But it's worked very well so far, and we've had access to everyone involved with the club. And I've been particularly delighted, I think, to get involved with the museum, and I know the chief executive here and the former chairman. Anyway, we're very much supporters of the museum, and I've enjoyed going on a couple of their roadshows lately.
And actually, from a journalistic point of view, as much as anyone following Sussex would absolutely wish it was otherwise, it's certainly been interesting times to launch a dedicated source for all things Sussex. Certainly been plenty going on.
A lot going on, and a lot still going on. And as you know, a number of players have gone. 8 players are due to run out of contract at the end of the season. We already know that 3 of them are moving on, but unfortunately there will be more. And it's very sad because at the beginning of the season, I thought the team spirit, the way the players got on with each other, was very, very, very good, very commendable. And it's a shame. It's very sad to see that breaking up. I've got to mention you brought up the books that Bruce and I wrote, and the first book we wrote here, The Longest Journey, commemorating the initial championship, won in 2003. And I couldn't help going into Waterstones to see if they had it in stock. You know, when you've written a book, you've never written a book before, and I couldn't find it anywhere in the cricket section.
Was this in Hove, Waterstones?
In Brighton,
right? Okay,
by the clock tower in Brighton, and I went up to the desk and I said, I can't see that. Everyone's talking about this wonderful cricket book, The Longest Journey, and I can't find it. And he looked it up on his computer and he said, well, we got one copy. I think you'll find it in the travel section.
And was it there?
It was.
So did you move it back?
I moved it back.
Yeah. How funny. I wonder how it ended up there. I suppose with a title like that, someone's gone,
Yes.
it must be a travel book.
A travel book,
Well, it was
yeah.
a long journey, wasn't it? From, 1839 to 2003.
Yes.
As seagulls just fly behind Tom Taylor, but no distraction for Jack Leaney. A good return to the attack from Tom Taylor. Just a single from that over. Sussex 152 for 3. So you still see a few royalty checks come in for that book, do you?
And I wouldn't say royalty checks. I've seen it on sale at the ground for a fiver. A bargain for a fiver.
Well, anyone tuning in from the ground today and get round to the book stand.
But it was great, a very enjoyable book to write, and it involved talking to not only that current team, but a lot of
Hold him.
players.
Just got his feet in a tangle there, George Thomas. We've been talking about Sussex losing wickets at bad moments with players set, and I'm afraid the same has happened again. If you're a Sussex fan, if you're a Worcestershire fan, you'll be delighted, because just when Sussex are building partnerships, wickets are falling. And I think George Thomas, who's used his feet so well in this innings so far, just yorked himself really there as the replay comes now. Yeah, it's a good ball from D'Oliveira. Lovely leg spinning delivery, pitching on middle and leg and taking the topper off. Lovely ball there, Paul.
Yeah, good ball. It's a pity that batting has been a bit of a problem all season, really, in every competition, and they must be looking at 300 plus here, but they need somebody to go on and get that 70, 80 or 100, don't they?
Yeah, the drift and the turn just led Thomas to overbalance there, and yeah, good bit of bowling from D'Oliveira. He goes for 39. Decent contribution, but like you said, Paul, and like we've been saying throughout, that's 3 players now with scores around 40 who have, or between 30 and 40 who have then got out. A runner ball for George Thomas, but he departs, and Sussex find themselves 4 down with 152 on the board, and an extra bit of oomph to the round of applause for this next man, John Simpson, who obviously has become a real hero to Sussex members and supporters for his contribution over the time he's been at the club. First game in this year's Metrobank One Day Cup. I think people will be pinning a lot of their hopes on John Simpson for the remainder of this innings. But he's a man with whom there's a lot of speculation as to whether he'll be here next year. If you want the scoop on that, I'm sure Hove and Away will be the place to go. Not expecting you to give up any secrets that you know here, Wees, but...
Well, we've already written that there's a rumour that he'll be moving to Trent Bridge
right
at the end of the season, but I can't get the club to confirm that.
Lots of flight from D'Oliveira, who nice to see a leg spinner in one-day cricket being brave and tossing it up. You see so many of them bowling it flat and letting the ball sort of skid on, but that last wicket was an illustration of some really good leg spin bowling.
Very good. I think it'd be nice to see John get a few runs. He's not played in the competition, has he, yet this season? So
exactly. I think a combination of, well, I was saying to Dan before you came on, Weaves, that a bit flat at that time from D'Oliveira, a good variation of his flight. That, you know, Sussex are so desperate to have a good push in the Championship, given where they are, that Simpson's absence was almost about keeping him fresh and making sure he was in that big shout for LBW. But I think that's turning down the leg side, looking threatening D'Oliveira. So, yeah, I'm not sure how much he was struggling with injury. I think it was more a case of you get yourself a bit of time away and we want you coming back for the back end of this tournament, just pitching outside leg more than anything. I think that one. Finding a bit of form in these last few games and hopefully doing the same in the Championship run-in. It really is. I do feel such a important end to the season in terms of where Sussex are in terms of mood and the vibe around the club going into what is going to be a challenging 2027.
Very challenging, and the run-in will be challenging with one game on top of another. They've got what, 6 matches to go, so I think they'll have to do a little bit of rotation within those matches. So that I think they're trying to get everyone, give everyone a bit of a rest, but at the same time have them match fit and ready for the challenge.
Yeah, and that will be the big challenge, won't it? Is squad depth. I think Sussex done so well actually in terms of staying in the hunt, given the injuries they've had and the fact that they haven't been allowed to even make emergency loans. Well, sorry, they haven't been allowed to make loan signings. I think the only time they would be allowed to do that was if they couldn't put a team out. Although it was interesting that have been given permission to sign Joey Everson from Kent for next season. So obviously, I don't know how these things work. You might know better than me, Paul, but obviously there's a tight overview of the balance sheet from the ECB, and they've obviously decided that with those leaving, there is a bit of fat in the wage bill which can be used to bring someone like Everson in. I don't know if you can shed some light on that.
Well, I'm glad that he's got a 3-year contract, because with all the restrictions on the club, everything is very, very tight. It almost feels that they're under administration, really.
Yeah. Well, they are, aren't they?
Yeah,
everything has to be signed off.
Effectively. But presumably, Joey Everson will be earning less than Henry Crocombe was, and certainly less than Henry Crocombe will be earning at Surrey. So, yeah, I look forward to seeing Joey. I hear he's a talented all-rounder.
Yeah, and I guess he'll be reuniting with Matt Walker, who will know him well from his Kent days. So he'll obviously, Matt Walker will have had the rubber stamp, I guess, on, well, the ECB will have the rubber stamp, but Matt Walker will have nodded that through as someone he would like to add to the squad.
And Jack Leaney may have had him put there too, a former Kent player.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, bit of a Kent influence now with Paul Farbrace, of course, staying on as director of cricket. Matt Walker coming in as head coach. Everson joining Jack Leaney, two formerly Kent men. Before I swap out for Dan, I just wanted to get your reflections or your memories of a particular match. Stuff from Taylor, just a wide before that delivery, but just that and a single off this over so far, with the run rate heading in the opposite direction to that Sussex would like. Of course, these two teams involved in the first Gillette Cup final, 1963. How old were you then, Louise? That's not a rude question.
11.
Do you remember it?
No, I don't remember it. We lived in my dad's a Londoner lived in Surrey, came from Surrey, but my mother was Irish, and my dad went over to Ireland to be a farmer there, and I was born there. So he only came. He wanted to come back to England, which we did in 1962, and then we moved to Leicestershire, and then very cruelly we moved from there to Lincolnshire and then Suffolk, which both minor counties.
Yeah.
So we didn't move back into proper cricket territory until we moved back here in 1968. Moved back to Brighton in '68, and so I don't have any memories of '63 and followed by beating Warwickshire in '64, of course. So the first two Gillette Cups won by Ted Dexter and Jim Parks and that lot.
3 runs off the over, 2 singles and a wide. Sussex 157 for 4. Well, maybe Dan can talk to you about how you got into cricket with that interesting backstory. I'm going to hand back to Dan. You stay where you are, Weaves, and Dan will pick up with Basil D'Oliveira starting his next over at the Siet, his 3rd over.
Yeah, leg spin to continue here in the One Day Cup. Finally poised and balanced this first innings as we get the slog sweep from Simpson to get his first boundary of the afternoon, 161 for 4. So, yeah, an on-the-move childhood by the sounds of it. How and where did cricket first come into?
Peripatetic childhood. My dad used to go to the Oval in the 20s and watch the great Jack Hobbs and Herbert Strudwick. And in fact, the very first article I wrote in 1970 for the Brighton and Hove Gazette was about Herbert Strudwick, who was 90 years old in 1970. Wow. And it makes me feel old when I think that Herbert Strudwick started playing cricket in the 19th century. That makes me feel a bit old, in the 1890s. So it's a long time ago.
Coach's dream, that from Simpson. Boundary in a single, gets down the other end. And I think what we sometimes forget with this sport that we love is the history that's associated to it and how much history we have.
Yes.
Sam mentioned about the oldest playing county here, but you can go further back than that in Sussex, can't you, as well? I mean, one of the clubs down towards Arundel itself, where Sussex played very recently, is nearing a 300th anniversary at Slindon.
Yes.
So much history available in this county.
Yeah. I went the other day, I went to Brightling and talked to Mike Buss. Mike Buss and Tony Buss were both born in Brightling. And I looked at the historical record, and they played their opening game against Robertsbridge in 1751. And they're not even one of the oldest clubs. So it's a great... that great feeling of history. That, I mean, the game was invented, wasn't it, in the Weald, whether it was here or Surrey or Kent or Hampshire. The game began here, which is a great feeling.
Nice to lay claim to it, though, isn't it?
Mm.
Yeah. And spoilt for choice when it comes to writing those articles and those books about it. What have you made of today? Over that halfway stage, we're getting to that kind of crucial point with 20 overs to go.
Yeah, it looks a good wicket, doesn't it? I think they'll be looking to kick on well beyond 300 from here, but they need somebody to play that major innings, and both these men have the experience to do it. I think one of these two has got to get 70 or 80.
Yeah, feels like Sussex have been crying for that partnership to have been built, and they've tried, haven't they? It was 60 odd for the first wicket, and that was broken. Then another 20 before Haynes was dismissed, another 40.
Yeah.
You say you're kind of waiting for that 50 partnership, 60, 70, 80. They say, don't they, 20 overs to go in a List A game, double it from here, it takes it up to what, 320 plus, which I think would certainly put Sussex in a very, very strong position as Tom Taylor continues his work.
Well, it would. And mentioning that 1963 final, against Worcestershire. I mean, I was only a boy, I didn't know anything about it. But that initial Gillette Cup final, which is the forerunner of this, became the NatWest Trophy and the C&G Trophy, now the One Day Cup. And that initially, in 1963, it was played over 65 overs. So now we're down to 50. But even when they played over 65 overs, a score of 300 or 350 was kind of considered, not even considered. I mean, they're talking about 250 being a good total then.
Unheard of. How much the game has changed as well. I suspect a lot of that's going to be down to that influence of T20 cricket and the power now that these guys have.
Yeah. I mean, you don't tend to have that consolidation, do you, in the longer one-day game? It's like a long, elongated 20-over game.
It certainly feels that way, and I think that's what we're going to be in for this final 20 overs. Simpson and Leaning in the middle for the Sharks. Simpson picks up another one, takes his tally into double figures. And a long batting lineup as well. Ollie Robinson down there at number 9. Scored that incredible 100 earlier this year. Named in that 16-man squad to take on Pakistan for those first 2 test matches, which could be a huge influence on Sussex's back end of this summer.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he bowled really well here at the beginning of the season. Didn't always get the reward that he deserved, but you know, he'll be missed. But he bowled so well against New Zealand. You've got to fear that he'll feature in that final England 11, don't you?
I think so. I think he should do.
Yeah,
I do. I think he's as good as, if not the best in the country to do what Ollie Robinson does. I don't think there's many others that can do what he does as well as what he can. So if I had any say in the matter, which I don't, he'd be on my team sheet. That is for certain.
And then the big talking point is, will he get a central contract? And looking at it from the local point of view, no one really would like to see him disappear to England, but it would it would make a big cut in the wage bill, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Very quick couple of runs taken that time from Leaning and Simpson. Yeah, I would imagine it's been a challenging summer down here this summer with the news being broken, and obviously yourself there being able to report on it. It's almost been it must be quite a tough one to remain positive about what has gone on, but there are positive signs.
Well, there are, and I think that I went to Arundel the other day, and they had a crowd there, between 4,000 and 5,000. I think the marketing men here have done a very good job, because although they haven't really been competitive in this competition, they've won one game out of 5, I think. Yep. The crowds have held up very well, and I think there's a great feeling of okay, things have been handled badly on the financial front at the club, but there's a great love for the club, and it's not the fault of the players, and people want to come and see them do well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's prime position as well, isn't it, down on the seafront?
Yes.
One of the bigger populations of Sussex as well, with Brighton and Hove. One of the oldest counties, as you mentioned. You had passed down generation to generation as D'Oliveira continues with that leg spin, crying out for that extra fielder. You always want one more, don't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Partnership just starting to build nicely between Leaning and Simpson as that single up to long on is taken once again. How long is it before Worcestershire try and plug that gap and make Sussex hit the ball somewhere else here? And how about the playing squad? Who's impressed you so far in 2026? Who are those youngsters coming through? And
well, we've in recent matches in the One Day Cup, we've been able to look at a number of young bowlers like Ollie Kirtley and Freddie Price, and my one worry, I've got more than one worry, but I think my major concern is the fact I don't see many young batters kind of coming through. Hopefully George Thomas kind of will I've seen a bit of him. I like what I see, but I'd like to see more homegrown talent.
Monster from Simpson. Slog sweep, poor delivery from D'Oliveira. Long over deep mid wicket, all the way for a maximum 179 for 4. Yeah, George Thomas looks a very exciting cricketer. I always take my hat off to those youngsters that take themselves away from their comfort zone, took himself away from Somerset in search of first team opportunities, and I think that needs to be recognised.
Yes.
Charlie Tier as well, another youngster that looks really promising down here.
Yeah, I like the look of Charlie Tier. I mean, there's not much to him. He looks more like a jockey than a thumping batter, but he can get the ball away. He's a very sweet timer, isn't he? Especially on the leg side.
And a handy wicket keeper as well.
Yeah.
Scotland international, good pedigree.
And he can play a long innings. He's got 150 in this competition, but he got that triple 100 for the second 11. Whatever level you play at, if you get a triple 100, you've got good concentration.
Absolutely right. Absolutely. It's volume of runs, isn't it? And a triple 100 in the twos is going to be worth plenty when it comes to first 11 cricket. End of another over. That's 32 now have been complete here at Hove. It's 181 for 4. So 18 overs to go, leaning on 26, Simpson on 18. What are you hoping for from this stage? What's your first innings number that you'd take right now?
Right, we have to have a look. So they're up to 5, they're over 5.5, 18 to go. If these two stay in, I think 18, another 130 from that, maybe 140.
Just ticking over that 300 mark.
Yeah, 320 maybe.
And do you think, I asked Sam the question earlier, when Sussex were 1 or 2 down, I said, do you think Jake Libby would be happy with that as a number, having won the toss and elected to have a bowl first, if they were walking off with chasing down 320 plus?
320. I think they got off to a better start at Sussex than he would have hoped. I think at this stage, I think probably 315, 320 he'd probably be happy with. But I think Sussex might hope to push on to 330, 340.
Yeah, I think so. With a few extra batters, a bit more power to add.
Yeah.
In the middle as well. Spin from both ends now. Fateh Singh replaces Tom Taylor here from the C end. So he's going to have that short leg side boundary to contend with, which we've seen John Simpson. Sorry, short offside boundary in this particular angle. A long leg side, which they're just getting their fielders in position. Interestingly, that fielder at long leg, quite a long way off the rope. Simpson, who uses his feet, gets a thick inside edge, and it's going to run up the hill for a couple. Just starting to go through the gears, John Simpson, in this innings. And what have you got up your sleeve next with your journalistic hat on? What articles can we expect to see from you? What's your next book? Have you got anything?
Can't possibly tell.
Can't divulge. Trade secrets hid away, dragged down, or just be... Simpson's coming back for 2. Very well run.
Well, the next article will be an interview with the new chairman, Ed Warner. We did that. A few of us did that this morning. That'll be available tomorrow morning. And I believe the report on the financial goings on at the club will be coming out tomorrow too. So that'll be very interesting. No book planned at this moment.
Not yet. Not yet. At least that's what you're going to say to us anyway. Off air could be a different story.
Oh no, if I had one, I'd want to advertise it.
Get the plugs in. Paddle sweep from Simpson. Another boundary. Excellent this from the keeper batter. Moves to 26. Striking over 100. This partnership is starting to build. And Worcestershire will just have one eye on the way that this scoreboard is increasing here. 190 for 4 now. Very busy cricketer, John Simpson. Very experienced partnership in the middle there with Jack Leaning as well. Nine runs off this fatacing over so far, and it will just be 9 as well. Dot ball to finish, 2 dot balls to end the over. 17 overs to go, 190 for 4. Simpson and Leaning going very nicely out there in the middle. Welcome back, Sam Keir.
Thanks, Dan. Always good to have Paul Weaver joining us.
A bowling change.
A man who's seen a lot of cricket over the years here at the county ground. And great to have people giving county cricket the journalistic attention it deserves. Hove and Away is Paul and Bruce Talbot's dedicated Sussex cricket website. Subscriber myself and would highly recommend it.
We got a game on, Sam, as well. 17 overs to go. Ben Allison back into the attack.
Yeah, and you take a snapshot of the scorecard now, or the score. You go 190 for 4 after 33.1 overs. Sussex are well placed. I think their only concern will be what a good score is on this pitch, and B, have they squandered partnerships. So we've had partnerships. The first wicket partnership 67, second for 15, and then partnerships of 40, 30, and then this one not out 38. Need one of those to go big, don't you?
I think that's the worry, isn't it? From the Sharks' perspective, those partnerships just haven't really provided much in terms of a big number. The Rapids have been able to break them when they've started to develop. That opening one was the biggest of the day at 67. Since then, there's been, 20s, 40s. This one now worth around 40 as well.
Yeah, which is fine if they keep coming. But what you don't want to do is run out of steam, right? So I think this will be an important partnership.
It will. The challenge for the pair in the middle is going to be the gears that they're going to need to go through to put a decent number on the board and get up above 300. And I don't think they need to jump suddenly from, say, 3rd to 6th, but they will need to accelerate. And Simpson's doing that nicely.
So very early in the innings, that score predictor WASP on the bottom of your screen there had it somewhere just over 300. That's where it is now. I have to say 300 does feel only just about par for me. I think Worcestershire would be reasonably happy chasing anything around that 300 mark with that short boundary on one side and a pitch that certainly hasn't contained any demons. In fact, I'd say has come on nicely for the batters. So credit to Worcestershire as well. I think they're keeping Sussex in check with those regular wickets and certainly haven't had too many big overs in the last, during this partnership, although that partnership's building nicely.
Yeah, they'll know that the Sharks will accelerate at some point. Obviously, they've got 6 overs to go before they can put another fielder out on the rope. Quite happy to be watchful at the moment.
Yeah, interesting that they've brought Ben Allison into the attack at this point. So he took the new ball from this end, from the other end, our end, now bowling from the Cromwell Road end. I think they feel that if they can break this partnership, then that puts them right on top.
Yeah, they'll be desperate to see the back of one of these two. I think the CVs that Jack Leaning and John Simpson come with bat in hand is formidable, isn't it? They'll know how dangerous these cricketers can be. Mentioned about a long batting lineup for the Sharks, and that is accurate. It's Finn Hudson-Prentice next, Jack Carson, Ollie Robinson, but you're very much into your bowling all-rounders, aren't you, at that stage? You can certainly do damage, but these are the two that are going to turn, say, a 285, a 290 into a 335, a 340 maybe, if they can spend some time in the middle here.
Yeah, one bit of good news for Sussex so far, they have been able to score reasonably freely off Fateh Singh, the Worcestershire Rapids leading wicket taker in this competition so far. He's got none for 26 from his 4 overs so far. And he's bowling to John Simpson, who has 28 from 25. That's another run to that total.
Interesting that he's only bowled, well, this is his 5th over. I've started to see a few more games in this one-day cup. Sam, that actually spin's been bowled at the death in that final 10 overs.
Yeah, we saw it at Arundel where Critchley for Essex was asked to bowl right at the death as well. So obviously this is the 35th over, so we've gone from 2 balls to 1. That playing condition where you start with a new ball at each end and then the fielding side choose which one they want to carry on with for the remainder of the innings after 34. I don't know who that favours, batter or bowler, probably largely irrelevant, right?
Yeah, and I wonder whether that's a point where spinners have been bowled at the end. I wonder where that ball, where it gets softer and more pace is taken out of it with the spinners, whether that has been part of the reason as to why some of the captains have held their twirlers back.
Yeah, that's a good point. Because whereas if you were using one ball, you'd get to the 30 over mark, and it's a 30 over ball. If you are bringing someone into the attack in the 30th over, then they're actually only bowling with a 15 over old ball. So that's an interesting take, and that spinners being pushed back a bit because of that.
Might be nonsense. It might be miles off the mark.
I think you could argue the case for sure. Down the track, out to the man on the boundary and taken, and John Simpson tosses his bat in disgust because he knows he's given that away. It's Ben Gibbon who takes an easy catch down on the boundary. Didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, did Simpson. Used his feet, but good bowling from Singh, who just dragged his length back, and he just didn't get hold of it, did he?
No, it's not a huge hit straight here at Hove, is it? Simple catch for Ben Gibbon. Simpson tried to create that, wanted to arguably go straighter. He triggered outside off stump before Fateh Singh released that, and I'm sure the Rapids spinner would have noticed it. Just cramped him for a bit of room and ended up serving up a bit of catching practice down on the boundary. But he's gone for 30, and it's another one of those Sharks partnerships that's just failed to really kick on here.
Yeah, I think John Simpson, excuse me, his reaction said it all, didn't it? It's another batter who gets in and then gets out for Sussex. Another partnership in or around the 40 mark. That one worth 45. 46, I should say.
Sussex Sharks wearing number 33. Please welcome Finn Hudson-Prentice.
So Simpson goes, and Finn Hudson-Prentice replaces him with Sussex on 198 for 5. Clever bowling from Fateh Singh.
Yeah, showing exactly why he's up the sharp end of the wicket takers in this competition so far. I say, you would have noticed that John Simpson triggered outside off stump to try and create the angle, try and take him down the ground, back over his head, but he cramped him for room, which meant that he ended up going onto the leg side. And as I say, it was a simple catch down on the boundary rope for Ben Gibbon. Didn't really have to move, and 198 for 5, the Sharks, with 15 overs to go still. It's just starting to look like a bit of an ordinary position for Sussex at this stage of the game. They're crying out for a partnership. Jack Leaning on 31. Allison down the slope here and just tucks up the experienced middle order batter.
Yeah, batting to come, but you want to get to that 40 over mark knowing that you've got some firepower left in the hut, and ideally someone well set. So a lot resting on Jack Leaning now, but this is the kind of role he really relished at Arundel. And if Sussex's lower order can bat round him, then they have still got a chance of a competitive total, but they would rather not be 5 down at this stage, you think, as Hudson Prentice plays straight. Almost a tickle on it from Allison. I don't know whether Leaning would have been... Sorry, yes, Leaning would have been concerned about making his ground.
Yeah, it's the fall of the wickets is just stifling the moment that the Sharks can really start going through the gears. It's getting close each time, and you think, oh, we're going to get a little bit of acceleration here. As that's powerfully struck through the offside. Round of applause for the boundary for Leaning. Over pitch from Allison. And Leaning cashes in through the offside. And it's one of those, you think there's going to be that next bit of acceleration. The wicket falls, just slows things down a fraction. Finn Hudson-Prentice is going to have to get himself in. Leaning's going to have to be mindful of not wanting to lose another wicket and being too aggressive, but that glorious cover drive does bring up the 200 for the Sharks. 14 and a half overs to go. Now look for 2 here as they waited well enough, and they'll settle on the single. Over to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Can he be the man to build the partnership with Jack Leaning?
You've got some fans in on the chat, Dan.
Oh, it's lovely to have so many people tuning in and watching.
People are very excited that you're making a guest appearance on the Sussex live stream.
It's great to be here. They call it good old Sussex by the Sea for the reason.
Especially on a day like today, where, as you can tell from our pictures, it's a glorious place to be. Oh, and that's hit him on the head.
Yeah, he's taking evasive action, isn't he? He's going to end up with 4-leg byes, I think. Umpires just, yeah, it's going to be 4-leg byes. They will get a check to see whether that has come off the helmet. It sounded like it had. But judging by the reaction of Finn Hudson-Prentice, he looks completely okay.
Definitely came off the helmet, which means you get this mandatory concussion test, which you're quite right too. It's actually a great glancing header into the side netting, you know. It's
handy runs, isn't it, for the Sharks?
Headed 4, you don't see many of those.
How do you feel about leg byes?
Yeah, fair enough.
See, I don't know. I think it's more, should that just go down to the batter? It's come off you. Like if you've gloved something, you're still out, but you've not hit it.
Yeah, but I guess if it hit your shoulder, that would be leg byes, wouldn't it?
Well, it would, but you've still been part of it. Maybe we need to extend the cricket bat.
We'll end up with batters just trying to
kick it,
nod it around. Yeah. No, I don't mind that being leg byes. It's the physio just runs through her checks with Finn Hudson-Prentice. But as you said, Dan, I think his initial response, it sort of hit him right on the top of the helmet, most well protected bit of both the skull and the helmet. So I think he's fine.
It was a well-directed bumper, wasn't it? They've been few and far between in this game. I haven't seen many short balls from the Rapids seamers, but that really was a good pace, a good height, and it tracked Hudson-Prentice as well. Tried to get underneath it, wasn't able to do so.
productive over so far from Sussex, one way or another. That's a lovely shot for 4 from leaning, and then a slightly less conventional way with the same end result in terms of adding runs to the total from Finn Hudson-Prentice. 9 runs off the overs so far.
And a solid end to it from the Sussex all-rounder. End of the over, 207 for 5, 14 overs to go here at the county ground in Hove. And Wasp now is showing 295. I think Sussex are going to have to bat very, very well for 14 overs to get up around that 295 number.
Yeah, it's just difficult to tell, isn't it? Because I think the range of where Sussex could end up is anywhere from 250 to 330, isn't it? Which I guess makes 295 about bang on in the middle of that range. Fateh Singh into his 3rd over of this spell, his 6th over overall. He has a long on, a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, as well as a deep cover as his 4 men permitted outside the 30-yard circle. Shout for LBW, but going down leg side, you can see that quite clearly.
Clearly the danger man as well, isn't he, Fateh Singh? 14 overs left in the innings, and Fateh Singh's got 5 of them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about taking regular wickets, isn't it? Is means that a captain, Jake Libby in Worcestershire's case, can rotate his bowlers in the way he likes, rather than it being dictated to him by a batting side. Not too many bowlers apart from maybe O'Connor, who have been hit out of the attack temporarily. Singh with a short run up, just a few steps. Tall man.
Yeah, and he's got 4 overs, isn't he, for out of Brett D'Oliveira as his bit of an insurance policy in the middle.
He's bowled really well and got an important wicket of George Thomas. Good stuff from Singh, who starts with 4 dots to this over. So when the pressure starts to build on a batting side who are conscious of that time running out between now and the end of the innings. Really good from Singh. Just a single off that one.
There's a real squeeze on here for the Rapids too. Yes, they've got those 4 fielders on the rope, which they're entitled to do so, but Tom Taylor, mid-wicket, who's on the square. Jake Libby himself, the skipper, extra cover on the square. I can't quite make out who that is at point, but he's on the square as well. And D'Oliveira steaming in at backward point.
Single to finish the over. Just 2 runs from it. 209 for 5 with 13 overs still available to Sussex. You are watching the Sussex Cricket live stream, live from Hove. Thatcher's today's match sponsor. A big thank you to Thatcher's for sponsoring the match and keeping everyone refreshed. A few glasses that need refilling there, Dan.
You'll get one. I think you'll get one. You'll get one as the game goes on. Sam Keir, Sussex commentator, powered by Thatcher's. It's got a good ring to it.
If you could have any, when you see players sponsored by a local business or
yes,
if you could choose one type of sponsor, which meant you got a few freebies, what would it be?
Oh, Thatcher's would be up there. it's a tipple choice through the summer, isn't it? A nice haze, nice Thatcher's haze. 209 for 5. Hudson-Prentice gets tested with the short ball again, and safely in the leg side. Goes up to 2. Yeah, I suppose like a motoring business would be handy, wouldn't it? Just get given the keys to something for a year and not have to worry about. That's quite practical and boring though. Whereas just having like lorry loads of cider turn up, that sounds quite good fun.
Let us know on the chat on YouTube. That could be our next topic of this conversation. What would be your ideal sponsor if you were a county cricketer, and especially if it involved a few freebies?
2-11 for 5. Have you given it much thought in the past, or is this your opportunity to give it a mull over?
This is a bit weird, but
okay, steady on.
My vice in life is I like buying stationery, like pens. I've got a ridiculous collection of pens.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't know,
Staples.
yeah, or paper chase or something like that.
Yeah.
Ryman's. Not very exciting, I know, but an endless supply of nice pens would be nice.
Hey, whatever gets you going, Sam. And if it's stationary, then who are we to judge? It's Prentice going for the big shot to the leg side, ends up badgers him in the stomach. 2-11 for 5. I don't know whether you'd be fighting off much competition.
What, for the free pens?
It could be a safe bet.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for a nice new pen, or most of them then never get used, just sit on my desk. Bob on the live stream would like to be sponsored by Harvey's Brewery, who were our match sponsor at Arundel.
Equally delicious on a day like today.
An energy company would be good. Pay your electricity bill.
Yeah, that would be handy. Any form of insurance.
HMRC.
Now we're dreaming. Now we're dreaming. Good over again, this from Allison. Just cannot get hold of him. Something's going to happen. Hudson Prentice goes for a massive shot in front of square on the leg side. Gets just enough on it to beat Kashif Ali down there on the boundary. Does get 4. It's a real plan here for Allison to bowl short at Hudson Prentice. And he does make connection. About the 3rd time of asking and gets to the boundary.
Lots of people choosing their favourite brewery as their sponsor. The C40 just says any company with loads of money.
Down the leg side, wide signal. That's one thing that up until that point, not really spent much time taking note of, and I think this says a lot. That's the 5th wide that the Rapids have bowled in this innings so far. They have been so disciplined. There's been 11 extras. 6 of them have been leg buys, 4 of which have come off the helmet very recently of Finn Hudson Prentice. That's a very, very disciplined bowling attack and display from the Rapids here on the south coast. Takes a bit of pace off. Hudson Prentice gets the inside edge, takes the single.
And I think that's been borne out by the way Sussex have been relatively capable of just keeping things ticking over, but it's when they've looked to accelerate, that pressure and that discipline from Worcestershire has led to a number of batters' downfall. So, yeah, I agree. They've bowled really well. I think Jake Libby will be pretty pleased with his charges so far, especially after a decent power play 1 for Sussex. Well, Jake Libby, I think, deciding to go for the juggler a little bit here. Got Sussex slightly on the ropes. And if he can, I think he knows if he can nip a couple more out, then they're well on top. And that's why he's bringing in the man that has taken 3 of the 5 wickets so far. Ben Gibbon returning for his 7th over at the sea end. He's got figures of 3 for 24 from his 6, and he's been exceptional.
He's been brilliant. I wonder if this is a match-up thing as well, with Hudson Prentice taking the single off that final ball of the last over. Got 2 men out on the hook on the leg side.
He does like to play that shot, you're right. Oh, and he advances. Hudson Prentice gets a thick outside edge, not where he's looking to send that one. There's a big gap over at the long off, deep extra cover region. But Hudson Prentice squirts that behind square for 1.
Still holding 4 overs of Fateh Singh back as well. I guess you get that extra protection with 5 on the rope in that final 10 overs. The older, softer ball.
Yeah, all adds more to your theory about spinners bowling more in these death overs with this playing regulation of 2 balls becoming 1 and that extra man in the final 10 overs. It's nicely played by leading. Cover there out on the cover boundary from Kashif Ali, who's spent most of the day down there, hasn't he?
He has, under the watchful glare of Tom Taylor for a lot of it too. Very exciting cricketer though, Kashif Ali.
Yeah, agreed.
He and Isaac Mohammed, very excited to watch the pair of those go about their business later on today.
Isaac Mohammed, Moeen Ali's nephew?
Correct, yeah.
That's a lovely shot from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Kashif Ali's got work to do, but he won't get there. 4 runs, really nice shot from Finn Hudson-Prentice, just over pitched from Gibbon, who's got to be a little bit careful he doesn't go chasing wickets here. 3 already. I think he'll do well just to continue to hammer away at a line and length, which has served him so well. There's another nearly empty pint pot on the telly, and there it is, empty. Well done, sir. See how quickly he gets up for his refill. Oh, wow. And a bit of aggression from Hudson-Prentice. Elegance, the shot before this time. Bit of stand and deliver, bludgeon that one straight back. And Jack Leaning does well to take evasive action. Another 4, back-to-back 4s. Finn Hudson-Prentice showing what a dangerous player he is.
Yeah, well, I think if the Rapids and Jake Libby hadn't have read the script, I think they've probably seen it now. Sussex planning here for Jack Leaning just to take this innings as deep as he possibly dare. And Finn Hudson-Prentice, with the insurance of Jack Carson and Ollie Robinson, and time running out in this innings, has been sent out with a little bit of a licence. Very, very expansive. Started almost in 5th gear. 16 off 11, and has brought about a long conversation there between Taylor, Gibbon and Libby.
Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice with by far the highest strike rate of Sussex's main batters. Before this game, a strike rate of 125. That's loose, really, from Gibbon, but he gets away with it thanks to that man we were talking about a moment ago. Kashif out on the cover boundary. Yeah, Finn Hudson-Prentice has played 4 matches, obviously missed the last game. 158 runs, only an average of 52.66, 1 not out there, and that strike rate of 125.39. His top score coming against Glamorgan, 63 in that match. He made 50 as well against Yorkshire. That's just 30 balls, that one. So he's a very useful man to be coming in at number 7. He's got 17 off 12. Sussex have 229 for 5 with 1 over remaining off power play 2. And we're getting a switch of ends for Fateh Singh. Interestingly, the physiotherapist is back out chatting to Finn Hudson-Prentice. I guess a follow-up check following the hit on the helmet a couple of overs ago. Taken very seriously, any blow to the head, quite rightly. Is the physio for Sussex. I think she's giving Finn Hudson-Prentice the all clear. Certainly doesn't seem to have suffered any ill effects with some of those shots in the previous over.
No, he's striking the ball as well as anybody, isn't he? Which is good to see. Good to see all okay for Hudson-Prentice. 17 off 12, 229 for 5, leaning on 40. Fateh Singh with 4 overs to go, 1 for 32 so far for the slow left armour. Leaning still quite happy just to knock the ball around, waiting for that opportune moment to put his foot down as we get towards the final 10 overs of this innings. 4 out in front of square, cover point, long off, long on, and a deep square for Finn Hudson-Prentice, who gets on the sweep and gets it very fine. It's going to run down the hill here. There's going to be no stopping it. Hudson-Prentice gets another boundary, moves into the 20s, 21 off 13 now for the Sussex all-rounder.
Yeah, shots all around the ground. Finn Hudson-Prentice looking dangerous here.
And this is where Jake Libby wants another fielder. And they're going to put 2 on the reverse sweep with D'Oliveira and Isaac Mohammed, but they're not going to put anybody down at fine leg for the orthodox sweep as yet. It's I mentioned earlier, a coach's dream. Sam, boundary 1. Thanks very much.
Intelligent stuff from Hudson-Prentice, not getting carried away. Big loss to Sussex at the end of the season when he goes to Hampshire.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it? As with so many others, but obviously started here, went away, came back again. Through the offside, can't get underneath it, can't get it straight enough, will just be 1. Kind of feels like a cricketer that's almost synonymous with modern day Sussex cricket, really, Finn Hudson-Prentice. She grew up in around Burgess Hill, East Grinstead as well. Down the leg side, quicker and flatter from Fateh Singh. He's tried to follow Jack Leaning, and Leaning's just squeezed the bat on it on the sweep, and another boundary down to fine leg. Good over for the Sharks as we get into the final 10 overs.
Yeah, 12 runs from the over, very productive for Sussex, exactly what they needed towards the end of that second power play. And Fateh Singh, who, as Dan rightly said, had plenty of overs left in the tank. Well, Sussex are going to see if they can make the most of them. Wasn't the greatest over, was it, from Singh? A lot of stuff down the leg side, which allowed both Leaning and Hudson-Prentice to sweep. Some discussion. Oh, just are you coming over or round? Says Jack Leaning. And the answer is over for the left arm of Gibbon. Hudson-Prentice on 23 of 15. Not the prettiest shot he's played so far, as he looks to hit Gibbon down the ground. In the end, squirts out to the man on the square leg boundary for a single, Leaning on 46 from 56 balls.
Yeah, that was the shot that Finn Hudson-Prentice just rehearsed there, that I think he tried to play the ball before. It's been entertaining, isn't it? 24 off 16. I think it'd be fair to say that he's really kind of injected some life into this first innings here for the Sharks. Managed to get that run rate back up to 6, which of course would take the home team up towards 300 in this first innings, but they'll be hoping for a few more than that.
Another single. Yeah, another useful partnership. This now worth 45. Partnership so far for Sussex, 67 for the first wicket, 15 for the second, then 40, 30, 46, and now 45. So contributions throughout. Is this the partnership, though, that takes Sussex to a score they'll be happy with? That'll help, because that is 6 runs from Finn Hudson-Prentice. Picked that up very nicely indeed. Picked the length got underneath it and sent it sailing over into the Players Club area here, and that brings up the 50 partnership from just 33 balls. Thanks largely to Finn Hudson-Prentice coming in and from ball one, seeing the ball very nicely indeed. Not to underestimate the role of Jack Leaning, but you can see there in that partnership, Hudson-Prentice 30 of the runs, Jack Leaning 16, and Finn Hudson-Prentice's head the other 4.
Yeah, what an injection of life this has been. We've been crying out for another 50 partnership, haven't we, for the Sharks? And the all-rounders walked out and quickly delivered with this 30 off 17. You say Jack Leaning playing a very, very important part to it. It'll be interesting to see when Leaning elects to go through the gears himself.
I think once Hudson-Prentice is there and playing like this, he'll be happy to just continue to get him on strike, I guess. I think there was a bit of a crowd catch there, wasn't it, from those of supporters here who didn't have the best view. There's a bit of a oh from some disappointed fans, but don't worry, home fans, straight into the ground. Gibbon just having to reassess. It went so well for him in his first spell. That could be 4 as well for Finn Hudson-Prentice. It will be. He's looking in fine fettle. 34 now from 19 balls.
Yeah, and you can
Crucial
see
innings.
Gibbons just a bit under pressure, can't you? He's not quite got his line right. He's not got his length right. That one was over pitched. Bit of width on offer allowed Hudson-Prentice just to open the bat face on it to bring up the 250 for Sussex. He's got the 3 fielders out on the leg side, but then he's not going to want to go too straight because it's the short side of the ground. It's a real battle here for Libby and Gibbon. Be tempted, would you, to try and hide the ball outside off stump? Deep cover, long off, deep backward point and try and hide it that side of the ground, maybe.
Yeah, I think experience telling here. Hudson-Prentice, experienced cricketer, and adding another 4 to his total, making that a very productive over for the home side. 16 runs from it. And Ben Gibbon, who had looked so excellent in his first spell, getting a little bit of tap here now as Sussex look to put their foot down on the throttle for the final 9 overs. 59 this partnership now. Just 7 runs behind, or 8 runs behind that opening partnership of 67 runs.
Timing it so sweetly, isn't he? It's only really been Tom Haynes earlier on this afternoon that's walked out there and found the timing of this surface quite so quick, and as quick as what Finn Hudson-Prentice has. 38 off 20, 257. And Wasp, which is an interesting measure, now showing 327 for the Sharks with 9 overs to go.
Just add the sort of pessimistic tone to thing. I think it does show that this is a very good batting wicket. And I think Sussex will still have that slight tinge of regret that someone prior to Finn Hudson-Prentice hadn't quite managed to push on. No scores of 50, individual scores of 50 yet in this innings.
Yeah, well, the man...
Everyone getting started. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the man nearest is the man on strike now, isn't it? Jack Leaning, 47 off 57, 9 to go. Fateh Singh back into the attack. No fielder down at fine leg, so the sweep is still on. That's excellently well bowled.
Took the pace off, didn't he? And made Leaning, almost gave him so much time to think, followed him as he took a step to the onside.
Goes that angle again. Gets that squarer, so that one will be cut off. And will just be the single. I always find it fascinating. You think about the risk associated to the reverse sweep, but not in the professional game. They've got 2 fielders there on the reverse sweep for both Leaning and Hudson-Prentice. Just how confident people are now to play that. And that's a wicket-taking position, isn't it, for D'Oliveira and Tom Taylor? They really don't want to allow what's quite an easy shot in the modern game. Taylor's got a couple of overs left. He'll be back into the attack before long. 258 Fireworks from Hudson Prentice. Slow to react out on the boundary rope, but he does get 4, skewed away over the offside. Another boundary, and the runs are flowing off the bat of the Sussex all-rounder. He's on 42 now, striking at 200, Sam.
Yeah, this is some innings. And Sussex were in danger of petering out, I thought, when he came to the crease.
Swept very hard. Another 4 back-to-back for Hudson Prentice. Offside, now leg sides, and Fateh Singh stands and casts a thoughtful shadow on his follow-through, wondering where he can go next.
I don't want to be too Sussex-centric because I'm aware we'll have Worcestershire fans watching and neutrals as well, but every time he plays one of these shots, which have been such wonderful shots, it's tinged with such sadness that he's leaving because, wow, what quality he's displaying here today.
Yeah, he's really grown, isn't he, into this genuine all-round cricketer in the last couple of seasons down here at Hove. 266 for 5, gives himself room, goes offside. It's going to spin away from the fielders. Has it got enough on it to get to the rope? D'Oliveira, very quick, keeps it inside. 2 more. Hudson Prentice, excellent work.
Brilliant
from the Rapids all-rounder to keep that in play. But yeah, you're right. A tinge of sadness, and it makes it just slightly bitter that he's going down to the local rivals as well, doesn't it? That's not going to cut that one off, though. Well, we've waited a while for a first half century in this innings for the Sharks, and it's gone to Finn Hudson Prentice. What a remarkable innings given the context. This is standing out significantly in the scorecard. He has raced to 52 off just 24 deliveries here against the Rapids and taken the Sharks up to 272 for 5.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Finn Hudson Prentice, who has injected that impetus that Sussex really needed, and suddenly they're just within 28 runs of that 300. We were saying when the 5th wicket went down, Sussex could have anywhere from about 250 to 350, and Finn Hudson Prentice keeps playing like this. It could be right at the top of that range.
Absolutely right. Tom Taylor back into the attack. 2 overs left for the brilliant Tom Taylor. I think what Finn Hudson Prentice has done here with this innings is almost guaranteed that 6 run and over 300 mark. 28 runs to get from 8 overs in theory to get that, but as you say, going to be looking well north of that whilst you've got Leaning and Hudson Prentice in the middle.
Worcestershire will be aware, though, that with 5 wickets down, a couple of quick wickets, and suddenly the pendulum swings fairly dramatically back towards their side of the ledger. I think that's the fastest 50 of this year's One Day Cup. Looking down the list, I think James Fuller's effort for Hampshire against Essex was the previous fastest. 52 off 24 for Finn Hudson Prentice. Leaning is on strike now, though. I think Jack Leaning will be thinking, I'll get down the other end, let you do this, which is a very important role, and one he has done well for Sussex in this game and in their previous home game at Arundel.
He's got the box seat, hasn't he? Leaning on the bat handle at the non-striker's end, watching Hudson Prentice go through the entire shot book.
It's the unsung role, but it's a very important role, because everyone tries to come out and be the hero, then you potentially end up falling in a heap. So a really important innings from Jack Leaning. He has 48 off 61 balls now. Yeah, I didn't expect him to be overtaken by Hudson Prentice when they came out to the crease. But Jack Leaning won't mind that one bit, playing the experienced pros role.
Yeah, 2 dot balls here, though, to start against Taylor.
And that's the thing, isn't it? If as a bowling side, if you can just string even 2 or 3 dots together, the pressure starts to build, especially when Leaning will be aware that Hudson Prentice is hitting the ball so well at the other end. He'll be desperate to get him down that other end, which he'll do there with that shot. And Finn Hudson Prentice was definitely less interested in coming back for 2 than Jack Leaning was. And I think probably fair enough.
Yeah, very much so. He must be seeing it like a beach ball at the moment. Very very content with facing as much of these or as many of these deliveries as possible. But as you say, Leaning just needs to play this way. They don't both need to go yet.
No, especially when you've got Carson and Robinson still to come, who can certainly contribute some lusty blows. Seeing it like a beach ball is an appropriate simile when we're down by the sea here at Sussex, trying to think what it would be at other county grounds. Oh, Tom Taylor not taking kindly to the Sussex Spectator who told him to get on with it. I'll glance over to say, I'll take my time, thank you very much. Doesn't quite get hold of that one, does Finn Hudson-Prentice. He'll just take one out to Ben Allison.
Yeah, what other options would there be?
I suppose headingly you'd see it like a rugby ball.
Yeah.
Although quite hard to hit a rugby ball, I reckon.
I would imagine so. I think you'd fancy your chances if you bowled a few leggies, wouldn't you, if you had a ball that shape?
Yeah.
I suppose beach balls travel to Scarborough as well. You've got an opportunity to use one of those up in Scarbados.
In this field at short cover, which Tom Taylor is furious about. Brings up 50 though for Jack Leaning, 50 from 63 balls with 4 fours. Very similar innings to the one he played at Arundel. Not many boundaries, but running hard, supporting his partners in a very different way from Finn Hudson-Prentice. An equally important innings from, can we call him a veteran now? I suppose once you get to your mid-30s in cricketing terms, you're a veteran.
Very much so. Very much so. 50 off 63, it's been very, very good for Jack Leaning.
Well, it's nicely picked up from Hudson-Prentice. A full toss on leg stump. Tom Taylor is furious with himself. He's looking for that leg stump Yorker, but you get that slightly wrong. That's the danger. Another boundary for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Another good over for Sussex, who with 7 overs remaining are 279 for 5.
He's not missed by much there, is he, Tom Taylor? He's seen Hudson-Prentice go. Finn's moved very early to get into that position, and Taylor's tried to, as you say, fire in that leg stump Yorker. He's ended up serving him up a low full toss. Hudson-Prentice has just helped on its way around the corner. George O'Connor's back then. 6 overs, 39 runs conceded, wicketless at the moment. Had Tom Haines dropped by Brett D'Oliveira at backward point in his first couple of overs. 279 for 5, Leaning on 50. 7 overs to go. 1 or 2 more overs, Sam, before we expect to see Leaning to go up a gear here.
I think his priority here will still be just giving Hudson-Prentice as much of the strike as possible. When he's seeing it like that, I mean, even that last shot where you say it was just slightly off from Taylor, but Hudson-Prentice was still able to pick it up and see it so well. You see it like a pair at
Yes.
New Road.
Yeah,
harder to see than a beach ball, but
I would have thought so. Slightly messier when you make connection as well. 279 for 5. O'Connor gets hit down and does get his first wicket on debut for the Rapids. Has toiled away, worked incredibly hard. The first person to celebrate with him is Brett D'Oliveira, and he's got the dangerous Jack Leaning caught by the skipper at mid-on, Jake Libby, and the Sharks 279 for 6. The partnership is broken, and it's the debutant. He's in the books. He's got a professional wicket here at Hove.
yes, well, Jack Leaning answering your question there about when does he start to go for it. I think he saw the debutant come on and thought, now's my time. But in the end, I think, well, hindsight's a wonderful thing. He'd have been better placed getting Finn Hudson-Prentice back on strike. And actually, the reaction of Jack Leading, I think, was one of regret at that decision. Punched the bat. But a useful knock nonetheless from Jack Leading.
It didn't really look like he committed either way, did it? He kind of got halfway through and thought about taking O'Connor back over the head of the bowler or back over Jake Libby. Then I think, as you said, thought about, oh, actually, maybe I need to get Hudson or Finn back on strike. Ended up just chipping the ball, mistiming it, a thick inside edge, wasn't it? Up to Jake Libby and got out. Well, playing a little bit of a nothing shot, really.
I think a part of Leading's frustration will be, you know, he bided his time, he'd earned the right to go for it. And he was probably looking forward to cashing in a little bit and didn't get that opportunity in the end.
Going strides the skipper. Jack Carson joins Finn Hudson-Prentice in the middle. Not a bad number 8 to have out there for the Sharks. And his role at the moment, for at least a couple of overs, I would say, Sam, would be to get Finn Hudson-Prentice back on strike. I'd like to think that nothing changes for the all-rounder at the non-strikers end. He keeps going as hard as what he has been.
Yeah, no, I agree. And so difficult to predict what Sussex are going to end up here, because again, it could be not many more than this, or it could be a lot more than this.
Oh, it's nasty. I think fortunately that's not got O'Connor anywhere too uncomfortable. It has gone down. It was a chance for a caught and bowled. Any caught and bowled is ridiculously tough, but that's burst through the hands of the Rapids bowler. And for a short while, George O'Connor thought he was on a hat-trick.
Yeah, the rueful smile. That would have been a gift, really, for a man on debut.
Nicely played by Jack Carson. Played those 2 shots down the ground quite nicely, timed the pair of them well. Not able to get off the mark.
O'Connor deserved a wicket, though. For a man on debut, he's bowled well. That one expensive over, but otherwise, it looked like a decent prospect. Obviously, had that. It was off him that he had the chance put down, wasn't it? Yeah. So deserved that wicket. Should have had 2.
Yeah, he's bowled. He has bowled nicely. He has bowled nicely, and I don't think you can give too much stick for the caught and bowled. They're hard, regardless of how hard they've been hit back at you.
In a strange way, almost harder when they hit straight back at you rather than if they're just your left or right, where you stick a hand out and it sticks or it doesn't. When they're coming straight for you, there's that element of self-preservation and getting your body out the way.
Trying to bring your eyes up from the floor quick enough, get your head up, try and find where your hands are to put them together. As you said, if it was like half a yard to the left, you get one of those miracle catches where your reactions just stick a mitt out. All of a sudden, you've taken the world's best caught and bowled. But it wasn't to be. 280 for 6. The dangerous Hudson-Prentice back on strike. Oh, well bowled, George O'Connor. Takes the pace out of it. And a very watchful bunt down the grounds. Moves to 58.
Yeah, and O'Connor will be desperate to get out of this over now, having bowled brilliantly. The first 5 balls a wicket, just 2 singles in the 44th over of the match. Just shows you what a wicket does to that run rate. Almost always a drop off in the run rate. Can he finish the over without too much damage? He can. Excellent from O'Connor, Dan.
Absolutely brilliant. In the context of the game, when it was just starting to drift away from the Rapids, brought the debutant back to break that partnership. And thank you once again to our official cider partner here at Sussex Cricket, of course, Thatcher's.
I like this age we live in where you're an official something partner, you get some funny ones, don't you? So official cider partners is a good one, but when you hear people sort of a company that does something really niche,
I think you get like official thinking partners and things like that, don't you? And
official drainage partner.
Yeah, and you can go really down into the layers of this, can't you? You mentioned earlier you are a connoisseur of stationery. You could have an official biro partner.
Yeah.
An official fountain pen partner.
Gosh, yeah.
Official A4 notepad partner.
Gel pen. I like a gel pen.
Yeah. Smooth.
Bowling change at the very smooth. That's why I like them. Bowling change at the C end with 2 overs remaining in his 10. It's the man who took one of the 2 new balls, Ben Allison, back for I think his 3rd spell.
Yes, I think it is.
2nd from this end. Hudson Prentice 58 off 27. Sussex 281 for 6. That'll be a wide. Generous of Ben Allison. An extra run to Sussex's total. Still 6 overs remaining.
Good captaincy this by Jake Libby and the Rapids, just to make sure Hudson Prentice doesn't get too long of a look at the same bowler. Taylor came back for an over. Got given the treatment, really, didn't he? And he's been taken out the attack with 1 over to go. Just trying not to let Hudson Prentice get too settled.
It's just going to be 1. And since that wicket of leaning, Worcestershire have done very well just to stop that hemorrhaging of runs that Hudson Prentice had bludgeoned his way to. Very wide, that last one from Allison. In fact, if Hudson Prentice hadn't gone for it, it would have been a wide, well wide of that blue indicator mark. Of course, if the batter moves around his crease, then that line moves, but in that case Hudson Prentice was rooted to the spot, so gets away with it slightly. Ben Allison. Carson on strike now. Another wide Yorker, or attempted Yorker. That's clearly what Allison's tactic here is, to full outside the off stump as wide as he can get away with. Executing it pretty well so far, apart from that first wide. It's a tactic you see a lot, isn't it, at the death, Dan? That wide Yorker trying to hit that blue line almost.
You're just trying to defend one side of the ground, aren't you, as a captain, which makes your life a lot easier, assuming you've got bowlers that are able to bowl to that plan.
That's good stuff from Allison. Just singles so far. Yeah, and I think the other thing, it stops a batter getting underneath the delivery, right? It's at worst, you're conceding 4 if you don't get it quite right. Yeah, and today in particular, you're playing to the dimensions, aren't you? You've got the long side of the ground, which is the offside, whilst Ben Allison is bowling. The leg side here is short. You're not going to have to get anywhere near all of that to clear the rope and get your 6. And if it's a skipping ball off the surface, if that's tucked down the leg side for 1. Yeah, pace off that time from Allison, bowling really nicely here with just 5 runs from his 4 deliveries so far in his penultimate over. His figure's currently none for 50. As ever, the watchword of limited over bowling is getting out of an over, isn't it? Not letting that final couple of balls release the pressure. That's exactly, however, what has happened there, because Hudson Prentice meets a full toss halfway and slaps it back past Allison for 4. 1 bounce 4. He played that beautifully, isn't he? It's one of those deliveries that your eyes light up and you think, oh, I can hit this wherever I want. Hudson Prentice identifying the fact that boundary is short, and Tom Taylor was quite wide at long on. Said, thanks very much, I'll go straight back over your head. And there are 2 balls making their way back onto the pitch, so we've now got to work out which was the one we were using. Ben Allison is adamant he has the right one. The other one will be thrown back to umpire Sam Hollingshead, who just wants to have a quick look in case one of them hasn't just had one side sanded or something like that. Just leave that down there for someone. Oh, I found it.
Yeah, well, Tom Taylor, you could hear in the effects mic saying there's loads of balls down here. How many's loads, Tom? How many? I mean, he's not actually returned yet, has he? From his cricket ball hunt at Hove.
Yeah, so they've decided that one of the 2 that got thrown back was the one we have been using. Well done, Tom Taylor, who... not many other professional sports are there where you see the players having to go and hunt for balls. It's one of the charms of cricket. Tom Taylor doing a good job, and then just making sure he doesn't overextend his hamstring as he comes over that hoarding. Don't want an unfortunate injury, a Jordan Henderson style injury. Wide, and just wide of Mohammed, Isaac Mohammed. But it'll only be 2 runs in the end. Didn't quite get all of that, did Finn Hudson-Prentice, but a generous round of applause for what ended up being a relatively productive over for Sussex. It started so well for Allison, but as we said, it's always so important to make sure you don't concede too many runs off the last couple of balls. 6 from those final 2 balls. Sussex now 292 for 6 with 5 overs remaining. So 10 and over from here takes them to 342, which I think they would be absolutely delighted with. And much of that would be down to the hard work of Finn Hudson-Prentice. That said, if Worcestershire take a wicket or 2 quickly now, then it could be back down to something like, well, 310, 315, or even less. So still very interesting to see where the team batting first will get to here. Of course, Worcestershire winning the toss and electing to field. You kind of get the feeling in modern day, barring some condition which makes things particularly challenging, you kind of get the feeling that 300 is your kind of par as a batting side first in one-day cricket these days.
Yeah, I'll say this with a pinch of salt as a very amateur cricketer, but it doesn't feel that challenging to watch a list A game of cricket or a one-day international and watch a team go at 6 and over, does it? You get an okay power play, the field starts to get spread after 10 overs, knocking the ball around becomes relatively straightforward. I do think scoreboard pressure is a big part of this, though. And if Sussex can get, say, 320, 330 plus here, and then have a quiet power play or pick up a couple of quick wickets, then that becomes very tough. I think George O'Connor has tried to bowl that out the back of the hands. There was no great pace about it. It's just slipped out the fingers, isn't it?
I wonder if that was the knuckleball, you know, with the fingers behind the seam. Well above head height, which of course means a no ball. First of the innings.
Yeah, not the man that you want to give a free hit to today. 66 off 32 for Hudson-Prentice. Long leg side, though.
Wonder if he'll bang this one in.
Yorker. And Hudson-Prentice squeezes it away for 1. Here's a question for you. Under pressure, free hit, bowlers running in, Yorker. It's always a Yorker. They're hard to hit. Why do we not see more Yorkers?
I think because if you get it wrong, as we saw from Allison, was it Gibbon? I can't remember now. Who was swept, full toss swept?
Taylor.
Taylor. Get there eventually. Then it can become, you know, that low full toss which a batter will thrive on. Oh, that's well bowled.
Yeah, a bit of extra, but pace off again. Carson threw the shot early. Getting interesting here, isn't it? Leaning, we were very complimentary about just get Hudson-Prentice back on strike. Carson, the skipper, youngster, come out to the middle and just read it slightly differently. He's 4 off 8, and he has played the big shot for those 4 runs that he has scored so far.
Not for me to tell Jack Carson what to do. He's actually played a lot of cricket for a relatively young man, but I do think he'd be better placed to get Hudson-Prentice on strike, and if he does get out, then you take over that mantle.
Full toss. bunted up towards deep mid-wicket. Should look for 2. Hudson Prentice very quick, running to the danger end, completes the second. And another nice round of applause from Sussex supporters that are enjoying this late Friday afternoon sunshine.
We're talking about official partners. Jack, the producer on our live stream, says on the topic of niche official partnerships, the official wood-fired restaurant partner of Sussex Cricket is Embers. That is good. That is niche.
Short ball dragged into the leg side by Carson. Can't split the 2 fielders though. Handed over to Hudson Prentice for a couple of deliveries. It's quite bougie as well, that, isn't it?
Does that mean there's a different type of restaurant that has another official status? So
a non-wood-fired restaurant.
Official sushi restaurant or official vegetarian restaurant. Let us know what the most niche official partner you've encountered in the world of sport is. We were discussing this because Thatcher's our match sponsors. They are the official cider partner of Sussex Cricket.
Change of pace again. Drop down the ground. Finn Hudson Prentice wanted 2. Carson rightfully saying no. End of the over. 299 for 6. 4 overs to go, and Hudson Prentice is on strike.
Apart from that no ball, that was a really good over from the debutant, George O'Connor, showing his variations, executing them pretty well. And we're going to get a bowling change as Allison and now Tom Taylor sort of share death bowling duties at the CN with 1 over each remaining. So the 47th and the 49th to be bowled from this end. You imagine it would be Taylor and Allison, unless Allison's going to switch ends. But for now, it'll be Tom Taylor replacing Ben Allison at the C end. He's got figures of none for 53. That's gone straight up in the air. You might have a wicket here, you know. Allison's underneath it. Simple catch. And Finn Hudson Prentice goes for 68 from 35 balls. Well, a brilliant innings comes to an end. Strike rate of just under 200. And the injection of pace and aggression that Sussex's innings needed. An excellent innings comes to a bit of a tame end, but doing exactly what he needed to do. Trying to get Sussex up to that big total to defend. And Finn Hudson Prentice raises his bat to a very appreciative Hove crowd who have certainly been well entertained by the Hampshire-bound all-rounder.
Yeah, for a short while, he really provided some entertainment out there, didn't he? Played with free hands, as you said, striking it just under 200. And has put that scoreboard up to a bit more of a respectable number for the Sharks. They have taken that wicket at such a dangerous time, though, haven't they? 4 overs to go, and you think 4 overs of Hudson Prentice and Carson, then yes, 10 and over, 340. Now with Carson and Price, with Robinson and Crocombe to go, you start to think, 320, 325, could that be the number?
Yeah, and that's why you entrust your key bowlers with these overs. Very good delivery from Tom Taylor, speared in, didn't give Finn Hudson Prentice much room to free those arms, and as a result tucked him up slightly and the ball went straight up rather than with any great distance. And a simple catch for Ben Allison, that long on. New man promoted from the card order. Slightly surprised that Ollie Robinson hasn't come in next, but Freddie Price will be the man entrusted. What's your thinking there, Dan? Surprised at that?
Yes, for want of a better word. Unless it's an opportunity-based side of things. I mean, he batted at 8 in the last game against Derbyshire. Scored 16 off 17 there.
I think that's probably exactly it, Dan, as the 300 comes up with a single for Freddie Price. 300 in the 47th over. Yeah, I think if Sussex were in the hunt for quarter-final places, then maybe Paul Farbrace would have kept with Ollie Robinson, but very much now a chance to give Freddie Price that crucial experience of trying to play a finisher's role with the bat. I think that's probably a good explanation for it. Just the one run off the over so far. One becomes two. Great stuff from Tom Taylor, who is hitting his lengths impeccably. Really impressive, and this is why he's such a county cricket connoisseur's favourite. Never lets you down. No. Hugo on the live stream in terms of strange sponsorship says Brighton Races had the Monty Bennett 18th birthday handicap chase.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice.
Don't know when that was.
The official 18th birthday partner.
Yeah, Monty Bennett. I wonder how old Monty Bennett is now. Taylor in with 2 balls of his final over remaining. Pace off this time, and Price waits for what must have seemed like an age for ball to get to him and just tucks it off. Picks up another single. Superb death bowling from Tom Taylor, the former Northamptonshire man, now at Worcestershire.
On his tour of the Midlands, isn't he? Tom Taylor. Spent some time at the other counties further north than where we are today. Put a good over. Great way to end this spell here, if he can get away without a boundary.
Well run from Sussex. Good backing up from Price. I think he was well home, Carson. Good fielding off his own bowling, though, from Tom Taylor, and that completes an exceptional over. Just 4 runs from it. And, of course, the absolutely crucial wicket of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and Jack Carson was looking a little bit casual, but in the end judged it to perfection. 303 for 7 with 3 overs remaining, and it is going to be, we think, Allison to bowl the final over from this end, our end, the C end, which means someone else at the Cornwall Road end.
He's rotated, he's shuffled the pack, hasn't he, Jake Libby? Just 1 over here and there for the seamers. Short spells. 303 for 7. As you said, this is a must-win game for the Rapids. They're already going to have to go at 6s for the run chase if they're to be successful. Carson just turns that one off the hip. It will just be 1. And I think if you're a Sussex supporter player, if you can add 20 from here with Price, Carson, Robinson and Crocombe, I think you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you, with that as a score, but I don't know whether that's going to be enough to defend.
I think they'd be delighted with that now, wouldn't they? 21 off the final 17 deliveries, with these 2 at the crease. Could be more, could be less, but I think they'd take 325 from here.
I think they would. Long pocket there for Price. Picks up a couple of runs into the leg side. It's a good bowling attack for Sussex today, with obviously Ollie Robinson, Henry Crocombe, Finn Hudson-Prentice, Jack Carson, and then of course the youngster Freddie Price as well. Maybe a bit of Tom Haynes for that extra bowling option. Obviously depends on that side strain. Jack Leaning with a bit of finger spin too. But those 5 would be the frontliners. And then you look at the batting lineup for Worcestershire. They've got some very dangerous cricketers in there, with Brett D'Oliveira, Isaac Mohammed, Rayan Advalath, Jake Libby himself, Kashif Ali, Henry Cullen. And then you got Tom Taylor at 7. Muscled by Price would just be 1. Mentioned about the batting prowess and the all-round ability of Tom Taylor. 7, maybe 1 high for Taylor in a batting lineup. One thing that I think worth noting here, Sam, is I think Worcestershire might end up having to bowl this final over with a fielding penalty as well. Running out of time as Carson will just add another one. They need to be ready to start the final over at 21 minutes to 6. So they've got 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes to complete this one, bowl the next one, and then be ready to go for that final over, which I think could be pretty tight here for the Rapids.
And I think a lot of it.
Beautiful shot. He's created that as Freddie Price. He's got to the pitch of it with that bat path of coming from outside off stump and coming inside the ball. He's managed to scoop it and help it on its way back over the bowler's head with that bit of spin to take it away from a sliding George O'Connor on the boundary rope. A great way to end the over for the Sharks. 312 for 7, 2 overs to go.
Yeah, I was just going to say that if Sussex can hit a couple of boundaries between now and the start of the final over, then that will help their cause in trying to impose the extra man in the ring. So they've got about 3 minutes to bowl this over. Still fiddling around with that cut-off, of course, can miraculously suddenly get an extra minute added on if the umpires are feeling generous. But as it stands, they have got, I'd say, about 3 minutes to get in place. That's not going to help because Jack Carson spotted something that distracts him. I don't know if that'll be the excuse the umpires need to add a minute on, but we shall see. At the moment, it is 312 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. Allison bowling his final over. Straight back down the ground, but that'll be cut off by the captain, Jake Libby. They're coming back for 2. They'll have to hurry, and they're safe. A better throw from Libby might have put Freddie Price in some difficulty, but 2 runs off it, and that good running from Sussex being applauded by this partisan crowd here at Hove. Two men out straight for the lofted drive. Won't stop that though, because that was squarer. Good shot from Jack Carson, just what Sussex need. That takes them up to 318 for 7. Just didn't quite get his lengths right there. Allison looking for that wide Yorker. Just a fraction short, turning it into a half volley and capitalised upon by Jack Carson, who's just getting going now after a bit of a slow start. He has 17 off 16. 10 balls remaining in the innings. Straight out to Kashi Valley, who has been a fielder in residence in front of the Spen Karma Pavilion. Ben Allison now running back to his mark, conscious that time is ticking, and Jack Carson playing a little bit of I was going to say mind games, more like pure provocation by taking a stroll to remove an invisible piece of detritus from the wicket. Allison is in again. Uses the feet from Price. They'll look for 2, but no, well fielded by Kashi Valley, who has covered a lot of ground over by that offside boundary. 320 for 7, 2 balls remaining. I think they're going to struggle to make this cut-off, aren't they? We're now.
It's going to be very close, isn't it?
2 balls,
Allison
less than a minute.
ready to go. Carson not, but Carson's in his right to do this. He doesn't need to speed up for
No.
Worcestershire.
Absolutely not. That's going to be a chance for Libby. Oh, well caught. Quite difficult down on that boundary because you've got to get the angles right. It's not a pure oval, is it? It sort of has some square element to it, and so Libby had to judge that well, which he did. For a moment, I thought it had enough on it from Carson, but in the end, a good catch from Jake Libby. Jack Carson goes for 18 from 18. Don't think you get any extra time for wickets, do you? So this will definitely now be... That's one thing. Maybe Jack Carson was so focused on making sure they missed the cut-off that he sacrificed himself.
Not the worst outcome, is it? Handy innings for Jack Carson, striking at 100 there.
Yeah.
18 off 18. 7 balls to go in the innings. So the umpires and Jake Libby are in conversation. But a good catch, very good catch down on the boundaries. You say it's a unique shape, isn't it? With almost the angles. It's not spherical.
particularly down in that corner. So Henry Crocombe is sent in ahead of Ollie Robinson as well, which does seem a bit odd to me, but who knows? Can hit a long ball or two, Henry Crocombe, but Ollie Robinson relegated down to number 11 in the order. So we have reached that cut-off, and I'm just looking around. We now have, yes, 4 fielders out of the ring. So they were allowed 5, but because they have missed that cut-off, they can only have 4 now. So they've got a long off, a long on, sort of man at cow corner, and then Kashif Ali, where he has been for much of the day at deep cover. That's down towards the man at long on and down his throat. Isaac Mohammed takes the catch. Henry Crocombe goes for a first ball duck, and we will see Ollie Robinson with Charlie Allison taking 2 wickets in 2 balls.
Yeah, so he's been slid down the order, and he'll get the responsibility to round this innings out. 6 deliveries to go. Well, they lost one of the fielders on the boundary rope, but they didn't lose that one. And Henry Crocombe would have struggled to have picked Isaac Mohammed out any better had he have tried.
Yeah, straight down his throat. And Ben Allison finishing with 2 for 64 from his 10 overs, saving his 2 wickets for his final 2 balls. I don't think you can really be on a hat-trick from one game to the next, can you?
I'd say no, but I think some people might try and claim, having not really been on a hat-trick, I think you would be you'd be stretching it, wouldn't you, slightly? 320 for 9 then. Ollie Robinson joins Freddie Price in the middle. Big round of applause for Sussex's Red Bull captain as he makes his way out to the middle. Can hit a very, very big ball, can't he, Ollie Robinson, when he gets going? But he's got a bit of a scamperer at the other end.
Yeah, only 6 balls remaining. Of course, Price on strike, but Ollie Robinson could still have a big part to play with the bat in this innings. If he could get a couple of his lusty blows away, take Sussex up past 330, I think they'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, if you, obviously we've watched through this first innings now. If you come to a number that you think could be considered par on this ground, this outfield, what kind of number do you think we're at? Do you think Sussex are at par?
Somewhere around par, yeah.
Above, below, or just there or thereabouts? Final over then. It's going to be Gibbon to bowl the last as Price chips him down the ground and Robinson takes over with 5 to go.
Obviously 5 balls to go, but I think we're in that sort of situation where both sides will be reasonably happy. I think Worcestershire maybe will slightly rue that Hudson Prentice did what he did, but then you sometimes just have to say, well played. He saw the ball so well, didn't he? And very hard to bowl to someone who has seen the ball like that.
Robinson gets off the mark. Tries to run it past Taylor at backward point. Can't do so. Does take the 1. Yeah, it's a question I really I enjoy asking because I think it makes co-commentators sweat a bit. Say it's 328 from here. So 329 to win for Worcestershire. As Price faces up once again, gives himself a bit of room, goes over the offside. That's going to help. It's going to skip away. It's going to be 4 for the youngster. Moves to 15, takes the score up to 326 with 3 to go. The question I like asking is, could Sussex defend, say, 330 without bowling Worcestershire out? Or if Worcestershire are still batting at 50 overs, have they chased that down?
Depends how many wickets they've lost. I think if you're 4 or 5 down and you don't win it, then you ask some questions. But equally, if you're 8 down and you run out of steam, I think it's going to be a good game, you know?
I think we're on for a good one. That's going to help as well. Straighter just bounces inside the boundary rope. I think, no, it hasn't. It's gone all the way. 6 runs for Freddie Price. What a glorious shot and what a glorious way this is to end the innings. Still 2 to go of this Gibbon over, and the Sharks are on 332 for 9. 12 runs off 4 balls.
Well, this is why Freddie Price was promoted ahead of a couple of people in the order, because 2 brilliant shots. Great use of the feet there, right? Giving himself space on the onside.
Yeah, Gibbon's going to follow him again. I'd be surprised if Price does anything different here. Goes for, he does go significantly different. He does misread the situation. See what he's trying to do, though. A good option. Those fielders inside the circle behind square, just not able to connect. Well bowled.
Yeah, agreed.
Ben Gibbon.
Good thinking from the left armour.
Final delivery of the innings. Can Price find the rope once again? Gives himself room, carves it away. There is a sweeper out there. Come back for 2, no. Settle on the single. So the Sussex Sharks, having been asked to bat first this afternoon by the Rapids skipper Jake Libby, have posted 333 for 9 off their 50 overs. It's a half century, a blistering half century for Finn Hudson-Prentice with a 68 off 35, 50 as well for Jack Leaning, and some final innings fireworks for Freddie Price, 22 off 13. 3 wickets for Ben Gibbon, 2 for Ben Allison, and then 1 for Taylor, O'Connor, Singh and D'Oliveira. 334 to win then for the Rapids, Sam. I think we got ourselves a good second innings in store.
Yeah, I think both sides will be relatively happy. I think, like you say, it's a score which makes you think on this surface with that short boundary could be a thriller. We shall see. We'll be back in half an hour after the innings break for Worcestershire's chase. They'll need 334 to win.
Should be a good game. Very disciplined.
between Sussex Sharks and Worcestershire Rapids. Day-night game here on this sunny Friday. And we're halfway through proceedings with Sussex having made 333 for 9. Plenty of contributions down the order. For a long time we thought someone was going to need to go on, and the man that eventually did that was Finn Hudson-Prentice, who made 68 from just 35 balls, a blistering innings. Well supported by Jack Leaning, anchoring the innings with 50 off at 64. And in fact, of the batters that were dismissed, only 2 didn't make it to 20. Henry Crocombe went first ball trying to smash the penultimate ball of the over out of the ground. And Jack Carson went for 18, otherwise everyone else made 22 or more. My name's Sam Keir, I'm alongside Dan Jantovics, who's here with us for today's match. And Dan, talking of Finn Hudson-Prentice, he'll be the man opening the bowling from this, the C end.
Back into the action straight away, isn't he? Genuine all-round cricketer. Going to be an interesting second half to this game, Sam. I feel it's a must-win game, as you alluded to at the start, for the Rapids to keep their knockout stages alive here in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. But they're up against a tough-looking and a strong Sussex Sharks outfit today. Hudson-Prentice with the new ball, Ollie Robinson, Henry Crocombe. It's going to be a tough ask, but they've got a bunch of exciting batters here for the Worcestershire side. 2 slips in place for Sussex. Short and wide and cut away by D'Oliveira. Powerful player, packs a real punch, doesn't he? And Hudson-Prentice offering a little bit of a freebie to allow D'Oliveira to get underway.
Yeah, that's one thing Worcestershire by and large didn't do, is offer too many freebies. Yes, 333, 6.5 and over looks like a good batting score, but we have to remember this is a good batting wicket, a short boundary on one side. I don't think Worcestershire bowled too badly. Sussex will have to make sure they're disciplined.
And a big inside edge. Got to add another one to the tally. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, isn't it? But stacked with talent. 2 opening in the middle. Isaac Mohammed, I mean, he hits the ball as clean as anybody in county cricket in 2026. D'Oliveira, very experienced. Rayan Advalath, kind of just finding his feet and starting his career out. Jake Libby is just a wonderful cricketer to watch. Very, very classy. Always towards the top end of run scoring charts in the county championship. And that's going to be another 4 through the offside. Bit of width on offer from Hudson-Prentice, and immediately calls for that second slip to come out and offer a bit more protection in the circle. Good start here for the Rapids, 10 for no loss.
Yeah, we saw this at the start of Sussex's innings as well, with that new ball, of course a new ball from each end, coming on really nicely on this rock-hard deck. Does look like a belting batting wicket. I think we saw the Worcestershire seamers work out pretty quickly that it was a pitch to really make sure you're getting your length right on.
Yeah, they held their length really nicely, didn't they? They bowled into the surface a lot of the time. They didn't go too full. If they went too full, they quite often got punished.
So Dan, just tell me a bit more about Isaac Mohammed. You obviously would have seen him playing for Worcestershire against Northants earlier this season. Is that right, in the Blast?
I don't believe Isaac Mohammed played in that fixture at the Cinch County Ground, but a very, very clean and powerful ball striker. Strike rates are high in the T20 format. I'm excited to watch him with a little bit longer here in this Metrobank One Day Cup game. Remember the first over, 10 for no loss. The Rapids, a good start in reply. The other cricketer I'm a little bit disappointed that isn't available, or isn't playing in this 11 is Dan Latigan as well. He's a very, very talented young cricketer and very bright future.
Yeah, out injured at the moment for the Rapids. Yeah, like you say, a lot of excitement around him. Not many players get given an overseas contract as a sort of 19-year-old or whatever he was?
Yeah, he was. I won't steal this story from Aaron Viles, but he was working behind the bar at New Road when he played for the first time.
Ollie Robinson taking the new ball at the other end, and some gentle away swing, which does tempt Brett D'Oliveira into a flirt outside the off stump. Good late movement from Robinson, and that customary bounce off a length. Not a bad ball first up.
That's the skill of Ollie Robinson, isn't it? We've not really seen many move off the straight in that first innings. Robinson serves up the first delivery of the day and just nips it away from D'Oliveira.
A ball that pitched just outside off stump. I think D'Oliveira didn't have too many choices about whether he played it or not. And that late movement again, a little bit of shape there from Robinson. Cliche, isn't it? But the first 10 overs this power play, I think for both sides, will be important. But Worcestershire will also be aware that I think almost more important than scoring at an extreme rate is making sure you're not. What's the old cliche? You can't win the game in the first 10 overs, but you can lose it. If Sussex took 2 or 3 wickets early, suddenly things come hard. But at the moment, a positive start from the visitors. D'Oliveira with a nonchalant drive through the offside, just let the ball come onto the bat with a little swish through the offside. 4 runs and a positive start. 14 runs from the first 9 balls. Good to have some Worcestershire fans watching as well and contributing on the chat. Good comeback for Robinson. At Cloud Cuddle, pointing out that the man carded at number 3, Rahan Edavalath, is a great young batter, and he also likes Jack Davo Davies from the academy, one to watch out for there. So our scout for the Worcestershire Rapids production line at Cloud Cuddle. Thank you very much for that information. You can get in touch with us on the YouTube live chat. We'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts on the game? Where is your money on this match? Do Sussex have enough, or is this going to be one that Worcestershire will hope to chase? A wide ball there. Just Robinson just losing control a bit of that swinging ball. Started wide and went wider.
I think it's those wickets and those partnerships, isn't it? It was something that Sussex just weren't able to string together. They weren't able to have somebody go out there and score that big 80, 90 or 3-figure number, which just makes me think that 333 might be slightly under par.
Which is mad to think, isn't it, now? Where you think about even 15 years ago, if a side got 333 batting first in a 50-over game, you'd say game over.
But you might as well pack your kit up and go home, hadn't you?
I remember when I was sort of first getting into the game around the 1999 World Cup. If a side got 250, you thought, oh yeah, well in the game with that. 250 now, you think, sorry guys.
Yeah, what do you want us to do with the other 20 overs in the innings?
Final ball of the second over, a swish from D'Oliveira, who is not afraid to chase the one outside the off stump. Gets away without feathering anything through to John Simpson behind the stumps. The over finishes 15 without loss. Bit of a contrast in the colour of the helmets there, Dan.
I was just enjoying that. I think Brett D'Oliveira is the correct shade of blue.
Yes, that looks like the Rapids blue. That one's a bit too blue, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't mind. They both, as the Seafordian says on the live chat, both pretty helmets.
Stylish. Both stylish. Nice shot into the leg side. Won't be any run though. Just doesn't quite look right, does it? Something's not quite there.
They say, not that I can claim to be any sort of style guru, but you hear
Of
that
course, you can claim.
I can claim it, yeah. People might then counter-claim, but they say navy, blue, and black don't go together, don't they?
Do they?
But that's what apparently. So
That's what you've heard on the catwalks of Sussex.
of Milan, yeah.
Oh, big appeal from John Simpson and the crowd. Nothing from Finn Hudson-Prentice. He recognises that's just sliding down the leg side. Encouraging signs here. It's one thing that you can get with some of these young, powerful batters. You can get a couple of dot balls up against them, frustrate them. Have they got the patience, the maturity of a Brett D'Oliveira that's going to bat through for a long time, or are they going to want to be around that 100 strike rate for the entirety of their innings? Nicely bowled once again. Very quick single take, and would have been close, I think, there if Henry Crocombe, if he could have picked that up one-handed, he would have had a shy at the non-striker's end. Isaac Mohammed comes through for a single. What else have they taught you on the catwalks of Milan? Any other colour combos?
I try and avoid horizontal stripes.
Okay, yeah.
You know, like a slimming vertical stripe.
Okay, so not an MSG cricket shirt. You're not a fan of that one?
Do the stripes go down or across?
I think they go down.
Then that's fine.
Okay.
Slimming.
Right, got you.
It's the hoops.
Ah, okay.
I need all the help I can get in that respect. Nicely placed by D'Oliveira. And whilst we're on the subject of fashion, do you have a favourite one-day cup shirt amongst the counties this year?
I enjoy this Worcestershire one. The Worcestershire one's very stylish. I like the boldness of the Sharks. I don't think I could pull it off, mind you. I don't quite think I suit bright, hot pink, or maybe fuchsia.
Yeah, fuchsia's a good description.
$17 for no loss. The Rapids muscle through the leg side, just evades Jack Leaning, stuck a hand out, and Isaac Mohammed got just enough bottom hand on it to get it over the experienced cricketer at mid-on. 4 runs, not fully in control, but another boundary. 21.
Yeah, Jack Leaning was a couple of yards in, wasn't he, from the edge of the 30-yard circle. If he'd been right on the edge, he might have been with a chance there, but I think equally he's there to save one, isn't he? That's the thing about these early fielding restrictions, is if you can chip it over that infield, and more often than not the ball will run away. Make hay whilst you can.
Good bumper in response to end the over. Dot ball to finish then, 21 for no loss after 3. Cricket shirts generally haven't quite caught the eye of mainstream fashion gurus like the football shirts have they? Yet.
No, it's always quite exciting when you see a replica county shirt out in the wild, isn't it? You think, one of my tribe. One that nips back in from Robinson and leg by from signalled from umpire Ben Debenham. The closest you get to sort of a cricket shirt that you see out in the wild is as like a bit more of a fashion statement. It's that kind of 92 England one.
Yeah.
And you even see I think a few of the counties have done replicas of their kind of AXA Sunday League shirts, which I quite like. But
yeah, some of those 99 World Cup shirts. I think Kenya had a pretty stunning jersey of that era.
And Bangladesh as well with the tiger print. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, big fan.
2 slips in for Isaac Mohammed with Ollie Robinson pushing it across the left-hander, just 18 years of age, 18 on the back of his shirt as well. Could be the last time for a while that those watching cricket at Hove see Ollie Robinson in action, obviously part of that 16-man squad. From a Sussex point of view, they'd have been desperate to have him for the championship run-in, although of course they'll be delighted that he's involved with England again. I was actually at Lord's for that that day where he made his comeback and took 3 wickets in his first over. It was madness, utter madness.
Just an incredibly talented cricketer. In my opinion, should be in that England starting 11 as often as possible. I don't think there's anybody better in England that does what Ollie Robinson does with the Dukes. Should be involved at every opportunity. I think the big question mark with that England squad, particularly for Ollie Robinson and Sussex fans, the fact there's 7 seamers in it.
Doesn't quite time it, Mohammed. No run. Yeah, they're pretty good at it these days about when they name a 16-man squad like that, of releasing people back to play in games. So as long as that still happens, and of course, if you're released from an England side, you can come into a championship game halfway through, can't you? So that would be handy. I'm just going to parachute Ollie Robinson in for the second half of the game, but. Good line there from Ollie Robinson.
Yeah, but if it was me, I'd have him in the 11 every week.
I read an article today which suggests that they think he will be for that first test. Of course, Jofra Archer, the other Sussex man involved. No Worcestershire players. I'm trying to think of the last Worcester player to play for England in Test cricket would have been
Moeen Ali, potentially.
Yeah,
Would he have?
I think that's probably right. Oh, and lovely delivery. That's Ollie Robinson at his best. A maiden for Ollie Robinson, just 1 leg by off it. So no runs in his runs column for Ollie Robinson, and Sussex just bringing things back nicely after that quick start from Worcestershire. A required rate from here, 6.8 runs per over. .334 the target. Worcestershire players for England, Moeen Ali. Those watching on the stream will have to let us know, the Worcestershire fans, if we've missed anyone. I can't think of anyone else in recent times. I suppose Josh Tong.
Yep.
But I think he'd moved to Nottinghamshire by the time he made his. That's the thing, is they produce so many players, but they then get poached.
After pastures new as Oliveira drops one into the offside for 1.
I'm pretty sure he made his debut after he'd moved. Is that right, Dan?
I think so, yeah. I think he had.
But I think Worcestershire can claim him for sure.
Absolutely. You do all the hard work through the pathways and the academies. You certainly can lay stake to a claim of part of that development and success.
Yeah, you can't accuse Worcestershire of not doing their bit in producing good cricketers.
My bold Hudson Prentice. Isaac Mohammed just trying to use the pace and run it down to that man on the boundary at deep third. 2 out in this opening 10 overs.
Our friend Cloud Cuddle, very helpfully, Tongue made his debut whilst at Worcestershire. So there we go. That's probably the most recent.
.23 for no loss. Certainly more recent than Moeen Ali, that's for sure. Oh, beautifully well bowled. Isaac Mohammed just trying to get a little bit cute with it. Trying to run it past that one fielder in the slip cordon. Quite wide, isn't he? He's still almost at second slip. There's a big gap between himself and John Simpson.
Yeah, I think they're conscious that both these players like to play that sort of dab shot, don't they, down to third. And if one tucks them up, then it could just be one that goes a little wider rather than a conventional first slip.
Spliced up, and we'll run down to deep third for just one. D'Oliveira settling on just the single. Mohammed slow to turn, keeping it down to one. I think the other thing as well with the width of the slip there, I think indicates just the pace that Sussex think is in this surface. With them being a little bit wider, I think that there just isn't as much pace in this surface as maybe what we thought there was earlier on today. You think if those edges come, they'll be a bit thicker, where it's a bit slower. Because he's not at 1.5, is he? He's definitely at second slip. 11 off 11 for D'Oliveira. Uses his feet and takes Hudson Prentice down the ground all the way for 6. Crashes into the boards beneath us in the commentary box. First 6 of the innings goes to the dangerous D'Oliveira. 30 for no loss.
Yeah, in the slot from Hudson Prentice, but well capitalised on by D'Oliveira.
Can Hudson Prentice get out of this over? One delivery to go. And D'Oliveira plays him expertly, maturely. Drops it into the offside for a single. Keeps the strike. End of the 5th over. It's 31 for no loss.
Yeah, 9 runs off that over. Productive for the visitors. So whilst prepping for today's game, as those on the screen prep for the weekend here on a Friday evening, it's actually the first time that these two have played a list A game here at Hove since 2013. And funnily enough, Brett D'Oliveira was playing in that game, which just shows how long he's been around. Still sort of think of him as a young man, don't you? But he was playing in that game. I think I know the only person from either side still around, as you'd expect, 13 years on. He made a duck at number 9, took 2 for 37 from his 8 overs. Worcestershire winning by 91 runs.
Yeah, very experienced cricketer now, isn't he? D'Oliveira captains Worcestershire in various formats over the years.
Still 2 slips for D'Oliveira, with Robinson successfully getting him to fiddle at balls outside the off stump so far, so they're hoping that he'll get something on one of them. More of a conventional first and second slip this end, and there is an edge, but it's a thick one, which runs out down to Charlie Tier, I think, down at third. Charlie Tier, of course, who has taken the gloves thus far in the One Day Cup for Sussex, but when John Simpson returns, I think it's a fair cop that you hand over the gauntlet, or the gauntlets.
Yeah, you get usurped somewhat, don't you? Ollie Carter's out there as well, of course, another wicket keeper. Another option. Generally make pretty good outfielders as well.
Can't quite get that one away, Mohammed, as he gets tucked up. I was at the Oval the other day where Rory Burns was keeping wicket in the One Day Cup, and someone next to me pointed out that I think that was the 9th keeper that Surrey had used in first team cricket this year, so they've got plenty.
Yeah, few options.
Can you name them?
Pope, Folkes, Burns. Laurie Evans would have kept at some point.
Correct.
That's 4. And then where are we looking? Is there something ridiculous like Jordan Clark?
Oh,
kept,
you're
isn't
good, Dan. Yeah, that's when Folkes was bowling and injured himself.
Muscle down the ground. Has it gone all the way? No. It's just going to bounce over the rope. Isaac Mohammed showing us the power that the Rapids opener possesses. He moves up to 15. Bit of a short arm jab down towards deep mid wicket. Jamie Smith, of course.
Correct.
Probably best I don't forget that, or him even.
Weirdly, he was the one I left till last as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Nice. I think that's 7.
Yes.
I might be struggling after that.
Dan Lawrence.
No.
Yeah. And then the young lad, Dodson, who is pretty new on the scene. I think that was his first appearances in first team cricket. Oh, a good bouncer from Ollie Robinson, which Isaac Mohammed does well to sway out the way of like a prize fighter. Very good avoidance technique there from Mohammed.
Good bumper, wasn't it? Good height, well directed. Isaac Mohammed is just starting to have a little shuffle down towards Ollie Robinson, trying to generate a bit of pace on the ball when he meets it.
Now on the stream, at Biscuit7921 didn't like my description of wicket-keeping gloves as gauntlets. But people call them gauntlets, don't they?
Maybe in like 17, 18 or something. But
weren't gauntlets what you know, the gloves that knights wore and you threw down the gauntlet?
I think so.
Yeah, heavily protective gloves covering the hands, wrists and forearms.
I wouldn't want to keep in a pair of gauntlets.
No, but I'm sure people call them...
Hey, they do now.
Yeah. Well, sorry, Biscuit7921.
Coin it.
What else could you call them? Gloves?
Mitts.
Mitts, yeah.
That's probably about it, really.
Yeah.
End of list.
Other words for gloves.
Mittens. Doesn't quite have the same.
No. Mitts I like, yeah.
Yeah, not bad. That'll work. That'll play.
Although, I'm not disowning gauntlets.
I think if you say it with enough confidence, Sam, in your day-to-day life.
So a bit of tinkering with the field here from Finn Hudson-Prentice, who has been a bit expensive from his first 3 overs, none for 25. Worcestershire going along at exactly 6 and over.
Yeah,
D'Oliveira 19 off 15.
Move that man square, didn't he, on the leg side? Just one fielder out there protecting that boundary. I don't think it would be the right decision to go back of a length or short towards D'Oliveira, particularly with that short leg side. It would feel a risky tactic to try and get him caught on the rope.
I think what Worcestershire demonstrated that actually, plugging away at the top of off, as is so often the way, is probably your best strategy, rather than trying to get too cute too soon.
I think an underrated tactic, and one that doesn't quite make its way down in towards the amateur tiers of cricket from a bowling perspective, is hold your length until you're hit off it, until you're asked to do something different by the batter. Hold your length.
Stuart Broad always says, doesn't he, that he used to hate bowlers meetings before test matches, because ultimately the conclusion would always be top of off, adjust your length based on the pitch.
In the air, straight at Carson though, dot ball, well picked up by the Sussex skipper. Yeah, there's certainly a science to it, and I'm sure with the world of analytical data and all that extra information that is available now, every moment of this game is going to be coded somewhere, isn't it, and recorded. And that's when they'll be able to set up plans for particular batters, because the ball's gone in a particular area, he's got out a particular number of times at this particular ground on these particular days. But when you do boil it down, it is kind of holding your length for as long as you can. No slip now, more of a gully. Another dot ball, good over this. Hudson-Prentice, 4 dot balls.
Neil Hartley says that I think he's saying the literal translation of gloves in German is hand shoes, which I quite like.
Yeah.
German's quite good for that, isn't it? Of being very literal.
Very literal.
Yeah.
Could you pass me the hand shoes, please?
Yes. But then why aren't shoes foot gloves?
An excellent question.
Hand
Any
shoes.
linguistic.
I suppose maybe shoes were used before gloves. Certainly more commonly used.
Well played. D'Oliveira going to come back for 2. It's a long chase up to the rope, and so well played, in fact, is beaten. I think it's Freddie Price on the rope. Does pick up 4. He's really kind of created that line of the ball there. Got his front leg up and out the way and just helped it round the corner. What was a good start to the over here for Finn Hudson-Prentice. And now the pressure's back on the Sussex all-rounder.
Trying to think of cricket equipment or cricket terms that you would have a literal German translation for?
And a dot ball to finish good over. It's all quite literal anyway, generally, isn't it? Leg pads, thigh pads.
Yeah, I was thinking
arm guards.
Your box could be your groin helmet.
It could be, if you haven't already got one. 40 for no loss after 7.
I think Worcestershire will be very happy with this start, going along at just under 6 and over. Crucially, no wickets lost and certainly not looked in any real trouble. Couple of flirts outside the off stump from Brett D'Oliveira early on. But every time one of Ollie Robinson's overs goes by, they sort of know that Sussex's most skilled and experienced bowler is one less over he'll have in reserve. Henry Crocombe, of course, part of the attack as well in terms of exciting young seamers on his way to Surrey at the end of the season, but still giving his all for Sussex. I think it was a very difficult move for Henry there. Reality of the situation. I don't think anyone will hold any hard feelings against him, but in an ideal world, I think he even said that he envisaged playing all his cricket here at Sussex, but such is the way of things financially here at the club. And a player like Henry's got to think about his own career as well, with his England prospects. One thing's for sure, if you stay at Sussex as a seamer next year, you'll be expected to do lots of bowling because there's not going to be a huge reserve of players.
No, it's going to be a fascinating end to 2026, isn't it, for Sussex here to find out which other players might be joining the departure list and who might be staying and who might be coming in. It's a shame to lose a player of the prospect of Henry Crocombe, someone so exciting, started so well in the Championship this year.
That's good from Robinson. Tight lines. Just adjusted his field before that ball. The 2 men out now, a man at a third and then a man at deep square leg. We saw Robinson slip in a bouncer in his previous over, which Isaac Mohammed did a great job of swaying out the way of. But if a player does decide to take it on, then there is that man out on the square leg boundary. D'Oliveira, the kind of man that would take on the short ball as well, someone who likes to take on that challenge. For now, though, Robinson plugs away in that area that he's so famed for doing.
It's quite interesting that we've only seen that one delivery from Robinson that's really moved through the air and off the surface, which was his very first delivery that he bowled.
Yeah, you don't get many bowlers who get the white kookaburra to swing for a long time. I'm trying to think of people who managed to keep it going. David Willey, at someone you've seen a lot of at Northampton when you commentate there. Cut away, and Charlie Tier didn't have far to cover, but it was hit so well that he had no chance. 4 runs. D'Oliveira on to 27 from 24. Worcester Rapids with a good start here, 45 for naught off 7.5 overs.
Another bit of improvisation from Brett D'Oliveira, maybe not quite so obvious, but he's really let that ball run into the body from Ollie Robinson and almost played it behind himself to make sure he gets it past. I think it's Ollie Carter at backward point. Down the hill, it's going to take some stopping.
That was beautifully placed, wasn't it? And just brings his line a little tighter. It's a game on a wicket which is offering not a huge amount, where you've got to be incredibly accurate with your line and length. Because as we saw, if you just get it slightly wrong, then batters of D'Oliveira's class are able to take advantage. Well, we were just talking about him, the man that's headed off to Surrey, but has work to do for Sussex before that happens, and he is into the attack now at the CN, Henry Crocombe.
In the power play as well, replacing Finn Hudson-Prentice, who bowled those 4 opening overs fairly expensively. 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 29. He finds himself down at deep square leg for the remainder of the power play. Crocombe to Isaac Mohammed and gets meted, or met in fact, with the full face of the bat from Isaac. Just crunches him over the offside for 4. And the Rapids now 49 for no loss. Taking a good chunk out of this target of 334. Set earlier today by the Sussex Sharks. A lot down to the work of Finn Hudson-Prentice and Jack Leaning. An appeal from Tom Haynes at second slip. Be interesting to see how this pitch then behaves when the floodlights come on and start to take effect. Whether that was in the mind of Jake Libby when he won the toss and elected to have a bowl first today. Does he think that that ball's just going to skid on a little bit more? That last one there from Crocombe, just dying through to the gloves of John Simpson. 49 for no loss. Squared up. Outside edge, just 1. And brings up the 50 for the Rapids inside the power play. Good start, but pretty even, I would say, at the moment. Sussex Sharks would have been in a relatively similar position.
Yeah, 67 off the power play for... no, that was what the first wicket was for. It was the first 10 overs.
It wasn't many less than that, I don't think.
It was...
62?
That rings a bell. 66 without loss they were. So, what's that? 7 and over. Which is a little above what Worcestershire are going at the moment, but not much. More people joining us on the live stream all the time. We're over 2,000 viewers now. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from. Do let us know where you are tuning in from, who you're supporting, who you think's going to win. Great to hear where people are tuning in from.
Nice shot down the ground from D'Oliveira. Can't get it past Carson. Another dot ball. Eventful over so far for Crocombe, having been crunched before over the offside first ball. Yeah, lovely to have so many of you in today, as it is to look out the window here at the commentary box and see so many in the ground here at Hove enjoying this One Day Cup fixture. Solid. Quick single taken. Isaac Mohammed on his skates. And D'Oliveira responds, scampers through, keeps the strike, and offers a big thumbs up to his opening partner. 51 for no loss after 9. Big weekend of cricket coming up. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people watching that are going to be playing tomorrow or Sunday, or watching a child or a grandchild play. We're into festival cricket now, aren't we, now that we're into the summer holiday? So all the age group cricket clubs will be playing their festival weeks. They'll be playing Monday through, Friday? Playing up through age groups. Best time to be a cricketer. 51 for no loss after 9.
Robinson starts his 5th over, 0 for 15 from his 4 so far. Oh, and a little bit of a wild dance down the track from D'Oliveira. Yeah, I imagine, as we see that replay again, it's just over the top of middle stump. Not sure that that's the best option from D'Oliveira, especially to Robinson, who isn't going to give you too many options to drive down the ground with his height and his bounce and his accuracy.
It felt a bit unprovoked as well, didn't it? Didn't quite feel as though that was written off the same script as the one we've played off so far.
No, and it was only really the extra bounce that saved D'Oliveira there, because it was straight over the middle stump. That's up in the air, but safe and in between the two fielders. But Crocombe does a good job of coming round and cutting it off, keeping it to 2. Yeah, going back to club cricket, Dan, I was looking at this incredible lush green outfield here at Hove, but we were saying earlier that there aren't many club grounds that look like that. Just thinking about the state of people's elbows and knees. A few, not much skin left on plenty of people's elbows at the club scene. There's that bouncer.
Most of the time you look out at a proper, like a professional cricket grounds, that signal's wide actually, much to the bemusement and the disbelief.
Which I think is fair enough. I was surprised it took so long for the umpire, Ben Debenham, to give it. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, that's well wide. No issues with that.
Nope.
Ollie Robinson seemed a bit perturbed, but I think that's a fair call from Ben Debenham, who also just signals that won't be the one for the over because I don't think it got up above shoulder height. So he still does have a bouncer available to him this over if he wants it. That's where D'Oliveira is perhaps looked most vulnerable, is that ball that just shapes away outside off stump. Just a touch of lateral movement. Sometimes that's all you need. Robinson getting good carry through to the keeper. Another slip comes in for that exact reason.
Yeah, it's not extravagant movement, is it, at all? It's
Just
more
plugging
probably
away,
off the seam, I'd say, rather than through the air.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one. D'Oliveira, that's where he's looked uncomfortable. Otherwise, he's looked very assured. Good stuff from Robinson. So we've got people tuning in. A. Berry from Mallorca. He's backing the Sharks. Neil's in southwest France. I think Neil's a regular viewer. He says "Allez les requins," which I think is "Come on the Sharks" in French. Testing my A-level French there. I think a requin is a shark rather than a rapid.
It was well pronounced.
Merci beaucoup.
Whatever it was,
Merci.
you've nailed it.
Quick single, which they'll comfortably take. Brings Mohammed back onto strike. He's got 21 off 26. This partnership now worth 55. I don't know what rapid would be in French. Perhaps Neil can let us know. What would a rapid be in terms of a geographical feature?
I'd assume, and I don't know why, but I'm guessing you just stick an E on the end.
Well, yeah, rapide is fast, but I bet the...
Oh, as in like a watery bit, yeah.
Yeah, as in the Worcestershire Rapids. Cleverly played by Mohammed. Just knew he had space to guide that ball into. Takes another single. 5 runs off the over. 4 for the bat, and then that wide. Worcestershire 56 without loss at the end of power play 1. Sussex was 66 without loss. And I wonder if we'll see spin at that Cromwell Road end. Now the power play's over. Obviously, Crocombe continuing from the C end. Kenny's in Spain as well. He says he's enjoying Robinson bowling in Spain. Whereabouts in Spain are you, Kenny? We've had at A. Berry 1412 in Mallorca. So we're big in the Balearics. Wonder where Kenny is in Spain. And Neil Hartley gave me top marks for my French. So thank you, Neil. Still want to know what rapids is in French, so if you could educate us.
Crocombe to Mohammed at the start of the 11th over, and Isaac Mohammed runs at Henry Crocombe and just bludgeons him through extra cover for 4. He inspects the face of the cricket bat. Watch was the hand speed and the power that the youngster threw through the ball, and Henry Crocombe starts his 2nd over with his first delivery going to the boundary rope off the bat of Isaac Mohammed. 26 off 28 now. 60 for no loss. Shorter ball. Good response from Crocombe. Bit of respite for Carson and the Sussex bowlers. They are now permitted 4 outside that 30-yard circle. Deep square leg, long leg, deep third, and a deep extra cover as well. Shorter ball and almost punched in defence by Isaac Mohammed. Please do let us know, Sam, once you've got to the bottom of what a French rapid is.
Do you know what? I don't want to cast aspersions on Neil, but I'm not sure Neil knows. I'm going to have to look it up. We were talking about those watching in Spain, and Craig points out that we might have the King of Spain here with us today
Yes,
as the chief executive of Worcestershire.
we may indeed. A couple of misprints. Were they on like coffee mugs, weren't they? I think
it was his benefit year,
Yeah.
and they wanted the King of Spin. And they came back as the King of Spain.
Slight delay in play here as Isaac Mohammed gets a bit of treatment, having just punched that short ball from Henry Crocombe. 60 for no loss, halfway through the 11th over. As we move on from gauntlets on Sam Keir's browser history to finding out what rapids are in French.
Should have trusted you, Dan.
I wouldn't ever do that.
Les Rapides.
That does make sense, doesn't it?
Disappointing.
Sounds right, doesn't it?
It does say for general rough or churning water, you can also use the term les eaux vives,
Yeah, I prefer that.
for living waters. I like that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's quite romantic, isn't
Yeah.
it?
But sadly, it would be les Rapides de Worcestershire
Yep.
and les Requins de Sussex.
Good.
There we go.
I tell you what, those tuning into the live stream today didn't expect to get a French lesson, did they? Hopefully Isaac Mohammed is ready to go again and we can start talking about cricket once more. Is French your main language, or have you got... Well, obviously not your main language, that would be English, wouldn't it? But
And from what you've just heard, definitely not my main language. Yeah, probably the one I would feel most comfortable on holiday speaking. Bit of Spanish.
yeah, dabble here and there.
Neil Hartley said when he suggested the Worcestershire Lapin for the nickname, he thought it's because they were called the Worcestershire Rabbits rather than Rapids.
Quick bumper from Crocombe. Umpires might have a look at that one, but they'll just signal it one for the over. Maybe a bit of a match-up here. Crocombe identifying Isaac Mohammed might not be as comfortable on that pull shot as what he is being able to throw his hands through it on the offside. John Simpson ringing some changes as well. Carson, I think, is getting loose. He'll come on to bowl at the Cromwell Road end. Get into the over this for Crocombe. They do need a wicket though, Sussex. And an excellent finish by Henry Crocombe. That heavy length that Isaac Mohammed can do nothing with. 60 for no loss after 11.
Yeah, really good after conceding that boundary off the first ball of the over where Mohammed ran almost at Crocombe to turn the ball into a half volley. Crocombe very intelligently just bringing his length back, like you say, preventing Mohammed from using his feet. Yeah, and as you say, Dan, the introduction of the captain, Jack Carson. Now that we're out of power play one, extra couple of fielders outside the ring. The off spin of Jack Carson. He's not had the greatest tournament with the ball. He's been pretty good, pretty effective with the bat, but just a couple of wickets so far for the Ulsterman. 2 wickets from his 44 overs so far. Economy rate of 6.47. So he'll have hoped for more in this tournament. Obviously, with the added responsibility of captaining, lots on his plate. He'll be hoping to finish the tournament in style. Shout for OW. I think that was one of optimism rather than any real belief.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be blessed with assistance on this surface today, though. The finger spinner of Jack Carson. We didn't see much turn from Fateh Singh.
Down the track, but straight to Robinson, and there's that wicket. D'Oliveira will be fuming with himself because he's given that away. Tossed up by Carson. D'Oliveira's eyes lit up. It's a long boundary down there, and that was straight to Ollie Robinson, catching practice for the England man down at Long On. Rapids 60 for 1, D'Oliveira gone for 31.
Just never quite got there, did he? D'Oliveira didn't quite get to the pitch of it and just had to reach at the final moment.
31 of 35 balls, including
Up the gradient, trying to get the ball over the tall Ollie Robinson. And actually, in fact, if you look on the replay back, he's a long way short of the rope, isn't he?
Yeah.
Nowhere near the middle of the bat.
It's a big hit down there. You've got to really get all of it. So I'm not sure that was the percentage option really for D'Oliveira. Well, a bit similar to the start of Sussex's innings, an opening partnership of 60 odd, and then a bit of a soft dismissal. Well, Jack Carson, who I mentioned would have been hoping for more from this tournament, certainly started his spell positively today with that wicket off his second ball. And that brings another youngster to the crease. This is Rehan Idevalath at number 3. Plays for Buckinghamshire in the national counties. Didn't play for Worcestershire last year, but did play 7 games in 2024 in this competition. Just his second game this year. Another academy product. Tossed up by Carson. And nicely played by Ed Alath, who is off the mark straight away. He's got the light blue helmet as well. Isaac Mohammed's almost look like it's the sort of knockoff version. You know what I mean? From down the market.
I know exactly what you mean, and I'd be lying if I had said that hadn't crossed my mind. Just for the OCD element, it's just not quite doing it for me.
Swept and swept nicely, but and it's totally sold Charlie Tier a dummy there, who, looking straight into the sun, had no idea where the ball was, went the wrong way, and the ball raced away for 4. I saw Tier do that sort of frozen still, as in, I've got no idea where it is, like quite literally like a rabbit in the headlights. This time a deep square leg in the sunlight. The sun setting now, of course, as we start to move towards the evening here. It's a nice shot from Mohammed. Should be cut off by Robinson. Very long boundary down there, which just makes D'Oliveira's shot look even more ambitious. 2 runs there. So 7 runs off those last 3 balls. I'd say 4 of them probably a little unlucky. Might still have run away for 4. He's quite well, he's in front of square as Tier on that square leg boundary, so it's quite well placed from Mohammed. End of the over. Breakthrough for Sussex. Brett D'Oliveira going.
that is going back a few years.
Brett D'Oliveira, the man to go, as we get some shots of some sun-kissed looking Sussex supporters now in the shade. I think they had plenty of sun earlier. I thought that man had brought his golf clubs. I think it's a walking stick. It looked like a driver.
Straight from the golf course.
Yeah, what a life, eh?
Plenty of cricketers will be doing that as a routine, won't they? Back and forwards from the training ground and the nets to the golf course. 67 for 1. Henry Crocombe continues his spell. 0 for 10 off 2 overs so far. He's got Rehan Edavalath to shape up this time rather than the bludgeoning Isaac Mohammed.
Are you a golfer, Dan?
I don't know whether I would ever claim to have been one, but I used to walk around the golf course with some sticks and some balls. Enjoyed it, and then just ran out of time. It turns out I wasn't very good at that either, so that's the only logical reason as to why I never made it as a professional cricketer, isn't it? You've got to be good at golf.
I was reading the preview, the Worcestershire preview for this match, and they were talking about George O'Connor being called up to the squad, and he certainly ticked the bingo box of cricket when he said, "I got the call from Alan Richardson whilst I was out on the golf course."
Yeah, splendid.
Yeah. You can't take yourself seriously as a cricketer if you don't receive a call from the coach letting you know you're in a squad out on the golf course.
On the course, on the back nine. This is a good matchup. This Crocombe to Mohammed. Down the leg side. He's going to need to reload and bowl that one again. Ollie Pope, wasn't he? He was out eating bao buns, wasn't he? When he got the call from Marcus North to say that he'd been called up. It's quite an interesting piece, actually, was saying that he was out for some dinner with his partner. Funnily enough, talking about the winter and what that might look like in 26-27 with regards to opportunities and work. Nicely bowled once again. Crocombe really has found the length here that's made Isaac Mohammed uncomfortable. And yeah, said he'd never spoken to Marcus North before, so I was a bit surprised to see the phone ring. And got the call and made the bao buns taste better.
Yeah, I mean, he probably was surprised, right? You kind of feel that once you get left out, you're in for a bit of time plying your trade, trying to score a weight of runs, which...
Isaac Mohammed uses his feet again and just slaps it down to Charlie Tier at deep extra cover. The wicketkeeper tries to keep it inside the rope, gets two hands to it, and the momentum of it just carries it over. That was nowhere near the middle of the bat of Mohammed, but the hand speed is brutal from the Rapids opener.
Tier did so well to cover the ground to get there. I think having done that, he'd be a bit disappointed he didn't stop it going for 4.
Can Crocombe reply? It's a fascinating battle, this, isn't it? It feels like something's about to happen every delivery in this battle of Crocombe and Mohammed. Yeah, going back to Ollie Pope, I'm pleased that he's back in the Test team. I don't think there's much more that we can learn from Ollie Pope going back to Surrey to play for county cricket. We know that he goes and scores a load of runs there. I don't think there's a great measure of if he goes back to Surrey and scores a load of runs in the Championship, whether we know anything more or less than what we knew beforehand. Mohammed tries to just take Crocombe off his line, drops it into the leg side for a single. 74 for 1 at the end of
I think
13th.
he was almost a victim of his own selflessness, where he was willing to take on a role that clearly wasn't his natural role. The few times he did take the gloves and bat at 6, he looked much more comfortable, didn't he? So maybe there is a long-term role for him there, especially with, Joe Root's not going to be around forever. Is that a route in for Pope as a potential leadership option? Obviously, he was the vice captain up until the end of last summer, wasn't he? Carson begins another over and gets an inside edge, which isn't far away from cannoning into the leg stump of Isaac Mohammed. The reaction of the Sussex keeper and bowler suggesting that they felt that wasn't far from being played on. Genuine Oh, that's not far from the off stump. Yeah, full shot from Isaac Mohammed, which will encourage Jack Carson, who started positively. We've got Tony listening from the USA, Cape Cod. Hello, Tony. Good to have people from all over the place. As Carson's in. That's a good shout for RBW, but Ben Debenham says no. It's a wry smile on Jack Carson's face, as if to say, oh, I think you're right, but that wasn't far. Was there some bat on that? Let's have a look. No, going down leg side. And Jack Carson, I think, knew that. But he's certainly causing Isaac Mohammed a few troubles here. He's got 37 or 43, but he's struggling to time Jack Carson. And as I say that, he hits him for 6 over cow corner. So that's the way to do it. Enough of this defending with a straight bat. Slog sweep for 6.
All action cricket, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isaac Mohammed. He's got an inside edge that's just beaten his leg stump, a big LBW appeal, and then goes, I'll just slog sweep you over deep mid wicket for 6.
Yeah, well, you've got to be versatile, haven't you? And if one approach isn't working, then you've got to adapt. And we'll have just released the pressure a bit because it was building. 3 dots, beaten on the inside edge, past the outside edge, and then hit on the pads. Defends again this time, and as Dan was saying in the first innings, the coach's dream of boundary followed by a single, kind of thing that the knowing coach sits on the balcony and goes, you're good cricket, intelligent cricket.
Just a nod, just makes a note of it on the notepad.
1 to come, and it's over 7 off it so far. The current run rate just under 5.9, required rate exactly 7. So no alarm there for Worcestershire. Tossed up by Carson and driven out to tier for a single, which means that Davalath will keep the strike. 82 for 1 off 14. I think Tony from Cape Cod is a Worcestershire fan. So is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Hugh. I'm going to call him Hugh. That's okay. Hugh is on the way up to Manchester to watch Shrewsbury tomorrow. And he says, up the pairs, come on Worcester. So great to have lots of Worcester fans here with us as well. On the stream from the County Ground Hove, sponsored today by our match sponsors, Thatcher's.
Crookham to start his 4th. Having a ball at the young Rayan Adavalath. 22 years old. Isaac Mohammed, 18. I find the 2 things on screen that we've got here available interesting. Wasp, currently showing 30% for the Rapids, which I think is an interesting number for starters. Don't know about you, but I think it's slightly more even than that at this stage. And the other one that I always love looking at in a list A chase, and this might start to sound silly, bearing in mind that there isn't a cloud in the sky, but it's always worth keeping an eye on DLS. That DLS score, yes, it won't come into play because we're about to get rained off, but it's a good measure as to where you are in a run chase as a measure, and it's currently on 87. So at the end of this over, the Rapids, it would be expected 1 wicket down to be on 87. And they're not far away.
Yeah, I think I'm more with DLS than I am with Wasp, just like you, Dan. I think at the moment it's pretty even Stevens. What we saw Sussex struggle to do was turn scores of 20, 30, 40 into big scores. Only really Finn Hudson-Prentice who was able to keep going, and even he, I say, only made 68, having to come off 35 balls, which pretty handy. So whilst there were lots of Sussex batters who got in, they also then got out. If someone in this Rapid side can bat long, bat deep, then they'll be giving their team a really good chance.
Yeah, I think that was the thing in that first innings, and it was slightly puzzling to figure out from a distance as to what really happened to cause those wickets to fall on 30, 40, 39, 22, 50, 30. Yeah, Crocombe to Mohammed. Something is happening here, isn't it? It's just bubbling away, this battle. Isaac Mohammed on 44 or 46. He's managed to get the boundaries away against Crocombe, but it equally feels like he's just struggled to line him up a fraction. It was good bowling by the Rapids. They stuck at their plans well. They didn't bowl many wides. They were very disciplined.
That was going to be my answer to your question is, yeah, they just...
Oh, it's gone straight up in the air. I'd said something was happening, and it has. The simplest of simple catches, I think, by George Thomas at short mid-wicket. He's been spliced up by Crocombe. He's held that heavy length for a while now. Mohammed, who has not looked comfortable against that shorter ball from Crocombe, falls for 44 or 47, and the Rapids are 83 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket, and I think that's really good bowling from Henry Crocombe, who worked out that Mohammed likes it full for him to drive, and what he didn't like was the straight back of a length delivery that just tucked him up, and that's exactly what happened there. And I think maybe the pressure was telling after a good over prior to that, and that's quick as well. You can tell that's hurried Mohammed. See, he looks like a very promising young cricketer, does Isaac Mohammed.
Very exciting. Very exciting. A sad end to an enterprising innings. Goes for 44. And in comes the captain, Jake Libby. So experienced now. Jake Libby in at number 4. 2 down.
Yeah, well, let's have a look at where the wickets fell for Sussex. 67 for 1, 82 for 2. Worcestershire, almost identical loss of wickets in terms of runs scored. So this game extremely even at the moment. Jake Libby, am I right in saying he has the highest list day average ever across the world? I think that's true. I think he reclaimed it in the match against Essex, where he scored his second consecutive century in matches. And I think that took his average above 56 again, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's currently set at 58.67.
All right, okay, yeah.
I think I'd struggle to list too many that would be averaging higher than that.
Worcestershire fans on the live chat, I'm pretty sure that's a stat about Jake Libby, that he has the highest list day average ever in world cricket. Anyway, he's at the non-striker's end at the moment. 2 relatively new men to the crease, Jake Libby and Rehan Idavalath. And interestingly, Jack Carson has thrown the ball back to his strike bowler, Ollie Robinson, clearly sensing that this is the time to bring him back into the attack, with the Rapids having lost 2 relatively quick wickets. Guided down to 3rd.
Should say it with more confidence, Sam.
Yeah.
Jake Libby, 58.67, just ahead of Rataraj Gaikwad, 58.61. Sam Hain, 58.18. Better than Michael Bevan, Virat Kohli, Cheteshwar Pujara, Shubman Gill, Prithvi Shaw, AB de Villiers.
Well, there you go. The greatest one-day batter of all time at the crease, statistically speaking. If you're a Sussex fan, after that build-up, you'll be hoping he loses his mantle.
I think it's a big reason why Jack Carson's brought Ollie Robinson back, isn't it? Straight away, as soon as Libby's got out there, try and get him early.
Absolutely. This is a huge wicket. Tuck around the corner, and he's off the mark. They've got that sort of wide slip in again, haven't they? Not quite a fly slip, but a sort of 1.5, 2. But he comes out for Idavalath. There's clearly plans for each batter. In fact, they are keeping that slip in, but it was moving Thomas round to backward point. and bringing Tom Haynes into that wideish slip. He's almost second slip, really, isn't he? With no first slip between him. Great bit of fielding by George Thomas at backward point. The shadows lengthening across this pristine outfield at the county ground. Slightly uppish from Idavalath, but safe enough, just a single. And these two happy to rotate the strike. 3 singles off this Robinson over. Libby back onto the at the striker's end. Yeah, walked around in that interval, and lovely atmosphere around the ground, Dan, with people enjoying a pint or an ice cream. Saw a few Worcestershire shirts as well. Good to see that people have made the trip down. Why wouldn't you for a sunny weekend on the south coast? Nicely played by Libby. Just pure timing, and that'll race away for 4 to that short boundary. Classy from Libby, with 109 not out on 109 in his previous 2 innings. He's in fine form.
Yeah, there's effortless, wasn't it? It's one of those cricketers, when he goes about his batting, it's surgical. I think it's precise, it's very measured, it's clinical in a run chase here for Jake Libby. In comparison to Isaac Mohammed, who we spoke about just before, who kind of bludgeons the ball, Libby, very, very skillful, very subtle. We get our first look at the young Freddie Price into the attack, replacing Henry Crocombe from the C end. So a bit more pace here for the Sharks. No slip in place for Freddie Price. 4 out on the rope. Ooh, and enterprising start for the youngster. Bit of extra pace, bit of extra carry for Freddie Price.
Sussex's second leading wicket taker in this year's competition, just 5 wickets, gives him that spot. Hudson Prentice 7.
Idavalath uses his feet, crunches him through the offside. Fielder's going to get close to cutting it off, and does. It will just be 2 for the Rapids. This feels like a really important spell here for the Sharks and for Freddie Price. I'd be shocked if the Rapids don't try and target the young man coming into the attack. They'll know with Hudson Prentice, Robinson, Crocombe, if those seamers, the experience that they've got, they'll look to really put Freddie Price under a bit of pressure. But if Price can bowl to a similar standard, as Idavalath gets that bottom hand involved, it'll just be a single. That required run rate has already ticked over 7. They are going to need to find some acceleration here, the Rapids. And the question is really, if this innings continues in a similar vein to what Sussex did, who is their Finn Hudson Prentice? Who's the guy that goes and scores 68 off 34 balls to really accelerate an innings here? 93 for 2. Back over to Jake Libby.
Well, the man who's done that for them so far this campaign is Henry Cullen, carded to come in at number 6. Took the gloves for the Rapids today. He's been in fine form with 350 so far. 70 against Yorkshire, 72 against Hampshire, and 73 against Middlesex. All coming, or 2 of them coming at better than run a ball as well.
Nicely played again by Jake Libby. So much time out there in the middle to play those shots. But they are going to require that kind of cricketer, aren't they? Particularly if Libby's going at 5 off 3, to be fair. Edavalath struggling a little bit, 8 off 15. Can't get it past the fielder at backward point. Good start to his spell for Freddie Price, just conceding 4 runs off his opening over. 94 for 2 after 17.
And before we get too deep into this game, a chance just to bring you the scores and some results from elsewhere in the Metrobank One Day Cup today. Of course, a full programme on this sunny Friday. Up at Scarborough, Derbyshire were playing Yorkshire, and the home side Yorkshire winning by 5 wickets. .94 for Sam Whiteman, the Australian who he's playing as an Englishman now, isn't he? 94 for him. 75 for James Wharton, who's in good form. So a win for Yorkshire at Scarborough. Thriller at Cardiff at Sapphire Gardens. Essex made 312, and Glamorgan were restricted to 309 for 7, despite a better than run a ball 100 for Tim van der Gutten, which is a great effort. They were chasing 312, as I say. So good game there. More runs for Noah Thane for Essex. He made 76, and then Luke Benkenstein 140 from 109. Glamorgan at 78 for 5 were out of it, but then like I say, huge contribution from Tim van der Gutten alongside the wicketkeeper Alex Horton. It's nicely played by Libby. Will he split the gap? No, just cut off there by Henry Crocombe. Notts Outlaws beating Northants up at Chesterfield. Notts playing a home game in Derbyshire. And a happy hunting ground over the border for the Outlaws. Northants made 259 for 8. Notts Outlaws won by 6 wickets. Good stuff from Ollie Robinson on the money. Sounds a little bit, doesn't sound perfect, Jake Libby's bat on that effects mic.
No, I think that was quite a long way from the middle, wasn't it? But as we spoke about earlier, who'd bet against Jake Libby at the moment?
So those are the games that have been completed in the Metrobank One Day Cup today. Obviously a few day-nighters as well. Somerset made 368 for 9. Big score for them at Taunton against Surrey. Surrey 122 for 5. Requiring a further 247 runs. This is a quick single, and Jack Mealing looks to throw down the stumps but can't pick it up cleanly. Yeah, Surrey requiring another 247 runs from 26 overs. Looks like that'll probably be a Somerset win. And then up at Leicester, Warwickshire made 220. Should have said Leicestershire would be happy with, but they slipped to 90 for 5. They need another 131 runs from the final 28 overs. Run rate not the issue, but 5 wickets down. And then finally at Chesterley Street, Durham made 303 for 7. And in reply, Middlesex are 173 for 2, looking good, requiring another 131 runs off 20.2 overs. Runs for Durham for Alex Lees. Ben Stokes made 34, half century for Will Rhodes. And Middlesex going along nicely. Could be a good game there off just the street. That's the end of the over here at Hove. 18 overs gone. Worcestershire Rapids 97 for 2. Jake Libby 9 off 9. Rahan Edavalath I should say, 8 off 17.
Freddie Price to continue from the sea end. His fielders outside that 30-yard circle are square of the wicket or behind. You expect Freddie Price to bowl into the surface here against Jake Libby. It does so on the money. Good start to the over. Dot ball for Price. 97 for 2. The Rapids require 237. Required run rate now has crept up to 7.5. It's going to be at least another 1. Could be 2, and airing on the side of caution. The Worcestershire pair in the middle. Henry Crocombe doing well to cut that off and keep it down to just 1.
Lots of people joining all the time on the stream. Great to have you here with us on this Friday night. Hopefully you're unwinding from the working week with a bit of cricket. Certainly plenty of people in the ground doing exactly that. It's a bit of a migration over from the pavilion side of the ground over to the deck chairs to catch the last of the evening sunshine. Very pleasant temperature, although I did think when I was walking around the ground that it might be a jumper on evening. It's not scorching.
Always gets you down here, doesn't it? Down at the county grounds. In the air. Oh, it's an amazing effort. A backward point. A full flowing dive. Gets a hand out to it. Certainly saves 3. An amazing effort.
Yeah, phenomenal. Ollie Carter there at backward point, full stretch. Gets the hand to it. If that had stuck, we'd be celebrating a worldie. That was a stunning effort. And you just know that through Ollie Carter's head, he's thinking, if that had stuck, I'm going viral.
In the air again. Leg side this time. It's going to beat Charlie Tier. And that is the boundary. Jake Libby moves to 14. There's been some wonderful catches down here over the years, hasn't there? None other than Curry down on the boundary rope a couple of years ago, and that would have matched it.
Yeah, because this was hit firmly. And people talk about full stretch. This really was full stretch, sort of so full stretch that his body's almost curved around the corner.
Well placed, well gapped. Allow them to come back for a comfortable 2. End of the over. An expensive end for Freddie Price. 105 for 2.
Yeah, the Rapids bringing up their 100 in that, the 19th over, as we get a shot of those deck chairs over there. Some great headgear on show when I did my lap, and lots of bucket hats, some Sussex cricket bucket hats, which I thought looked quite snazzy. A man there with a more sophisticated fedora.
A few Panamas.
Yeah, classic wide-brimmed sun hat. Imagine those sun hats have seen some county cricket over the years. So the Ollie Robinson spell comes to an end. Jack Carson returning following his brief 2 overs, which did bring a wicket with his second ball. He'll be hoping for more of the same here. It's Rehan Edavalath on strike. And he's bowled him. There we go. Good captaincy from Jack Carson, bringing himself in and taking wickets early in both of his spells so far. Adavath looks to sweep, misses it, and the leg stump is knocked back. So crucial intervention once again from Sussex's captain. And remarkably similar narrative in this innings to Sussex's. 67 for 1 was Sussex. Worcestershire lost their first wicket with their score on 60. Sussex lost their second wicket, 82 for 2. Worcestershire 83 for 2. And then Sussex losing their third wicket on 122. Rapids a little bit behind then, 105 for 3. But so far, partnerships just getting going and then being ended. So that third wicket perhaps just puts Sussex's noses in front. But whilst Jake Libby's there, they'll know there's a man there that can take this deep. But he does need support, and that'll come for now in the form of Kashif Ali.
Instant impact again, wasn't it, by Carson? He kind of felt that Rayan Adavalath was going to do something to get his innings going. He struggled really to get the timing of the surface and really just help Jake Libby build a partnership. Wasn't able to do so and ended up trying to do too much too quickly.
Yeah, perhaps a little full to sweep. Snuck under the bat. Kashif Ali with 250 so far this campaign. 65 off 63 balls against Hampshire. 51 off 46 balls against Essex. So another player that likes to score quickly. For now, he'll need to support his captain. Jack Carson doubling his tally of wickets in his 2.2 overs so far in this game. Just 2 wickets in the tournament before today, but getting some rewards today, flighting that one up, and Kashif waits for it before pushing it down to Finn Hudson-Prentice on the wide long off boundary. Wasp now giving Worcestershire just a 7% chance. I think that's way too pessimistic for Worcestershire, but I would have Sussex as favourites now. Scoreboard pressure as well. That rate required now at 7.52 runs per over. In this day and age, nothing to worry about. But as you get deep into the innings, you start to see that creep up more quickly and quickly. But for now, I think Worcestershire will just be looking to build a partnership. And they've got just the man to do that in Jake Libby. He won't be fazed by this. That's very well run. They come back for 2.
I think the big question really for the Rapids is to figure out quite quickly how high are they prepared to let that required run rate go before they feel as though they really need to go too hard at it. Because, sorry.
No, I was going to say, I always feel like if you get to the last 10 overs and you need 8.5 and over, that teams feel that that's well within them, right? So if they can go along a bit like Sussex did in those middle overs with the scoreboard ticking over, run a ball without taking too many risks.
Yeah, I think the risk that they run at the moment is they're going to have to accelerate from here to make sure that they've got a target of 80 or 85 off those final 10. They're going at less than 5.5. So they're going to have to accelerate now. The thing is, teams as well, you mentioned 85, they're going to be, if they've got wickets in hand and they need, say, 100, or they need a period going at 10s, they're quite happy to do that. Mm-hmm. But it's how long they need to go at 10s for that's the kicker, isn't it? Is it 12? Is it 15 overs? How high are they prepared to let it go? Kashif Ali, very dangerous cricketer.
Yeah, I don't think Worcestershire will be panicking about the rate at this stage. I keep an eye on it, but if you can get 6 and over as your baseline with the occasional one that goes for 8-9, it keeps you in touch. What you don't want to do is get bogged down. You've got to keep that strike rotating. Whilst Jake Libby's there, then they'll know that they have an experienced campaigner who would have seen this all before.
Yeah, he's played a bit, hasn't he? Jake Libby knows his way around a List A run chase.
That is for sure. What have you made of Freddie Price in his your first sighting of him in the flesh, Dan?
Looks like he bowls with good pace. I think he'll certainly be targeted, won't he, by Worcestershire? If they're going to target any of these seamers, it's going to be Freddie Price. He'll know that, but that is going to make it more of a challenge for him. It looks like he's bowled with good control.
Yeah.
So 5 wickets in the competition so far.
Yeah, just 19 years old. It looks like he's got a bit of sort of filling out to do. Not as quick as Crocombe, but it's got similar action and reminds me a little bit of when Crocombe first started playing for Sussex in terms of his stature and approach to the crease. It certainly looks like he's got plenty of raw materials. Seems to have a good grip of his line and length.
Inside edge that time from Libby, 19 off 18 now. Yeah, and I've been impressed by all the youngsters that have had opportunities in this competition so far. See Ollie Kirtley, Toby Munt and Troy Henry all doing very well. I dare say they'll get more opportunities in 2027 as well, won't they? 111 for 3. As Libby just punches that off the back foot. But a good over for Sussex and for Freddie Price. Just 4 runs conceded. And that required run rate again climbs up to 7.7. 222 runs required for the Rapids.
And those grass banks at the Cromwell Road end full of spectators, including a man in his Worcestershire Rapids shirt there. Good to see he's made the trip down. Another man with the 3 pairs on his chest. Another Worcestershire shirt there. Great to see lots of Worcestershire fans making the trip down. Lots of people pencil New Road in as an away trip, as a beautiful ground to go to. I think probably Worcestershire fans see an evening on the south coast Hoves in a similar vein, and they've certainly been rewarded with very pleasant watching conditions here.
Have you been to all 18 county grounds in your cricketing career?
Do you know what, I have, but it only happened 2 seasons ago.
Okay.
The last ground I ticked off was Grace Road.
Yeah. Through work or through pleasure? All of the 18, not just Grace Road.
Grace Road was through work, but I would have happily gone there through pleasure. A bit of both, really. I'm trying to think. The ones I haven't worked at would be Libby just rotating the strike. This is what he does so well. Hasn't taken any risks, but he's scoring it more than a run of ball. The key is very much of the mind that if they just keep ticking things over, take this deep, as cricketers say. Not necessarily all of them my first visit, but I think I have worked at all 18 now. How many have you done, do you reckon?
I don't know. Not 18, that's for certain. I'd like to. it's a bucket list. Certainly a bucket list.
I did feel good ticking all 18 off. Shot from Kashi Valley, used his feet nicely and evades Hudson Prentice at wide mid-off. That just releases the pressure a little bit. Really nice shot from Kashi Valley.
Yeah, powerful again, wasn't it? Down the grounds.
At Biscuits 7921 says, what about all out grounds? That would be a lifetime's work, wouldn't it? I suppose it's something to aspire to. Have you done them all, Biscuits? Tossed up this time just to prevent Kashi coming at him. 7 off the over, below the asking rate, which is now 7.68 runs per over. 119 for 3 off 22. That's one of the good things about the One Day Cup is that it's sort of given a resurgence to outgrounds, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's made for good cricket as well, because you get through to this stage of the summer and the main county grounds and a lot of the wickets have been used. You're playing on slower, lower surfaces just because of the volume of cricket that's being played now. Short ball pulled away. Chance for Tia. No, tipped over the bar. 6 runs. I don't think he was ever going to keep it in play. I don't think he was ever going to take the catch. A fantastic athletic effort from the young wicket-keeper down at deep mid-wicket. 6 runs for Jake Libby.
Yeah, fine effort. I think the best he could have hoped for was knocking it back in, but always going for 6 over that short boundary. But fine effort from Charlie Tier, great commitment. I think maybe, like you said, Dan, in the previous over, Freddie Price, a bowler they feel like they're going to have to target. His inexperience just to stop that rate creeping up too high.
Yeah, I think, to be fair to Jake Libby, that wasn't a premeditated, it wasn't a I'm targeting Freddie Price. That was a bit of a drag down from Price that never really did anything. Short leg side and a player of the quality of Libby. Just hit it really wherever he wanted to. Got enough on it. Moves on to 28 and puts the youngster under a bit of pressure. That one goes in front of square. It's going to be another boundary. Charlie Tier, who is very quick across the outfield, is being made to look more of a pace like myself with just the shortness of that boundary on the leg side and the fact it's running away down the hill here.
Yeah, a test here for Freddie Price, a bit like we saw with George O'Connor, the young bowler who came back really well after an expensive over. Price with a couple of drag downs here, just needs to take a deep breath and reassess his line and length, just keep the basics in the front of his mind.
Nicely played, can't find the gap in the offside. Coming towards the end of his 4th over. Some other options, aren't there? You've got a bit of off-spin, part-time off-spin from Jack Leaning. You've got a bit of better than part-time seam up from Tom Haynes.
Yeah, I wonder if that side injury that had kept him out will stop him from bowling. Dan Ibrahim, who has played all the games up until, or I think all the games, certainly 4 of the 5 up until now, was doing a bit of bowling.
It's going to be a wide.
Struggling a bit here. Bryce just to get things right. Do wonder if we'll see a change after this one, just to give him a chance to recompose. Very interesting point in the game.
Should just be 1 down to Ollie Robinson on the boundary. It is, and I think what makes it so interesting is we know that the Rapids are going to need to just start to accelerate something here. So they've managed to slow that run rate down to that 7.5. they won't want to let it go up to 8s. They won't want to go for a long period, 8 runs and over, particularly with 7 wickets left. End of the over, very good one for Worcestershire, 132 for 3.
Yeah, 13 off that over, which is exactly what Worcestershire needed in that point in proceedings. Jake Libby now 33 off 26. Kashif Ali, who just has cash on his shirt.
Stylish.
What's your view on nicknames on shirts?
I'm okay with
You're
it.
okay with it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Spice Man.
Yeah, bit of Andre Fletcher. Why not?
So what would you have on yours?
I don't think I'm
Dan
cool enough. Yeah, that could work, but I don't think I'm cool enough. I think I'm probably too old for that kind of malarkey. Universe boss across the back of your West Indies shirt.
Yeah, you need a bit of self-confidence, don't you? Carson starts another over. Upish, top edge, but it'll clear Freddie Price, who will chase unsuccessfully. That's, in the end, a productive shot for Kashif. Didn't get it, all of it. He did get it over the man on the 45-degree angle there on the edge of the ring, who is now being just sent right back to the edge of the 30-yard circle. Flatter this time from Carson. Kashif takes a single. At this stage of the innings, as you will be aware, 4 fielders permitted outside that circle, and they currently are deep square leg, a long on, deep mid-wicket, and a deep point. Fairly classic field for that off-spinner. Libby now facing up, and again happy just to rotate that strike, which is serving him very well at the moment. When you get a boundary off the first ball of a over, really takes a lot of pressure off, doesn't it? Then you can just knock it around and you end up with 10 off the over, something like that. Of course, 334 the target for Worcestershire. So they need another, do my maths here, 195 to win. Libby again looking just to pick up those singles. This time though, prevented from doing so after he hits the ball straight to Freddie Price. Intelligent cricket from this Worcestershire pair. 4 off the first ball and then 4 singles from the next 5 balls gives them their required rate for that over. Keeps the run rate required at under 7.5. Look at that for a view, Dan.
Glorious, isn't it?
And
what a way to what a way to enjoy it with a delicious and refreshing Thatcher's Gold, the official cider partner of Sussex Cricket and our match sponsor here on the South Coast. Finn Hudson-Prentice returns, 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 29 so far for the all-rounder, who was so destructive with the bat earlier on today, and a big reason as to how Sussex managed to post that score of 333. Jake Libby on strike on 35 off 29. Floodlights well and truly illuminated now here on the South Coast. Defensive field for the Sharks, as you'd expect. And Libby surgically turns that one into the leg side. Should just be one and is well fielded. Down by Freddie Price at long leg. Hudson-Prentice will be hoping for a slightly more economical spell. In his second set here. change of pace, and Kashi Valley respectfully and watchfully defends that back to Finn Hudson-Prentice. Quick single taken. Chance if Carson picks up clean, does. Excellent running from Kashi Valley. Running to the danger end. Jake Libby almost on the nod. Knowing that he needs to be on his toes. Through the offside, crunched. The fielder out there protecting the boundary. The pair in the middle just starting to find the timing now. Good over this for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Just 3 runs coming from those first 5 deliveries. And will be a couple of runs to end it. George Thomas being given that short leg side to patrol. Now 145 for 3 then. And I believe at the halfway stage, that is drinks. So Worcestershire require... Oh, I was going to say that now. Every piece of information in front of me that told me what Worcestershire required at the halfway stage was taken from me, Sam. 189 runs from the final 25 overs, at a run rate of around 7.5.
Once again, thanks for coming along today. We'd like to have you again. Just a final reminder that the Sharks are back in town.
Yeah, and things pretty even Stevens in terms of the scorecard. After 25 overs of their innings, Sussex were 148 for 3, Worcestershire Rapids 145 for 3. So barely anything between the two sides. Has been a fairly similar scorecard throughout this Worcestershire innings, losing wickets at similar times. This partnership now worth 40 runs. So a decent partnership, only off 35 balls as well. So just keeping in touch with that required rate of 7.6 runs per over. Jake Libby playing very sensible, very mature innings. 37 off 31 balls, 3 fours and a 6. Hasn't really taken any risks. Beautiful evening here at the county ground.
What are you saying then, Sam? We said we don't necessarily believe in what Wasp was saying earlier. DLS, for reference, is currently 167. If you were to give us a WinViz prediction from yourself, what are you saying?
60% Sussex, maybe even 57-43. I think whilst Jake Libby's there, he's such a key man, isn't he? If he can just keep doing what he's doing, take this deep, and then you've got someone like Cullen who has been such a good finisher for Worcestershire so far this campaign. Third umpire's bringing out, or I should say, Ben Debenham, one of the two on-field umpires, has gone off the field to collect a couple of gilets for the umpires. It was a little chill in the air in the interval, and as the sun's gone down, I imagine it'll be a bit cooler. Bit of a relief, to be honest, after some of the temperatures we've had, to not feel hot 24 hours a day. So the umpires are putting their fetching purple jackets on. What do you think of those purple jackets, Dan? Obviously you can't see them on the screen now, but you'll have seen them throughout the game for those watching at home.
They do little to nothing for me, Sam.
Sort of dairy milk vibes.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I've heard umpires referred to as penguins lately. I've heard vampires as well. And I'm not getting penguin or vampire vibes from the purple and black combination. I guess it highlights the kookaburra quite nicely, doesn't it?
That's true, yep. Libby again happy just to tuck that into the gap on the onside and take a single. Jack Carson continuing now into his 6th over, 2 spells. Wickets at the start of both those spells. The second ball of his first spell and the first ball of his second. So he needs to take himself off, Dan, and then bring himself back on.
I think that's how it works, isn't it? A bit of a golden arm so far for Jack Carson. 2 massive wickets as well. He's using up his tokens, though, isn't he? This is his 6th over, so this will just leave him with 4 after this one.
Yeah, I think he'll be thinking if he can get another wicket, and I think secretly he'll be hoping it's Libby, then he'll be happy to use those tokens up. Equally, if Worcestershire can see him off. Libby is the man on strike. That's pushed down the leg side. John Simpson there displaying his wonderful footwork. I always say in the current county game, obviously you've got Ben Folkes top of the table, but John Simpson has got to be right up there as the next best keeper in the country, one of the best.
I would say so. I think England's generally just blessed with very, very high quality wicket keepers. As a general rule, you could go through and list a lot, couldn't you, quite quickly?
Invention from Kashif, and it'll bring him 4 runs. That little paddle over his shoulder. Good cricket. Knew that Carson was targeting that middle and leg line. Protecting himself with that short boundary on the offside, so bowling it straight. So Kashif was able to anticipate that and play a very fine shovel over the shoulder. Good cricket from him this over. Brings productive over for all said, 9 from it. And that keeps that run rate just hovering around that 7.5 runs per over mark. Very, very good cricket from both Kashif and Libby. I notice Kashif and Libby also have the mismatched helmets, Dan.
Maybe Kashif is kind of borrowed.
Yeah.
Azak Mohammed. I think they're 2 different manufacturers, aren't they? I think one is a Mazuri or Mazurai, depending on how you pronounce it, and I think the other one's a Shrey.
Does one have a fabric cover and the other one's sort of just the coloured plastic?
Could be. Hudson Prentice, after drinks, finds the middle of the bat of Kashif Ali.
I don't know how it works. You'd have thought they'd sent a Pantone number or something like that and said, this is the colour we want.
Maybe they did. Maybe it doesn't quite match the Dulux colour charts that's required. I must admit, I can't quite come around to the shiny plastic helmets.
Oh, I like them.
I'm not there yet.
No, I like them.
I'm not there yet. Give me the cloth.
Not necessarily the glossy ones, but the one that have that sort of matte finish.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the one Libby's wearing. Yeah, I'm a fan. And in a weird way, those were kind of the original helmets, weren't they? Do you remember Graham Gooch with his white helmet? With that didn't have fabric; it was literally just the plastic.
Yeah, don't know why. Don't know why. I don't think you'll be able to convince me otherwise.
No, well, that's fair enough.
154 for 3.
Good stuff from Hudson Prentice, just joining those dots. 3 dots now, which even in itself sends that run rate up a couple of basis points, to use a Bank of England term.
It is going to be a tough chase from here. It's going to be hard work for the Rapids. They can't really afford to lose wickets anytime soon.
Yeah, that is the thing about this approach, is if you do lose a wicket, then suddenly you've put a lot of pressure on the next man in. This partnership now worth 49.
Quick single taken.
50 partnership.
It's come about quite quickly, isn't it? Quite quickly and quite quietly, the way they've gone about building this partnership up. 155 for 3. And a few of those supporters that are enjoying the matchday sponsor just starting to get slightly lively here at the county grounds. You like to see it. Very quick single taken this time. And they're going to come back for a second on an overthrow. That's the risk of having a shy at the stumps, isn't it? You just don't know where that ball's going to deflect off to. And Charlie Tier, who's been in the wars down on that boundary rope through the course of this first inning, or this second innings, maybe just taking a bit of frustration out. 157 for 3, 23 overs to go.
Yeah, that partnership, or this partnership between Libby and Kashif, in a game where one side scores 333 and the side batting second 157 for 3. Just the third 50 partnership, which is quite illustrative in itself. Lots of starts, but no huge double act to really dominate an inning so far. Will that be what Libby and Kashif do to win the game for Worcestershire? We shall see. Henry Crocombe is back into the attack, this time coming down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's got 1 for 17 from his 4 overs, picking up the wicket of Isaac Mohammed. Nicely played by Kashif for 1.
Are you surprised that we've not seen a little bit of Jack leaning? I appreciate the side strain to Tom Haynes is a logical reason to kind of exclude the opener from a couple of overs here, but
it's going down.
It's quite rare that a captain's not bought those free couple of overs. Maybe when Ed Avalath was just struggling to get going, he could have just snuck maybe 2 or 3 overs from leaning.
Yeah, I think that would have been the time to do it. I think now with these two, he's thinking, Carson's thinking he'd like to use his strike bowlers to try and separate them. But at some point, if he's not going to get 10 out of Price, he's got to find a few from somewhere else. 5 bowlers used so far for Sussex: Hudson Prentice, Robinson, Crocombe, Carson and Price. Crocombe the most economical, certainly at the start of this over. He had 1 for 17, 4.25 runs per over. Robinson, who's already bowled 7, so we probably won't be seeing him until the back end of the innings now. none for 30 at 4.29 runs per over. Well played by Kashif, but picks out that man at deep square leg, who gets a warm round of applause from this, you have to say, very engaged crowd here. They are transfixed on what is a game that has been very finely poised from quite early on.
It's been good, isn't it?
Not really been any periods, apart from when Hudson Prentice started scoring freely, where you'd say one side was in the ascendance. I think there was some bat on that, otherwise that looked good. Two noises, Dan?
I think so, yeah. We'll get a replay, won't we? We'll get the benefit of slowing things down and having another look, but not much interest from Henry Crocombe.
No, I think he knew that there was some inside edge on that. It looked pretty straight. I don't know. Difficult to tell from that angle. A bit like you say, Crocombe swiftly withdrawing his appeal, and Ben Devon and the umpire smiling as if to say, I know you know. But he's just hurrying Jake Libby here. Good over from Henry Crocombe. Just the 4 runs from it. That sends that required rate back up towards 8 and over. 7.82 required. 162 for 3. The target 334.
Yeah, it's finely poised, isn't it? You can't help but feel that if the Rapids are 3 down at the end, they'll have got the job done. Sharks need the wicket, and more than likely need the wicket of Jake Libby. As dangerous as Kashif Ali is, just doesn't quite have that same level of experience as Jake Libby. Finn Hudson Prentice starting his 7th over from the sea end, 162 for 3. Quick single take and excellent running from Kashif Ali. Sussex will be hoping that they're up to task when the Rapids decide to just go through the gears. They've accelerated a fraction, haven't they, since drinks? That run rate's gone from 5.4 to 5.8, but it's still growing in the favour of the Sharks. In the air, through the leg side. They'll look for 2. It's just going to be 1. Excellent by Freddie Price.
Floodlights very much taking over from the sunlight now, with the sun on its way down.
So you'd normally expect this surface just to get a little bit of extra zip about it, wouldn't you, when those floodlights come on and start to take effect. I wonder if it's going to be one of those days that it's not quite been hot enough to really get the dew to come into play here and do what maybe Jake Libby hoped that this surface would do and quicken up. It doesn't look like there's any great pace coming off the ball at the minute as Hudson Prentice steams in once again. Timed nicely by Kashif Ali. Good over, 2 runs from the opening 4 deliveries.
Wasp showing its appreciation of this partnership. That notoriously demanding measure was down at something like 7% when the 3rd wicket fell. It's now back up to 19%. Still think Worcestershire have got more of a chance than that.
I would very much agree with that statement. It does feel as though it's on this partnership though, doesn't it? This is the one to really take Worcestershire close and it's just whether they can deal with the pressure of it. As you mentioned, Henry Cullen's been that aggressor so far, but if he walks out to bat and he's got 20 plus overs to go, and then you're into Tom Taylor, Ben Allison, Fateh Singh, Ben Gibbon, and George O'Connor, crunched away down to point. It's quite a long tail.
Yeah, I think Libby and Kashif are doing exactly the right thing as that over comes to an end. Take it deep, as they say. Especially when they know that Sussex have got to find 50 overs from somewhere, and if they're concerned about Freddie Price, then they've got to look elsewhere or bring Price back on. Hope for Sussex at the moment is that they can break this partnership and then try and squeeze those extra overs in. So Henry Crocombe continuing from the Cromwell Road end. It's dragged down. Charlie Tier will have more running to do. He's certainly been active as a boundary rider there. Makes a change from his usual stationary role behind the stumps. Good for him to get a run around.
And he's been treated to the longer side as well, hasn't he? A little bit more protection.
They put these GPS trackers on them, don't they? But he'll definitely, him and Kashif Ali have been the main distance coverers today. It's good from Crocombe, heavy length. Philip makes an interesting point on the YouTube chat. He's actually here at the ground, but tuning in as well. Great to have you, Philip. He says a lot of people seem to have left at the halfway point. I think he's probably right. It does feel like we've seen a few people head out the gates. He wonders why, given it's such an interesting game. I suppose some people have evening plans and thought they'd come along for the first half. Quite a few people moved out from the pavilion to chase some sun, I guess, on the other side, although not an issue now that the sun has gone down. I guess people will have had plans on Friday night and things like that, but also I dare say, not to sort of typecast, but nature of the audience, maybe people who don't want to be out late at night or whatever it might be. Good running from Kashif Ali, just pushes that out to mid-off and scampers through for another single. He's got 32 from 34 now, so these two both scoring at about run a ball, keeping Worcestershire just about in touch, although that run rate required is now above 8. They won't want it to get much higher than that between now and over 40, I would guess. It'd be interesting to see whether... It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse, isn't it? When are you going to bring your fifth bowler back into the attack? That might be when they decide to force the issue a bit. At the moment, though, they're happy just to take singles, pick up the odd 2.
Yeah, Sussex will know that they're 1 wicket away here from creating a massive headache for the Rapids in this run chase. It does look like Freddie Price is going to come back into the attack quite soon. 4 overs, none for 29. So going at just over 7s. But Carson's going at 7s as well. So it's not exactly like he's being taken to the cleaners.
No, he had that one very expensive over, didn't he? Which,
second one, wasn't it?
Yeah, took him out of the attack. Good over from Henry Crocombe, who has been very good for Sussex. You can see why he was a man in high demand when it became clear he was going to move on from the South Coast, and Surrey winning the race for his signature. And it is going to be Freddie Price. You're right, Dan. Big moment in the game.
It feels it, doesn't it? It's going to leave 3 for Finn Hudson-Prentice. There's 3 for Ollie Robinson and 4 left for both Henry Crocombe and Jack Carson. And Freddie Price has got the big responsibility as it stands. And I think at this stage it would be a little bit of a head scratch if we did see a couple of overs from Jack Leaning or Tom Haynes. You'd expect Freddie Price has got 6 overs to bowl here.
Well, we saw him given an opportunity with the bat pushed up ahead of Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe. And I think, given Sussex are out of this competition in terms of progression, then why not say to Freddie Price, here's a pressure situation, see how you get on. It's all good experience for someone they clearly see as someone who could be a part of certainly the medium-term future for Sussex as they rebuild from their financial penalties and start to build a squad again with youngsters.
Yeah, you expect he'll have, as you say, a significant role to play in the short to medium term future down here at Hove. A bit of a split field for him. 2 on the offside for Kashi Fally and Jake Libby, and then 2 on the leg side. Interestingly, the ones on the offside are behind square. The ones on the leg side are in front of square. It's nicely guided by Kashi Fally, will allow him to come back for a second.
What the reintroduction of Price does do is slightly force the issue for Worcestershire, because you're going to, unless they feel, well, all we're going to do, regardless of who's bowling, we're going to see where we are at 40. But you'd have thought against a youngster with not much experience behind him, who's had an expensive over already, you'd have thought they'll think, we do need to make sure we score some runs and keep that run required rate in check against this particular bowler. So it'd be interesting to see whether they do start to try and engineer something.
Yeah, you can just see, can't you, from Kashi Fally in particular, maybe a fraction more of a flourish to each of the shots that he plays against Freddie Price. Jake Libby quite happy to continue his work, 48 off 44. 4 runs off the opening 3 deliveries for Price. It's almost going to have to be the perfect delivery, isn't it, for a dot ball here with the split fields. I think that's a bit of an insurance policy for Price. 2 men down on the leg side boundary to try and deter the batters from stepping across and going aerial into the leg side.
Started well though, Price. What he hasn't done is offered this pair any gimmies. And if he can do that, then he'll have done his role. It's restless locals.
Agreed. Changing the field as well. Men down on the rope in front of square. Pulled away, dragged down. It's going to be 4. Fairly big gap between George Thomas and Jack Carson on the leg side. But with that short leg side down the slope, and it was a bit of a long up from Freddie Price.
Yeah, having just sung his praises about gimmies, that was a bit of a freebie.
Pressure back on the youngster to get out of this over now. Another boundary here starts to feel very expensive. Full toss. Should just be 1. And is end of Freddie Price's 5th over. 181 for 3. Wasp is fluttering away. DLS though, which is I think a much better measure, currently 194.
Yeah, 10 off that over from Freddie Price, which apart from the drag down was a good over, but it just shows you there isn't much margin for error here. Because if Worcestershire can pick up singles and then a boundary off each over, that's kind of exactly what they need. So you've got to avoid too many boundary balls. That's what Worcestershire did really well for the most part in their innings. Jack Carson returning now at the Cromwell Road end for a 3rd spell. He has 2 for 42 from his 6 overs. Certainly gets some good games in this one-day cup. Last time we had a floodlit game here at Hove last season, we had a thriller against Lancashire. big shout. Wow, lots going on there. A shout for LBW, which is then withdrawn, but in fact, it was given. Was it given as buys?
1 bye, yeah.
Yeah, so it touched nothing. I thought he had been pinned in front. Jack Carson, I think, says, well, if you had got your pad in the way, then I was definitely going to appeal hard. In the end, it didn't touch anything. John Simpson was busy wondering how on earth that had missed pad or stumps, and in the meantime, took his eye off the ball, and they scrambled through for a bye. What's going on? Thankfully, a little less that delivery.
Turn, though. Not seen much of it, have we? From the finger spinners in this game so far, but Carson genuinely getting that one to grip on the surface. How important will these 3.5 overs be?
Just about recovers to Zolly Carter, who almost took one of the all-timers at backward point earlier on, groping around for that ball. In the end, he does manage to prevent a single being taken. Faster this time from Carson and tucked out into the onside, but a good start for Carson. 50 for Jake Libby. 48 balls, 3 fours, 1 6. Hasn't scored a boundary for some time, but he's still going at over a runner ball. Just shows you his experience, his class, ability to just keep that run scoring going, even if the boundaries aren't coming. Not feeling like he's got to manufacture anything too extreme. But Carson will be happy with this over so far. Just a bye and a single. Full toss this time. Chance for a run out? No, because Kashif Ali was quick off the mark. So a single to him. This partnership now worth 79. Sussex will be well aware of the need to break it. Libby looking for 2, but in the end settles for 1. 4 runs off the over. A good over for Sussex and for their captain Jack Carson. 185 for 3 off 32 overs. As we were tempted by that ice cold pint of Thatcher's on the screen. Thatcher's, of course, the official cider partner of Sussex Cricket and indeed our match sponsor here for this floodlit encounter today. Chris on the chat on the live stream thinks perfect timing of this chase. Easy go at 10s when needed. Well, we shall see, but I think he's right that Libby and Kashif have played this just right. Of course, the acid test will be when they have to then accelerate. But they've kept themselves in the game. If they'd lost 2 more quick wickets, Worcestershire, after they lost that 3rd, then they would be really up against it. But Libby and Kashif keeping them in the game.
Freddie Price continuing starts well. Just that single into the offside. Yeah, they've measured it nicely, haven't they? They've not allowed that run rate to climb significantly. It has gone up a fraction, but it's just hovering around that 8.2, 8.3 mark. And they will, of course, have power to add to catch up when they need to. 186 for 3. 148 runs required for the Rapids. Sussex need wickets. That is the currency here for the home team. Kashif Ali over the offside. No fielder down there. Beautifully timed. Lofted cover drive to bring up 190 for the Rapids. That punchy bottom hands from Kashif Ali. Hold the pose. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
That's a cracking shot. And Freddie Price, really a test of his mettle here. Sussex's bowling options a little limited. As you mentioned, Dan, Jack leaning can bowl some off spin. I think Tom Haynes is probably not an option given his side strain.
Over the offside, it's skewed away. Fielder's not going to get there and runs past it on the spin. It will only be 2 in the end. Kashi Valley moves to 47. And this is the first real sign of we're going to go up a gear quite quickly. Put Price under pressure. Not only Price, but put Carson under pressure as well as the captain. 4.5 overs to go for Freddie Price this evening. Wide called. Trying to hog and hold that wide line. Not able to keep it inside the blue mark. Be a good test. Good test of mettle, good test of character.
Yeah, whatever happens, it's going to be valuable experience for Freddie Price. Jack Carson, you would have heard on the effects mic there, banging his hands together, encouraging his young seamer.
Nicely bowled, low full toss, but Kashi Valley, I think, has got the 4. No, he hasn't. Crocombe, excellent sliding stop down at deep extra cover. Acknowledged by his young bowler, Freddie Price. Huge bit of athleticism from Crocombe to keep that down to 2.
Yeah, superb. In a game of fine margins, how important are stops like that?
Change in the field. As that man at deep mid-wicket comes up to the 30-yard circle. So long on, long off, deep extra cover. And a deep third of the 4 on the rope. Kashi Valley tries to open up the leg side, and he does so. Crashes into the brick wall just on the outskirts of the ground. A monster from Kashi Valley to bring up his 50. Not much Freddie Price could have done differently there. Power from Kashi.
Power and great use of the crease. Opening up that short side of the ground by stepping over. Really impressed with Kashi Valley. Carson's got some thinking to do here because he can't have too many overs like this, otherwise suddenly he's going to lose track of the lose control of this chase. What do you think he does here, Dan? He's got to go to one of his strike bowlers and he's got to try and have one more go at breaking this partnership.
I think the tough question here, as we've spoken and alluded to for a lot of the time through this run chase, is slower ball, muscled again. It's going to be another boundary. Thomas not able to get there. Hands on his hips for the young Freddie Price. That required run rate for the Rapids has dropped in that over from 8.3 to 7.6. Kashi Valley raced up to 59. The 200 up as well for the Rapids. The 100 partnership between Jake Libby and Kashi Valley coming off 83 deliveries. And that already feels like a massive difference between this Worcestershire run chase and the first innings for Sussex. But the big question for Carson is what's he going to be able to do? Do you try and take the game as deep as you can and give Freddie Price the responsibility of 4 overs at the very, very death and use your experience of Crocombe or Finn Hudson-Prentice or Robinson early?
I think he's got to turn to one of his senior players here. They don't get the wicket quickly, then Worcestershire could make this look simple.
Carson continues. He's got 3 overs left himself.
So yes, you're right. Hudson-Prentice with 3, Robinson with 3, Crocombe with 4, 2.5 remaining for Carson, and then 4 for Price. And that is the thing, when you go in with a 5-man attack, if someone doesn't have a good day, then you're scrambling around. Extremely intelligent cricket from both Libby and Kashish through this partnership. The experience of Libby the captain, just to guide his team through that tricky period. This partnership now worth 101. Sussex in desperate need of a wicket. And the closer that Libby and Kashif, or the deeper Libby and Kashif take this game, the more they'll feel licensed to play their shots, knowing that they've got Henry Cullen to come in, who, as we said, has been in fine form and has scored some great runs at the back end of innings for Worcestershire. Carson tidy though, although they come for 2 there. Great to hear from Adam Matthews, a text from Adam Matthews, the former media manager at Sussex, but a Worcestershire man at heart, and he points out that Henry Cullen is having a great tournament and looks a fine young player for the pairs. Great to hear from you, Adam, and we'll see what role Henry Cullen has to play at the moment, though. Kashif and Libby doing a fine job of marshalling this chase. Carson, 49 runs off his 7.5 overs so far. One ball to come in his 8th over, and slightly uppish for a minute. I wondered if that was heading straight to Ollie Carter, but he's placed that nicely, Kashif, out to the man on the cover boundary. That brings the over to an end. 6 runs from it. We reach that 34 over mark, where we go down to 1 ball, Dan.
We do indeed. Taking a look on it. I'd be fascinated to know the science really as to what they want to go for here. Is it the softer of the two? Is it the shinier of the two? Is it the one that's been looked after slightly better? Is it the darker of the two, the grubbier of the two, that may be slightly harder to pick up from the batters? I'd like to know, or the best kept.
That's a really good question. I imagine they look pretty similar.
I would have thought so. I've got another good question as well. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, always.
Do you think Worcestershire have got an eye on net run rate as well? Currently sits 6th in the table. Obviously, they've got this result to come in, whichever way round this falls. They've got 12 points. So if they're successful today, that will take them to 16, which would put them joint with Middlesex and Durham. Middlesex's net run rate currently sits at 1.85, Durham 0.4, and Worcestershire's 5 matches, 3 wins, 2 losses at negative 0.3.
Could be a big factor, couldn't it? Yeah, I think that's a really interesting observation as Ollie Robinson returns to the attack. I think Jack Carson had to do this. Yeah, that run rate, they won't have been thinking about it, but they might now start to think about it if they feel like they're in control. If they get to, 40 overs and these two are still there, they might think, well, actually, if we could win this in 46 overs, 47 overs.
Yeah. Because it's the top 3, isn't it, from both groups?
Yeah.
Go through.
They call them quarterfinals, but really it's a sort of playoff, isn't it?
Yeah.
2nd versus 3rd. Across the groups to work out who's going to play the winner of each group in the semi-finals. Well, this is starting to feel like Robinson or bust. 3 overs left for the England man. Jack Carson wouldn't have wanted to necessarily be bowling him now, but I think he's conscious that if he doesn't break this partnership soon, then it could be too late for Robinson later on.
Wow. Kashif Ali at his very, very best. Full flowing, lofted on drive, all the way for 6. Down into the marquees. Bit of tail on it for Robinson, but it's just swung into the arc. If Kashif Ali's got himself into that power hitting position, and he's muscled the strike bowler back down the ground for 6. He's 67 off 50 now.
He is so strong, isn't he, with that bottom hand. And unsurprisingly, we're on a hunt for the ball. That's his highest score of the campaign so far. Kashif Ali beating his 65 off 63 against Hampshire. Crucially, just 50 balls for that 67.
Yeah, you can see he's ticking as well now, can't you? He's really gone through the gears himself. A couple of sixes in recent history. 217 for 3. We've seen some ridiculous innings in his career so far. Can Robinson respond? Not there, he can't. Back-to-back sixes, crashes into the scoreboard. That time square up. 2-2-3 for 3.
Yeah, Ollie Robinson will be disappointed with that delivery, with that short boundary, bit of a drag down. Kashif Ali, who is so quick with those hands.
Either Kashif Ali has had the nod from the skipper or the dugout, or he's given himself the nod here. He wants to get this done, and he wants to get it done with time to spare, doesn't he? 111 required from 93. 7 wickets in hand for the Rapids. Over the offsides. Gone. Excellent catch. Running in off the boundary rope. Is it Finn Hudson-Prentice? The man that did the damage with the bat has just potentially broken this run chase for the Rapids. It's Kashif Ali, 2 sixes in a row. Tried to go for the third. And Robinson, the experienced Robinson, breaks that 100-run partnership. And Kashif Ali departs 73 of 52.
Yeah, it's a good piece of bowling, that Robinson, who knew that Kashif was eyeing up that short boundary, so he put it wide, full outside the off stump. Said, all right, if you're going to swing, then you try swinging after this one. So, cost a couple of sixes, but the bowling change has worked. A crucial wicket for Sussex. Jack Carson will be delighted that turning to his senior bowler has brought that wicket. I think he'd have happily exchanged a couple of sixes for that wicket there.
Yep, I think so. You'd certainly say, well, I think I would at this stage say advantage Worcestershire as Henry Cullen makes his way out to the middle, particularly with Jake Libby there. 111 off 92. Sussex will feel, though, if they can get one more, Tom Taylor carded next, they'll feel they'll have an end open.
Yeah, it took a few balls for Robinson to work out his plans, but that's exactly what he would have wanted to be doing. Full and wide outside off stump. Good knock, though, from Kashif Ali. Paced it really nicely. I think he'll probably be disappointed having hit those two preceding balls for 6. Did he need to go quite so hard after the next one? But let's not take anything away from a fine innings from Kashif Ali, who really does hit the ball hard, doesn't he? First time I've seen him live in the flesh, and exciting player to watch.
Yeah, just naturally aggressive, natural stroke maker. And Henry Cullen, over to you. If you joined your captain in the middle, he's on 55 or 54. Floodlights well and truly on here at the county ground now. Short ball, timed nicely into the offside. Gets away straight away. 2-2-4 for 4. Just one delivery left in this over. Expensive, but brilliant at the same time.
That's what you want, isn't it, from your senior pro? Hold their nerve, not get fazed by being smoked for a couple of sixes. Came back with exactly the right delivery.
One just keeps a fraction lower. Libby, as you'd expect, drops it into the offside, takes the single, strolls down the other end, keeps the strike. 225 for 4. 109 to win now for the Rapids, and you can see in that run chase they are just above where Sussex were at this stage. You've then got that bit of acceleration you can see in the lighter blue line, which was the innings of Finn Hudson-Prentice. They have managed to get that required run rate down to 7.3.
Yeah, a couple of big towers in that Manhattan, which makes that wicket so important because Worcestershire were just starting to up the pace, and you felt like they were starting to believe that they were the side in ascendancy, but that wicket does really swing things back towards sort of even Stevens. 108 required off 89.
What do you do here is Jack Carson. He's obviously going to bowl himself from the Cromwell Road end. Attempted to get Freddie Price back into the attack now that Kashif Ali has departed. If you're going to need to use the overs up here, 4 more for Price. You think with the new Cullen in might be an opportunity to get through another 1 or 2.
Nicely played. And a bit of a Sydney Harbour bridge from Tom Haynes, but thankfully for him, George Thomas is behind and throws that ball in flat and hard, and John Simpson has to work hard to gather it, but unsurprisingly, given it's John Simpson, he does that successfully. Yeah, certainly plenty to think about for Jack Carson. It's certainly not job done having got that wicket. It's certainly kept them in the game. It's a flighted delivery, which Cullen looks to engineer over his shoulder. Don't know if Carson anticipated that and so tossed it up.
I think so. I think Cullen went down so early. Carson just took all the pace off of it. Tom Haynes, concerningly, just holding his side after that bit of fielding a couple of balls before. I'm going to put 2 on the reverse sweep as well now that Cullen has shown that he's got that shot in his locker.
It can't be more than 10 foot between them. Shout for LBW. Ben Debenham not interested. Jack Carson has been excellent. Let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, going down, turning down the leg side. Jack Carson really has been superb, particularly after conceding a few runs early. He's taken 2 important wickets and stemmed the flow from that Cromwell Road end. He only has 7 balls remaining, and then his job is very much one of juggling his resources. Let's just go through what people have left to them from a bowling point of view. Hudson-Prentice 3, Robinson 2, Crocombe 4. I wonder if we might see Crocombe follow Carson at this end, and then Freddie Price 6 expensive overs. Oh, great footwork from Jack Carson, who scampered round. And if he hadn't got that foot on, then that was definitely going to be at least 1, because it was heading very slowly out towards the man at long on. That's a good piece of work. Unorthodox, but for the big Glasgow Rangers fan, good bit of footwork.
What a beard. Got a stunning bit of facial hair.
And the individual behind doing the work on the top as well.
Yeah, I was going to say the shirt's not bad. Nice cricket jumper. Need one of those today, don't you?
Yeah,
you need a cricket jumper. It's got. I didn't think you'd say it on a day that started off in the mid-20s, but it's got a bit nippy.
It has.
It's always misleading down here, though. Remember coming down for the blast nights? You'd be going about your day, shorts and t-shirts. You get down to Hove, sit yourself down in the deck chair or in one of the temporary stands, and all of a sudden you'd go, I'm freezing cold. Great marketing ploy, by the way. The amount of jumpers and things I probably would have bought and extra t-shirts from the Sussex Club shop over the years for my own lack of preparation. Cullen tries to give himself a bit of room, opens up the offside. The one that always stands out was, for multiple reasons, mostly that wicket of Chris Gale by Tymal Mills very early in his Sussex career. But that was Arctic. I don't know what time of year that was, but it was absolutely freezing cold. It might have been May, might have been late May. Powerfully played away. Well stopped by Ollie Carter again at backward point. Yes, it has conceded one, and he'll be disappointed. That's not gone into the hand. It looks like it's hit him on the wrist, but he has saved at least one, if not three. Blimey, he's timed that well, isn't he, Cullen?
It's a good bit of fielding from Carter, because that was almost, you know what I mean if I say it almost yorked him, which you obviously associate with a batter, but when it drops just in front of you as a fielder, it can be really tricky.
230 for 4. Crunched again through the offside.
It's good stuff. Sorry, Dan.
No, Jake Libby, I was just going to say, gets to 58. He needs one more to make sure that that batting average in List A cricket remains as high as what it is now.
Yeah, officially the world's greatest List A cricketer.
That's how I interpreted it. We'll ignore Virat Kohli's 59 List A hundreds.
Yeah, well, when it comes to averages, no one is better than Jake Libby.
Short ball spliced up, not timed it for a second there. Charlie Tear at mid-wicket was very interested, thinking that might have been coming his way. He did a bit behind square.
Really good stuff from Ollie Robinson. Looked like Castle's decision to bring his key man back might have backfired when Ali hit those 2 sixes, but then to take that wicket and then follow it up now with some really economical, accurate bowling.
On the money, just one. Very quick single taken. Carson, not quite sure that was necessary from the Sussex skipper. Didn't cost anything extra.
Libby was strolling between the wicket, but I think he was always safe. Carson just reminding him that he's in a contest here and keeping him on his toes.
A well-judged single. Maybe the experienced Libby trying to bait that throw-in from Carson. Final ball for Robinson's over. Great Yorker. And they do sneak another single. Here's a question for you then. 1 over left for Ollie Robinson. Do you save it? Or do you get Ollie Robinson to bowl out now and hand over the responsibility to Hudson Prentice, Crocombe and Price?
I've got a feeling he'll bowl him out. Not least that, as we saw at the start of this spell from Robinson, he took a couple of balls to find his radar. Given that he has been so effective in taking that wicket and then conceding so few runs off that over, another tidy over like that, whilst you've still got a relatively new batter at the crease, just get that required rate up again, and then say over to Hudson, Prentice and Crocombe. They do still have this fifth bowler issue. I think Carson's taking the approach that he's going to have to try and win this game without Price. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
Get the work done before he has to start thinking about how he uses Price again. Anyway, Carson bowling his final over of the evening. He's got 2 for 54 from his 9. A great start to that over as Cullen looks to cut one that was probably too close to cut. And the ball sneaks under his bat. Oh, it turned a huge amount. Nearly took his off stump. Wow.
It's gone over the bails, isn't it? Big turn.
Remarkable. Very lucky is Henry Cullen that didn't clip his off bail. Decides to use his feet this time and gets one. Brings Jake Livy onto strike. Takes the required runs down to 99 off 76. And that gap between balls remaining and runs to win just widening in the last few overs since the loss of Kashif Ali, who was really starting to accelerate. That was a big wicket. How's Jake Libby going to play this? Jake Libby will be aware that Sussex have got this issue of how to juggle their bowlers. And if you do take it really deep and Price has to come back in, then Libby will be thinking, well, actually, even if it's 12 and over, can I get on top of the young man? Great experience for Freddie Price if it does come to that, because you learn so much, whether you win or you lose. And then you can discuss it with James Kirtley, your bowling coach. What would you have done differently? So hopefully he's relishing that opportunity. See if we get to that stage. over his shoulder. Jack leaning almost sent the wrong way, but does well. And my word, he made Henry Cullen hurry there. Sussex certainly making sure that Worcestershire aren't able just to canter through for singles, making them aware that they're going to have to work hard for every single run. I look for 2 here and get it quite comfortably. Well run. And takes Libby to 62 off 61, still scoring at above the runner ball. So if you're tuning in on the live stream, nearly, well, just over 3,500 of you currently watching, let us know where you think this game's going. Who are you favouring at this stage, given all those variables we've mentioned? So a great over from Carson, finishes a very good 10 overs from the Sussex captain. He finishes with figures, as you may have just heard from the PA announcer here at Hove, with 10 overs, no maidens, 2, 4, 60, I think, or 61. I've lost track.
2 for 61, I believe.
There we go, yeah. There you are on the screen. Carson, 10 overs, 2 for 60. And in the context of the game, pretty decent effort.
I would say so. Robinson then will bowl out. This will be his final over. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 49. How he'd love to double that maiden tally and the wicket tally right now. Libby on 63. Excellent start to this over for Robinson. So it's going to leave 3 for Hudson Prentice, 4 for Henry Crocombe, and 4 for Freddie Price. With that required run rate up at 7.9. DLS, if you're interested, the Rapids are fractionally in front. 240 for 4. The DLS score right now would be 239. They require less than 194 runs to win here at Hove for the Rapids. Slower ball for Robinson, squirted away into the offside. Brilliantly well fielded by Finn Hudson-Prentice, keeps it down to 1.
So basically what we're saying is if it rained now, Worcestershire would be 2 runs ahead of where they need to, or no, 2 ahead of the par score. So it really is tight from a DLS perspective.
That's finely balanced. And as I say, generally speaking, a very, very good measure of where you are in a run chase, that DLS score. 241 for 4. Quick single taken from Cullen. Required run rate up to 8.
And this Hove crowd, what remains of it, I think lots of people have left, maybe caught out by the drop of temperatures, but they're missing out on, those that have left are missing out on a thriller. And those that are still here, you can tell are really engrossed, aren't they? That's that sound around the ground of sort of hushed engagement.
Yeah, a bit of nerve, isn't it? Good Yorker from Robinson. Bit of nerve in the crowd for both sets of supporters, I would imagine. Certainly not job done for the batting side, but they've got that extra bit of jeopardy, haven't they? They need to win today to keep any knockout chance alive. With a couple of games to go after this one, or 1 game off to go after this one. Just getting that field right. Man goes finer down on the leg side. Are we going to see an Ollie Robinson bumper here? We're not. We're going to see another Yorker and another quick single taken. They've run incredibly well. Cullen, yes, he's 11 off 14. It's been fairly enterprising with the scoops and the reverse sweeps and the ramps, but he has run well with Jake Libby. 90 required from 67.
Superb from Robertson, you have to say. Just hitting the area he wants to hit, ball after ball. There's one ball left in his 10.
And a nice finish as well. Played into the offside for one. End of the over, end of the spell for Ollie Robinson. His 10 overs, 1 for 54. And a nice round of applause from those Sussex supporters in the grounds this evening, glued to the action. One less now.
Those youngsters up there enjoying the game.
2-4-5 for 4. And Sussex go back to Henry Crocombe. He's got 4 overs left. So no Freddie Prices yet. Do you go Hudson Prentice from the C end, or do you go Price? I think I'd try Price.
Yes, I was just thinking hard about that. I think I agree with you, Dan. But we shall see what Carson does. Yeah, you talk about those the table. So Essex winning today is not a great thing for Worcestershire, because that takes them ahead of them in the table as it stands, but doesn't really change a huge amount in that Worcestershire have to win today. Worcestershire 2 games after today, Glamorgan and Durham. Glamorgan with just the 1 win from their 7 games. Durham, meanwhile, only have lost 1 after 5 games. Good stuff from Crocombe, but he's looked up and he tumbled over. What was that about?
Well, I think he got slightly worried that Jack Carson was going to fire that into the stumps and realised that he may have been in the firing line of it.
I was about to say he went down like he'd been shot, and that's exactly how he went down, because I think he was anticipating being pelted with the ball. I thought he'd injured himself, or, a hamstring had popped or something like that. Thankfully for him, it hasn't. Oh, and that'll be called a wide, but there was a sharp bouncer, and it wasn't far off from taking Cullen's glove. Certainly hurried the man. Look at that. It's a nasty brute of a bouncer. 6 inches straighter, and Henry Cullen would have been fearing for his well-being, I think.
Yeah, he got the right height on it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just missed the line with regards to targeting that badge on the front of Cullen's helmet.
Does bowl a sharp bouncer. Oh, that's a shot. Really nice shot from Cullen. Talk about timing. That just releases the pressure a little bit.
250 up as well for the Rapids. He's played that shot so well in this short innings so far. I think that's left the bat face with more pace than what had arrived with it.
Really raced away. Yeah, just to round up that state of the table, Durham actually lost today, so they stay on 16, which is good news if you're a Worcestershire fan, if they win today. Pushing hard is Cullen, but they'll only get 1. So yeah, as it stands, the teams in the pole positions are Yorkshire, Middlesex and Durham. Yorkshire 20 points from 7 games, so they've got 1 left against Essex. Middlesex 16 points from their 5 games. Derbyshire and Sussex for them to play. Durham, same record as Middlesex, Essex and Worcestershire to come. Another bouncer, this time pace off. Libby waits for it, plays it nicely. Libby still playing that anchor role, taking this as deep as he can, knowing that Sussex have got to find some overs. Either, well, it's going to be Freddie Price. Clearly, Jack Carson has only got these 5 bowlers available. I think otherwise we'd have seen someone else by now.
Agreed. It's still wickets though, isn't it? Wickets will change things in this run chase. They'll put the Rapids under a bit more pressure. So
that boundary off this over, making it a very good one for Worcestershire alongside their quick running. 9 from it, which means the required run rate, even I can do this maths, with 10 overs to go and 80 runs to win, is exactly 8 runs per over. 60 balls left, 80 to win. Power play 2 comes to an end, so that does mean, of course, that Sussex get a 5th fielder permitted outside the 30-yard circle. And Jack Carson's disagreed with us, Dan. I can see the argument for this.
Yep, absolutely. I don't necessarily think there's a right or a wrong way to go about it. He knows, doesn't he? He knows that wickets are the currency, and he feels that Finn Hudson-Prentice and Henry Crocombe are the more likely of the 3 bowlers that he's got left to take the wicket, to break this partnership, to get Tom Taylor in the middle.
Oh, we've been saying it for a couple of hours now, but Jake Libby, such an important component in what happens in this game. Incredible form. He is in with 2 centuries in his last 2 innings, one of those unbeaten, and now currently 68 not out from 69 balls. As long as he's there, I think Worcestershire are big favourites at this stage. That run rate has not really got too far above 8. That won't help.
No, bit of a loosener. Finn Hudson-Prentice, wasn't it, to open up there? He's got 3 overs to go. .254 for 4. 80 required from the final 10 overs. Sussex have got that bit of extra respite. They can have 5 outside of that 30-yard circle. 3 on the leg side, 2 on the off for Hudson-Prentice. Nicely bowled. Should just be 1. Big appeal for caught behind. And a wide called. Boos ring around the county grounds in response to that umpiring decision. And there's no doubt about the line of the ball. I think Jake Libby, if anything, has just hit the floor.
Good umpiring from Sam Hollingshead.
Couple of wides for Hudson-Prentice to start. Change of pace, off cutter.
Yeah, he's obviously got that tactic of targeting the wide line full outside the off stump. If you do get it wrong though, then you are flirting with giving away extras, which Sussex won't want to be doing at this stage.
.257 for 4. 77 required. Offside, splits the 2 fielders, 4 runs. Punchy from Libby, gets the boundary. And a pretty ordinary bit of fielding in the front row down in the cow corner stand. 261 for 4.
In the slot from Hudson-Prentice, and Jake Libby didn't need another invitation.
Looks remarkably cool and suave, sat in the cow corner stand, despite dropping a half volley with 2 hands to it. Another couple of runs for the Rapids.
Appreciative applause for the fielding down there in front of the pavilion. They're certainly invested in this game. Have to say, wicket changes a lot, but at this stage, given that we've still got Freddie Price to come back into the attack. I think Worcestershire will be pretty happy with where they are, especially with shots like that.
Wow. There's a big gap out there on the offside, to be fair. I think Ollie Robinson takes a little bit of a stare back to the middle, thinking, was that gap too big? Jake Libby up to 78, dissects the pair of them perfectly. Neither of them in the frame. 267 for 4. Now it's just 67 runs required at 7.3 runs per over, and well ahead of that DLS measure of 250 right now. Wickets have been hard to come by through the course of the day. Sussex were bowled out, weren't they? But they lost a flurry of them in the final. In the final few overs, Worcestershire have judged this brilliantly so far. End of the over, 268 for 4.
An expensive over, not what the home side needed. And this is the moment at which Jack Carson is turning to Freddie Price. Whatever happens here, a great learning experience for the young man, 19 years old. Expensive so far, but just got to think of this as a huge opportunity if you're standing at the top of your mark as Freddie Price, because if he can dismiss Libby, then he could have made a huge intervention in a game that you would say now is very much looking like Worcestershire's to lose from here. He's in now for his next spell. Decent start. Just a single. His 7th over now, Price.
Yeah, protection on the leg side for Freddie Price. So he's going to have to be very, very strict with his line here. Any width on offer for Libby and Cullen, and particularly Cullen with the way that he's played that cut shot, there is little to no protection on the offside at all. They're trying to force the Worcestershire pair to hit to the long side of the ground.
Jack leaning, offering some advice to Freddie Price, maybe about his field, and there is going to be a change as Henry Crocombe comes in from deep mid-wicket into the ring, and a third man goes out, which suggests maybe Freddie Price is being told to try and target this wide Yorker tactic. It does expose that short boundary though. That's okay, that's good from Price. Message in from Ollie in southeast London. Friday night in with a Chinese takeaway, glass of wine with his boyfriend, and tuning in to the cricket. Good to have you watching along, Ollie, from Plumstead. Hopefully as gripped as we are by this game. Really good from Price. A dot ball. Impressive, Dan.
Very good, wasn't it? Change of pace as well. Backed himself to get that slower ball out and get it straight. Good Yorker. Libby on 80. You know it's a good delivery if Libby can't turn it into a single. Good start to the over. Just 2 runs from these 3 deliveries, but big pressure. Big pressure on the young seamer.
And this is what someone like Paul Farbrace and James Kirtley will be watching really intently. A display of character, whether Sussex win or lose, how Freddie Price conducts himself in these pressure moments, and he's doing brilliantly at the moment. That's another excellent Yorker, which Libby can only push out for 1. So just 3 singles from the first 4 balls of Price's return. And the more of those Price can bowl, the bigger the pressure comes, and the more that nagging sense of having to play a big shot, manufacture something, could bring Sussex back into this game. So Freddie Price doing a fine job so far. And he's in with a chance of the wicket. He's got it. What a big wicket that is. Freddie Price gets Henry Cullen caught on that long boundary. Some really clever bowling from the young 19-year-old, forcing Cullen to target that long boundary, keeping his line exactly where it needed to be. And Cullen goes for 18 off 20. And look what it means to Freddie Price. You can't help, whoever you're supporting here, but feel a great sense of satisfaction for the young man, because he was under the pump and he has come back with these 5 deliveries and made a significant intervention, Dan.
He has. He's been given a bit of tap, hasn't he, by Worcestershire today, as you can see by those figures. But the chips are down. Price has come back into the attack and broken that partnership. Picked up a huge wicket. The dangerous Cullen, a really well judged catch by Finn Hudson-Prentice down on the leg side boundary. Always tricky trying to pick that white ball out of those floodlights. Now they'll feel that this game has changed slightly, and maybe in the favour of the home side, as Tom Taylor makes his way out to the middle. No slouch with the cricket bat, but certainly not what you would call a frontline batter.
And of course, Jake Libby still there. I thought when he hit it, Cullen, that was sailing for 6. He got a lot of it, but it's just such a big boundary down there, isn't it?
Yeah, it just keeps on going, doesn't it? There was a bit of a breeze. I think it has died down now, but it was coming across the ground from that side.
And we said just the ball before. I said just the ball before that every time you are only giving away a single here, that nagging thought of having to manufacture something to try and find the boundary. Well, that's exactly what happened with Cullen. So Tom Taylor to face his first ball. Brilliantly bowled from Price. Really impressive from the young man. Just a single. 4 singles from the over and that wicket. And whichever side you're supporting, you've got to say that is very impressive from the young Freddie Price.
Yeah, bottle a nerve, wasn't it, from Price to come back in that pressure moment. He didn't have much of a choice. He knew he would have had to have bowled. Carson and Sussex would have known what their bowling options were at the start of the day's play, wouldn't they? They would have known that they would have had just 5 available. He's still got 3 to go. Change of ends for Henry Crocombe, replacing Finn Hudson-Prentice. He's got 3 left. A bit of extra pace. Taylor, the man on strike. 1 off 1 so far.
Dan, you mentioned that DLS score. It's now still Worcestershire ahead, but not by quite as much as they were when you mentioned it previously. Now, of course, just 269 the par, and Rapids 272. So they are marginally ahead. Of course, just a guide. And marginally ahead is exactly where I think I would put Worcestershire at this stage. You'd think with Libby there, they remain favourites, but it's a lot tighter than it was.
I would agree. And as much as we say Tom Taylor isn't that frontline batter, list day cricket is an anomaly here for Tom Taylor. Down the leg side, Crocombe can't really afford too many of those. He averages 41 with the bat in list day cricket, with 2 list day hundreds, certainly one of which came at Northamptonshire at that particular point, with 7 list day 50s as well. But then you compare that to the first class record, an average of 19. It's probably more familiar of the number that you would expect. But Taylor, with work to do, and Crocombe will be asking plenty of questions. .273 for 5. How much of the strike can Jake Libby face and farm? Just tries to sneak it through. Gets enough bat on it to come through for a single. Just jams the toe on it.
Well, whichever way this goes, this is a thrilling game here once again on the live stream from Sussex Cricket. Nearly 6,000 tuning in now on this Friday night for the conclusion of a thrilling encounter which seemed to get so often in the Metrobank One Day Cup.
Width on offer, well bowled, well fielded, dot ball, crucial at this stage, and a dot ball now for Sussex gets as big of a round of applause as what a boundary did earlier on this afternoon. Yeah, it feels as though cricket fans have really rallied behind the Metrobank One Day Cup this summer in particular. I'm sure we could speculate as to why that might be, but it's really engaged cricket supporters all over the country, isn't it, this year? Sold out crowds up and down the country going to watch their county play in this competition. 275 for 5, and they've been rewarded with some brilliant cricket. Not just brilliant cricket, but brilliant cricketers as well. Ollie Robinson here, Henry Crocombe, Ben Stokes, of course, a big part of the Metrobank One Day Cup this summer. Big shot from Taylor. Straight through to the gloves of Simpson. Huge dot ball. And that just showing a bit of pressure on the Rapids number 7. Of course, some of those IPL superstars as well. Yuzvendra Chahal, Kuldeep Yadav and Sharma down at Hampshire this summer.
Yeah, somewhat unexpected leading wicket taker for Hampshire.
Big swing again and another dot ball. Pressure building on the Rapids. Good over for Sussex and for Crocombe. 2 runs and the wide off it. 275 for 5, and that required run rate climbs to 8.4.
So the DLS now 275.
Yep.
And the Rapids 275. So if you needed the statistical confirmation, this is a close game, Dan.
It's, well, neck and neck, as the worm would suggest.
Look at
In
that,
fact,
yeah.
you'd say that Sussex are just in front looking at that. Just.
So I wonder how Jake Libby goes about things now. 82 off 79. Freddie Price, who bowled such a fantastic over to start this spell. And he's in now to the man on 82 and starts nicely. George Thomas will keep that to 1, and that brings Taylor on to strike. And I think we've seen from the way Taylor played the last couple of deliveries from Crocombe how he's going to go about things.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think Libby in this stage has to entrust Taylor to be the aggressor. We know he can hit sixes. We know he's got the power. Those long levers. The only thing worth noting here is this long leg side boundary that's cost for Kashif Ali and Henry Cullen.
Which is why Price's line is so important here. It's so good from Price. In the block hole, Yorker, beautifully executed. Such character from Price. Just the single. 57 to win from 40 balls. 5 wickets in hand. Jake Libby on strike with 83 off 80. Will be desperate to get his side over the line. So much riding on the outcome of this game for the Rapids. The defending champions. Good stuff again as the pace is taken off by Price. Exploiting that big boundary. They do come back for 2. It's good running. Price won't mind that. Not opening up that short boundary on the offside is what it's all about for the 19-year-old. Sussex Academy, pupil at Cranley and Millfield schools. But this will be an education in itself. clutch moments. It's a good shot from Libby, Yorker length, but Libby is able to bunt it down the ground. Just a single though.
Brilliantly anticipated by Jack Carson to come around to cut that one off. I think Libby managed to get a really handy bit of spin on the ball there, which took the ball towards Jack Carson as well. Good over again this from Freddie Price. Has really stepped up to the task here, hasn't he?
Yeah, and as I keep saying, whatever happens, I think Paul Farbrace and James Kirtley, the Sussex bowling coach, will be very impressed with what they're seeing character-wise from this young man. That'll be a wide though. You can see exactly what he's trying to do. Make sure he is bowling straight and full so that he cannot be punished over the offside. That was very wide though, down the leg side. He has executed those Yorkers up to now though really well. Taylor 3 off 6. Well bowled. Price with a sort of tennis player grunt when he delivers the ball.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of bluff in that though, don't you? That slower ball that went down the leg side had a Sharapova-esque grunt as well. I think there's a bit of showbiz about that from Freddie Price. Quite like it.
Yeah, a man, or a young man, full of confidence. Would have been a challenge to that confidence when he got hit around a bit, but he's come back really strongly. They'll look for 2 here. We won't get it though due to some excellent fielding in the deep from the captain Jack Carson and his teammates, as well as the Sussex supporters giving him a big round of applause. Another excellent over goes by from Freddie Price.
Very good.
8 off it, which is a touch below the required rate. So much resting on Jake Libby's shoulders here. If he goes, then Sussex will feel far more confident. Work to do though. 51 off 36.
In the balance, isn't it? You have to say the Rapids require 51. Henry Crocombe to continue from the C end. He's got 2 overs to go, as has Finn Hudson-Prentice, as has Freddie Price. 2-8-3 for 5. We are going to have to see a little bit of a shuffle here from Carson to make sure that these 3 bowlers can bowl these final 6 overs. 2-8-3 for 5. Whipped on offer. And it will be signalled wide by the umpire. Well watched by Jake Libby. Definitely outside that blue painted line on this cut strip that we've been playing on today.
Yeah, in a game of fine margins, when, as you mentioned, Dan, Worcestershire did so well to not give too many extras away. Sussex have been a little bit wasteful with the number of wides they've bowled.
Yeah, it was 13 extras in that first innings. 6 of them were wides, 1 of them was the no ball. Sussex, in comparison, have bowled 18 extras, 12 of which have been wides. The other interesting difference between the 2 is the boundary count as well. I know we've got some time left to go in this innings. That's slower ball there for Crocombe, but Sussex hit 44 boundaries, and at this stage of the game, Worcestershire have hit 29.
That is interesting.
Found a few more pockets, a few more 2s. Been able to rotate the strike slightly easier than what Sussex were able to do, but they've still got some work left. Big shot down the ground. Libby trying to just accelerate a fraction, not able to get it where he wanted it to go. It's just another single. Another one ticked off, but that required run rate ticks up to 8.6. 2-8-7 for 5.
22 balls now since the last boundary. 22 legal balls since the last boundary.
Taylor 5 off 8. He needs a boundary. He's Q-ended it down the ground to Charlie T, who steams off the rope. Keeps it down to a single. You can just sense the pressure building on the pair in the middle, and that on Tom Taylor as well. 6 off 9 now. Libby, 89 off 85. 4 singles in the wide so far for Crocombe. 2 deliveries to go in the over. Short and wide. Still going to be 2 deliveries to go in the over. And they've been wide. They've not been close. They have been well outside that blue line. Handy runs, free runs for Worcestershire.
Just shows you how desperate Sussex are not to open up that short boundary.
That's straight enough. It's going to be 1 bounce 4 just inside the rope. Libby creates the angle, camps on the back foot and punches Crocombe back over his head for a 1 bounce 4 and takes Worcestershire into the 290s.
Yeah, great shot from Libby. No fielders there. And I think really well adjusted from Libby as well, because I think Crocombe saw him coming. But Libby was able to just give himself that room to almost forehand smash it back down the ground.
That's one of those 2 extra deliveries as well in the over that Crocombe is going to have to bowl. This is the next one. Expensive over so far. Excellently bowled. It dug the Yorker in, but it's better from Libby. Back-to-back boundaries to end the over. Incredibly expensive at this stage of the game. 297 for 5. The Rapids require just 37 from the final 5 overs. And those 2 wides from Crocombe not only cost the extras, but also costing 8 of those 2 extra deliveries at the end of that over.
Yeah, that's great bit of bowling, a great bit of batting from Jake Libby, who's on the verge of a 3rd consecutive century in as many innings.
He's going to have daylight between himself and the next in the list A batting averages.
Well, how big was that over in terms of the outcome of this match? I think 16 runs from it. And just shows you the experience, the calmness of Jake Libby, who would have been conscious that the boundaries hadn't come for a while, but he wasn't panicking, waiting for the opportunity. Finn Hudson-Prentice into the attack. Tom Taylor pushes out into that big gap, and they'll come back for 2. Good running. In this game, incredible. Just from ball to ball, your sense of where the favourite tag lies changes. Great thing about 50 over cricket is you can get those momentum shifts from over to over. Sussex were doing a great job of keeping that run rate down, and then 1 big over. Those 2 wides, as you said, Dan, just proved so costly in the end. The 2 extra balls both going for boundaries. Lots of consultation between bowler, captain. So at the moment, the 5 men out are at deep point, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Shy at the stumps, and he probably would have been gone with a direct hit, but it would have been a great effort from extra cover. 300 comes up. 34 to win from 28 balls, as it has been for so much of this innings. Whilst Jake Libby's there, Worcestershire will feel like this is theirs to win. Can Sussex somehow dislodge Jake Libby? Not many teams have been able to do that without too many runs being scored. We're going to get a run out. So that runs out Tom Taylor, because what Jake Libby did was hit it straight into the ground, by which point Tom Taylor was so far down the wicket that when he turned around to go back, he found himself in trouble. And a bit of a comedic end to Tom Taylor's innings. He goes for 9 off 11. I don't quite know what he thought was going on behind him. Jake Libby looks a little bit dismayed that that's happened.
Yeah, I mean, the slip I don't think made
No,
a blind bit of difference, to be fair.
I think he'd forgotten that there was a man there behind him. He thought it was going straight out to Carson on the long on boundary.
I think that's the end of an innings of a man who was 9 off 11 and was really trying to impose himself on this batting lineup. He lined up Crocombe, hadn't he, for a couple of big sixes into the leg side, had missed both of them, had Q-ended a couple from Freddie Price as well.
Yeah, looking at that replay, I just think we said the ball before, there was lots of tinkering with the field, and I think Tom Taylor had just lost track of the fact that there was that man at short mid-wicket to come round and prevent the single. Well, whilst it's another wicket, Jake Libby's still there on strike, 97 off 88 balls. Doesn't feel like a big moment, if you know what I mean. Yes, it's a wicket, it's a dot, crucially, but Jake Libby is the man. And it's well bowled by Hudson Prentice. Pace off, just keeps it to a single.
Yeah, it sounds silly to say, doesn't it? But the dot ball's almost more valuable than the wicket at this stage. Worcestershire have got so many in hand. Yes, of course, we are getting down towards the lower end of that batting lineup, but 6 down with Libby still there. And none of these professional cricketers now, none of them are bunnies anymore. There's no rabbits in professional cricket. There's no genuine number 11. Everybody is able to hit the cricket ball. Everybody's able to clear the ropes.
So some field changes here with Ben Allison, the new batter. He's got a third man, a long on, and a man at fine leg, which is who he plays that to. So interestingly, they were happy to bring an extra man in for, I'm not getting that wrong, am I, Dan? To the new man, they were happy to bring a man in on the 1 to try and keep Allison down this end.
Yeah, a little mini squeeze, but they are going to have to find one more to come up into the circle.
Well, they'll be desperate to not concede a single off this ball, because it means that Allison would be on strike for the start of the next over rather than Libby. They're not going to be able to do that. He moves to 99 and he keeps the strike, crucially. Good over from Hudson Prentice. 6 runs from it. He gets a round of applause from the Sussex supporters. 31 to win from 24 balls.
4 overs to go. Crocombe to bowl his 10th from the C end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51 so far in this innings. 303 for 6, the Rapids. They require 31 runs from the final 24 deliveries. And Jake Libby, 99 not out of 90 for the skipper. The Worcestershire skipper has led this run chase magnificently so far. There's still work to do. And he does bring up a wonderful 100 down here at the county grounds in Sussex. His 3rd in a row. 101 off 91 deliveries. Absolutely spectacular work and effort and nerve and composure and grit and bottle from Jake Libby. Another list 800.
Superb from the Rapids captain. 300s in a row.
And he just keeps on going as he drops that one into the leg side and adds another single to his total. 306 for 6, 28 runs required now. But Allison is on strike. That will give Sussex a glimmer of hope. They will need to bowl the Rapids out almost around Jake Libby.
Such a brilliant innings from Jake Libby, just getting the pacing perfect. Hasn't taken any risks. Kept scoring at above a run a ball throughout, just through hard running, good placement, all his experience.
Nicely played, and a dot ball. A rare dot ball at the back end of this innings. It's not ever felt like a flurry of wickets has been round the corner in this game at any point. But it would be wonderful timing for the Sharks to find one of those now.
Yeah, or if they can't do that, then try and keep Jake Libby as well away from the strike.
Whipped on off a cutaway. They should look for 2. Allison's coming back to the danger end, gets the dive in, and I think Simpson misses the bails anyway. No, he doesn't. He does whip them off, but Allison gets the long dive in. It's a big torso, isn't it, for Allison?
Good running.
I think he started diving 11 yards out.
Very close, but I think he was home. Certainly not one that an umpire could give out on field.
Straight into the wicket ends. A dusty Allison.
Oh, we're going deep in this game.
Beauty, absolute beauty from Crocombe. Does Allison all ends up. Another crucial dot ball just out the back of the hand, runs the fingers down the side of it.
Just 4 runs off this over so far.
You've got to say Sussex need a wicket, don't they? 1 wouldn't be the worst. But a wicket would be excellent at this stage. 308 for 6. And a big drive from Allison. Dot ball to finish. 3 overs to go. Libby on strike, 102 not out. Allison at the non-strikers end on 3. And the visitors require 26 from the final 3 overs.
Yeah, good stuff from Henry Crocombe. Just 4 runs from his final over. And the attention turns once again to young Freddie Price, who is going to re-enter the attack at the Cromwell Road end. Finn Hudson-Prentice still has an over to bowl, but he'll be bowling that from the C end. So the 47th and the 49th to be bowled by Freddie Price, 19 years old, in his first campaign in professional cricket. Barely out of school. Brilliant in his previous couple of overs after getting a bit of treatment before that, but he is bowling to the Centurion, Jake Libby. And Sussex will be disappointed that they've come back for 2 there. I think Freddie Price is unhappy. It's a bit slippy out there. We saw Tom Taylor slip when he was run out. We saw Henry Crocombe just struggling to find his feet. And Jake Libby managed to regain the strike.
Yeah, that dew just building up on the blades, on the leaf of the grass.
Coming back for 2 again, and they'll get it. This is good running. Intelligent from Price to let that run through to just see if it could catch Libby out at the other end, but he was comfortably home. And this is excellent from Libby. Finding those big pockets. Nothing wrong from Price, but Worcestershire will be very happy if they can continue just picking up these twos. That's all they need. Don't need those boundaries. It's good stuff from Price, but again, really clever manipulation of the field. And they'll get 2 more. So 3 balls, 3 excellent balls from Price, really. You couldn't have asked him to do anything else. And they've managed to score 6 from them. Such incredible skill and game management from Jake Libby. I'm in awe of this guy. He's just sensational. The calmness. There's a lot riding on it for Worcestershire as well. They have to win this game.
Yep. Yeah, I think they would have ended up chasing a little bit more than what they would have hoped when they won the toss and elected to have a bowl first at 1:30 this afternoon. They've gone about this absolutely brilliantly.
Oh dear, I think that did just dip in time, so it wasn't a no ball, but it will be a wide. And Freddie Price is now running back to his mark, because just like Worcestershire, God, that was obviously one of those back of the hand slower balls which just didn't come out right. The only good thing about it was that it did dip below waist height to avoid it being called a no ball. Yeah, the cut-off time is coming into play again. Oh dear, that's going to be a wide. Freddie Price is saying, well, Libby's taken steps to the leg side, but it was, even with that, extremely wide. I can see his point, Freddie Price. In fact, I think he's a little hard done by there. If you've taken those steps out to the leg side, you're allowed to follow the
yeah,
batter,
the lines supposedly move, don't they? But
so 8 off 3 legal deliveries. It's an expensive over. Oh, and that very nearly carries to Tom Haynes. It does get Libby off strike. 17 to win off 14 balls. You'd think from here Worcestershire are very strong favourites, but you never know. If Libby goes, which I have to say hasn't looked at all likely at any point.
no, he looks like if he came back next week, he'd still be batting here, wouldn't he?
The extras really starting to tell. That's a great shot from Ben Allison. That'll do a lot of the hard work. Fantastic. Steps over to the offside and shovels that round the corner for a huge 6.
Wow, where did that come from?
Yeah.
Been selfless, Ben Allison, so far in this innings. I mean, he's run himself into the dirt, going back to the danger end each time for Jake Libby to complete those 2s earlier. And I mean, that's an absolute monster. That's as big of a 6 as we've seen today.
Brilliant from Ben Allison. A boundary that takes the runs required below the balls remaining. And then very cleverly just engineers it out for another single. An expensive over all told. Freddie Price didn't actually bowl too badly bar the wides. Just some great batting, and I think that's going to tell here in this game in the end is the quality of, well, Jake Libby obviously, but talk about seizing the moment. Ben Allison with that 6 as well.
Yeah, just 10 runs required, and Sussex are going to fall victim to that over 8 penalty as well. They will have to bring up an extra fielder. I don't actually think that'll matter too much. They're probably at that stage of the game that being forced to squeeze Worcestershire slightly harder than what they might do, I think is okay. I don't think Jake Libby has particularly wanted to go over the top at any stage, but Allison probably does. He's 10 off 7, and it's Finn Hudson-Prentice with the penultimate over of the day in the evening, and he's met immediately with the middle of the bat of Ben Allison. It's 6 runs over the scorebox. A monster. And it's just 4 to win now for the Rapids, who have been excellent in this run chase. And you have to say, without stating the obvious, and I don't just want to say it's because of Jake Libby, but the Rapids have had a batter that's gone on and scored. They've got a start, they've gone on, they've converted. Sussex were desperate for one of those in that first innings. 40s, 30s, 30s, 40s. Libby has converted, and he's gone and won this game.
Yeah, well, what a lesson in how to manage a run chase from Jake Libby.
you look at his boundary count. He's got 109 off 96 balls. 7 fours, 1 6. So let's do the maths there. 7 fours are 28, plus 1 6 is 34. 34 of his, sorry, 7 fours. Yes, 28. And then an extra 6 is 34. So 34 of his 109 runs from boundaries. Just shows the rest have been through fantastic batting and fantastic running and placement. Incredible from Libby. Just shows all his experience, all his class. Part of me hopes that Allison hits the winning runs, because then Libby would finish 109 not out, which would make his last 3 scores 109, 109 not out and 109 not out. Surely that's never been done before in this day cricket.
You'd think not, wouldn't you? You'd think not. We need the statistics.
Yeah.
Easy for me to say. You know what I'm trying to say. Allison then, 4 to go for the Rapids. Finn Hudson-Prentice with ball in hand, and he gets swept down to deep mid-wicket, and that is the 4 and the final runs to complete this victory here at the county ground at Hove for the Rapids, who keep their one-day cup hopes and chances alive with victory against the Sharks. They move to 16 points. Jake Libby, of course, and deservedly so, will have all of the headlines written about him. But a very, very good and professional all-round performance from the Rapids. Too good for what was a strong Sussex side today.
You said it, Dan, a little earlier on. What Sussex missed was someone like Libby playing that anchor innings. My word, what a lesson in how to do that from the Worcestershire captain. 109 not out, 3rd consecutive score of 109, and he keeps Worcestershire's hopes of defending their Metrobank One Day Cup title alive.
Yeah, absolutely superb work from the Worcestershire captain. He himself led the scorecard, 109 not out, as you say, 73 from Kashif Ali off just 52 deliveries, which was enterprising and exciting. 44 from Isaac Mohammed, 31 from Brett D'Oliveira, and 20 not out at the end there off just 9 deliveries from Ben Allison to wrap up and seal the victory.
Dan, it's been fantastic having you on the Sussex live stream, stepping in last moment. Thank you so much. Hopefully it won't be the last time we have you on air down here. Always bringing a touch of class to proceedings. And
I don't know about that. You provide the class. I assist.
Well, it's been fantastic. And Sussex, of course, back in action on Sunday against Hampshire, their final home game. They are out of the tournament, but to all those Worcestershire supporters who are tuning in today, thank you so much for your company. Best of luck for the rest of this campaign. It's certainly been a treat to watch your captain play an innings like that. From all of us here at Sussex County Cricket Club, thank you very much for tuning in, whoever you are supporting, and we'll see you again on Sunday.